No, we're just passing the resolution.
Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Blue light special in the corner. Blue light special in the corner. I'm aging myself. K-Days, Kmart. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our first City Council meeting here at the Niagara Falls Exchange down at Main and Ferry in historic Drummondville. As City Hall is under renovations until the middle of October, this is where we're going to have our next few City Council meetings. So thank you to staff. They've done a great job of setting up this temporary location for our council meetings. And we are ready to get started today, Tuesday, July the 29th. So first order of business is that I need a motion to go in camera. Motion by Councillor Strange, second by Councillor Patel. Thank you, Sandy Bird. She put her hand up too. She was giving me a motion. I appreciate that. Nope, we're going to leave. You can stay. We're going to go to the other room. We're going to be in the museum for our meeting. We'll call that vote now. All those in favor? All right, we are now going to go in camera in the museum in the Sherman Zavitz room. Once we're done, we're going to return to our open session and continue tonight's council meeting. Thank you, everybody. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to tonight's City Council meeting. This will be the first of a series of meetings that'll take place at the Niagara Falls Exchange at Main and Ferry. As our council, City Hall is under renovation. We're getting our council chambers rebuilt as well as the front entrance, and we're making a number of things accessible and making some technical upgrades. We just came from an in-camera meeting next door at the museum in the Sherman Zavitz room, and now we're going to conclude with the open part of our meeting. And we're going to start the traditional way that we always do with the singing of O Canada. So if I could ask if you're able to stand, and I will introduce the O Canada song singer. So I'm going to call up Kayla, and Kayla, let me introduce you, honey, and then our Sergeant-at-Arms is going to help direct the microphone to your level. Kayla Fraser is an 11-year-old who's passionate about musical theater, singing in Niagara on Niagara on the Lake's Yellow Door. I'm sorry, let me try this again. Singing in Niagara on the Lake's Yellow Door Theater Project's 2025 Performance Company, as well as being in many of Linehan's productions, musical theater performances right here in Niagara Falls. She first sang the national anthem this past Canada Day into a 3,200-person sold-out crowd at the Welland Jackfish game, which was very exciting. I hear those are great games. Kayla is in the gifted program with the District School Board of Niagara, and she loves education. She loves learning new things. She plays softball competitively for the St. Catharines Storm, and when she's not singing or taking the stage, she's immersing herself in crochet, and she loves making things for her little sister Brittany, who's her best friend. Is that Brittany over there? All right, Brittany, you're her best friend. Kayla is a team player. She's a cheerleader to all. She's an all-round ray of sunshine, and she's very excited to sing the national anthem for us today. So Kayla, whenever you're ready, honey.
We see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Wow. Well, Kayla, on behalf of all of us, that was fantastic. You've got a beautiful voice and made us all very proud to be Canadian, especially now during what's been going on south of the border. So on behalf of all of us, we want to say thank you. Keep doing what you're doing. We love you. Thank you. All right, thank you everybody, and I will point out Councillor Baldinelli didn't feel well and has left the council meeting, and thank you to everybody else, and thank you to staff who did a great job setting this up. We had an event here last night, and we were able to reassemble in short order and have this put together. There's a lot of technical requirements for this meeting, so a big thank you to our staff for doing a great job as we renovate City Hall. Next is our land acknowledgement and traditional Indigenous meeting opening. With the aim of educating our community, I'd like to invite Elder Jackie Labonte, traditional knowledge keeper and local member of the Haudenosaunee, to join us once again to share her testimony as we acknowledge and thank the Indigenous peoples who are stewards of this land a millennia before us.
Zago, thank you. I just want to add a little bit more to the land acknowledgement that has been acknowledged here, especially in this city of Niagara Falls, in moving forward to build those relationships with our Indigenous population here. And I think one of the strong elements that is recognized is the dish with one spoon. And that encompasses kind of like a treaty or an agreement between nations even, to utilize space, a common space, so that you're not going to deplete what's there, that we're able to all come together and utilize what we need to for our well-being and to still have some resources left. And I think one of the things that showed this, for me anyway, in our ceremonies, is that we recognize that the strawberry is the leader amongst all of the plants. And we have a ceremony for the strawberry, but also that strawberry drink is at the other ceremonies. And so for us, we have the benches there for the singers and the drummers, and a drink is prepared, that strawberry drink, and it's brought in and put on the bench. It's just one pail and one dipper. And so anytime that anyone is thirsty, needs that drink to quench their thirst, then they can just come up to that pail and use that dipper and take a drink. And you're just quenching your thirst for that moment. And anyone else can do the same. Everybody has a responsibility to bring, say, some of those berries. We don't leave it all to one person. That'd be a pretty big job, because we have sometimes 200, 300 people on our ceremonies. And if it were left to one person, that's a huge job. So our job is to help with that responsibility. Everybody brings some berries to help make that juice so that it can be dispersed with everyone around it. And so we recognize that dish with one spoon is that concept is been here for hundreds and hundreds of years with our people. And so in moving forward, we see that in different aspects within our communities. And so we recognize and honor them. This is being embraced. That this is a part of the history, part of the teaching, part of the learning that's happening in our communities. To build that bridge, and I can see that the city of Niagara Falls has helped to build those bridges, changing those whites in falls to orange, helping our Indigenous populations in and around this area. And so we recognize and offer that gratitude that this is happening, it's continuing, and we look for further togetherness with them. Yeah.
Thank you, Jackie. We're grateful for the land that we share. And folks, just roll with us as we're trying to get used to the new situation here tonight. Just be a little patient. And also, council, we're going to ask that tonight when you do speak, you can remain sitting and just try to speak into the microphone if you can. So hopefully our camera guys will be prepared for that and they'll be able to pick you up sitting. Next up, we are looking for an adoption of the minutes from the July 8th meeting. Councillor Lococo?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I would like to put a motion forward, but I also would like to make a clarification. In the minutes of...
Excuse me, is the microphone on? Because
I did put it on. Do we need to be closer?
I'm having a hard time hearing.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Closer. I wanted to make a clarification on 9.3, the Children's Memorial Walkway. I brought up the anti-racism bench was just over $1,000, and staff have gotten the information to all of council. It was $23.15 plus tax, and there was a concrete base that was already there, so we didn't have to pay for that. So I did want to bring that up as a correction, and there are other benches that are less expensive, and that was my concern at the beginning, that there were other options.
Okay, thank you for that. So you're moving the minutes?
I moved the minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Seconded by Councillor Patel. If there's no discussion, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved. Thank you for that. Next, disclosures of a pecuniary interest of council. Do we have any disclosures? Okay, looks like we have none. So we go right into everyone's favorite part of the meeting. This is the mayor's comments. Birthdays first. Our GM of Municipal Works, Eric Nickel. Big birthday. Happy birthday, Mr. Nickel, on Sunday. Yes. Obituary. We'd like to offer our sympathy to the family of Patrick Mullally, brother of Kevin Mullally from our Municipal Works Department, and uncle to Caitlin Mullally of our Recreation, Culture, and Facilities Department. For events and announcements, we'll draw everyone's attention to the screens. We had the Tesla Legacy Evening at the Niagara Parks Power Station. I was joined by Councillor Patel. We had the Club Italia Family Picnic. That was at Club Italia, of course. It's an ongoing tradition, and I was joined there, I know, by Councillor Patel. I'm not sure if I didn't see anyone else that day. The Victoria Centre BIA had their Center of It All mural unveiling. Maybe you've seen it on the side of the liquor store. Looks spectacular. I was joined that day by Councillor Patel as we unveiled that. Good job, BIA. We had the King's Medal celebration, and our Fire Chief Joe Zambito was one of 3 recipients. We had our Solicitor General, Michael Kersner, down as well to present the certificates and the awards. Congratulations, Joe, being honored with the King Charles III Coronation Medal, recognized for your exceptional leadership, innovation, over 30 years of dedicated service in fire safety. Congratulations, Chief. We had the council. So I was up at the Council of the Federation gala reception, invited there by the Premier to be there with all the 13 premiers of Canada, as well as the Prime Minister being up there. That was at Deerhurst. And there's a picture with Francois Legault, the Premier of Quebec. And I'm sorry, I wasn't looking. And there's, in the middle is Wab Kinew. That's the Premier of Manitoba. And the Mayor on the far right is the Mayor of Windsor, Drew Dilkins. And I'm not sure if you already showed the other picture. And then there's Danielle Smith, Mayor of Alberta. So we brought some hospitality gifts that were donated from Niagara, wineries, ice wines, maple syrups, jams, things all from Niagara. The gifts were all presented to the premiers and to the Prime Minister, and we received some very, very nice comments and feedback, and it looks like most of them want to make a trip back, and they want to include Niagara Falls as part of the next trip. So it was great to meet with them, as well as we had the former Canadian ambassador to the U.S. There's a lot of great discussions on what's happening south of the border, how we're going to deal with tariffs, and all the uncertainty and the challenges that we're going through right now. So it was a thrill to be there, to represent Niagara Falls, and it was great to recognize Niagara Falls with all the dignitaries. Wes Brown was in town from Manchester United, and of course pre-promoting World Cup, which will be held here in North America between Canada, the US, and Mexico. We're told it's going to be the biggest World Cup in the history of World Cup. We're expecting billions of eyes to be on it. There's going to be a lot of increased visitation in Ontario, in Canada, and of course to Niagara Falls. So it was thrilled. He presented me with a shirt that we'll frame and we'll hang up in one of our city facilities. We had our firefighter graduation ceremony at the Delphi Banquet Hall. I was joined by Councillor Patel and Lococo as we brought in 5 new graduates as professional firefighters. Congratulations to all the new recruits. I'd like to thank council for representing the city. Councillor Patel, you've been busy. Wow. So representing us at the Mayor's Cup Cricket Tournament, Tesla Fest at Oaks Garden Theatre, the African Women Acting Group, Lokma Grand Opening, the Lagos State Government Youth Delegates Council, kickoff, sorry, oh, there we are. Sorry, I'm going too quick for you. Okay. Kickoff to the cricket tournament. Did you already do? Okay, sorry, we're out of order here maybe. And the commemoration battle of Lundy's Lane. So I'm not sure if we're, nothing, that's it? Okay, we got them up there. Okay, thank you, Councillor Lococo, for representing the city. This, it's been a busy little run here. Business, Councillor Patel, I'm sorry. I'm looking at, I'll be okay. Give me time, I'll figure this out. Business milestones and events. So, KOA Picnic in the Park had the grand opening of their playground equipment. And for anyone who has not been to KOA, and that includes me, I've never been there before, what an amazing place to go to. You know, for anyone looking for an idea, if you got young kids, you rent a $70 camping spot and you can use all the amenities, pickleball, pools, table tennis, tetherball, basketball, chess, checkers outside. They've got shower houses, like they've got fire pits, places for your dogs. Like that place is incredible. They're ranked #1 in Canada, top 10 in North America out of all the KOAs in North America. That place is clean, well organized. What a great family place. I wish I knew about all of its offerings when my kids were little, but check it out if you get a chance. Great place. We had the grand opening of Wildflower Social, and this is formerly Spice Lounge at the Hilton. So they had their grand opening. I was joined by Councillor Newestag, Patel, Baldinelli, and Strange. The place looks fantastic. The entertainment, the lights, the sound, they're still adding new things on, but beautiful, and congratulations. Nice place to go to for locals and visitors. We had the Arion Insurance Group grand opening at the corner of Dorchester and Thoroldstone Road, and we're happy that they've come into town. We had the Crockadoodle grand opening in the Factory One Canada One outlet, attended by Councillor Patel and Peter Angelo. Councillor Peter Angelo was there making some ashtrays. Pardon me? I painted that falls one behind, yeah. Or at least I was pretending like I painted it. We had the opening of Harvest South Asian Supermarket. I was joined by Councillor Patel. That's down by Costco. Morgan Animal Hospital celebrating 50 years in business. I was joined by Councillor Patel, and I had an opportunity to hold a bunch of snakes. There's a ball python. You don't appreciate how strong those are. I didn't realize how much Councillor Patel loves snakes till that day. She's absolutely terrified. She won't go within 30 feet of a snake. So take note of that. I was there at the Real Estate Berry team celebrating their 10-year anniversary out at Heartland Forest. Congratulations to Emily and your team. We did have a flag raising, Nikola Tesla Day flag raising at Rosberg flagpoles. I was joined by Councillor Patel, Lococo, and Baldinelli. Coming up, our next council meeting will be right here, Tuesday, August the 26th. The location will be here again at the Niagara Exchange, and we thank everybody for your patience as we go through this renovation time. So moving along, we're going to go to our deputations and presentations portion of the agenda. Now, who are we? I'm going to ask Ms. Moldenhauer. Ms. Moldenhauer, did you want to introduce our next presenter to talk about the Chippewa-Willoughby Community Center project? See, we have to share a mic here.
Budget's tight.
Yeah, between 7 people, no problem. What could go wrong?
Okay, tonight, this afternoon, we have Sherry Eng here to present to council and to the public just the reports from our feasibility study and needs assessment for the Chippewa Arena. And then, of course, Sherry, myself, and Rob McDonald's also in the crowd tonight. We are available to answer any questions for you following the presentation.
Great, thank you. Welcome. Yeah, you can start whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon. I'm Sherry. Can you hear me okay?
Not really.
Oh, okay.
We're gonna crank that a little bit.
Okay.
Can you just sing a couple bars of a song as we adjust it?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm Sherry. I'm the principal architect at Sherry Architect Incorporated. I'm here today to present the findings of the feasibility study for the Chippewa Willoughby Memorial Arena. I'll begin with a brief introduction and walk you through the 3 design options that we have developed. We will review the result of the public consultation, including what we heard at our open house, online survey, and the Let's Talk platform. Finally, we will revisit design option number 1 in greater details as it was the preferred direction amongst the communities. A firm was retained by the City of Niagara Falls to explore future possibility of the aging arena, originally constructed in 1973. The goal of the study was to assess how the current facility could evolve into a vibrant, multi-purpose community hub that meets with the current needs and the rapid growth in the area. Chippewa is one of the fastest growing neighborhoods in the city, and the vision is to combine the existing arena and library into a single, inclusive, and accessible facility that supports year-round community use and accommodate a broader range of user and programs. So we have developed 3 options. The first option is to build an addition next to the existing arena to provide a NHL-sized rink and to convert the existing rink into a dry pad indoor sports facility. Option 2 is a full renovation of the existing building with a small addition. Option 3 is to provide a limited interior renovation of the existing rink and also provide a space with the library in the existing footprint. All 3 options aims to improve accessibility and supports the community recreational needs. So this is option 1. We have proposed 100,000 square feet of facility, again, which includes a new NHL ring with sledge hockey support, 7 new modern change room, an indoor gym with turf service providing all year-round sporting, a large event space with a community kitchen. There's a fully accessible new library with programming rooms. There are major accessibility and code upgrade, and also as well a welcoming lobby with concession area. The layout for option 1 includes basically everything. You have your NHL ice, you got your gym, you got a library, event space, and more. The design is truly a community center, and the key benefit of this is that the arena can stay open during the construction. The approximate construction cost for this option is $65 to $75 million. Option 2 includes a 59,000 square feet of renovation. Similar to option 1, it eliminates the NHL-sized ring, so the idea is to replace the existing ice lab and refrigeration equipment, provide a new library with programming rooms. It has 7 change rooms, and it will renovate the existing washrooms. There'll be a new event space with a kitchenette, as well as, again, the lobby and concession will have an upgrade. This option has a smaller expansion for new spaces. Option 2 improves the existing building and adds a few of the key amenities. Again, there's no NHL ice rink or indoor gym. The facility will need to be closed for 1 season, and the approximate construction cost for this option is 30 to 40 million. This option offers a balance between the upgrades and the budget. Option number 3 is a 56,000 square foot renovation focused on the essential upgrades. So again, replacing the existing slab, the refrigeration equipment, and renovating the existing 5 change room while trying to add 2 more new change room. There's limited circulation and amenity space, and the library would have to be incorporated in the existing footprint of the facility. Option 3 is the most cost-effective, being at 20 to 30 million, but it offers fewer new features and still require a seasonal closure, which limit the facility abilities to accommodate new programs and community growth. Public consultation play a key role in shaping the design option. We heard from the community through open house, online survey, as well as the Let's Talk platform. We held 2 in-person open house with interactive display. The key takeaway was that there was a strong support for option 1. There was an interest in better heat, better change room, and the supportive of sledge hockey. There's also a desire of indoor gym space, the community kitchen, and there's a unanimous support of the new library. There was additional requests for additional parking, concession, and more seating in the area. And a main important point was that we heard the arena needs to stay open during construction. The city has received an impressive 942 responses on the online survey. With that, 84% of the participants prefer option 1. Their top priorities are health and wellness spaces and multi-purpose rooms. Over 60% has expressed the importance of avoiding disruption with the arena, even with a higher construction cost. This feedback reinforced what we heard at our open house. Residents are thinking long-term and value multi-purpose use accessible infrastructure. We have also received 24 comments on the Let's Talk online platform. Some of the suggestions we heard was that they were interested in an indoor walking track, indoor pool, daycare, bike path, picnic areas, arts and event space, as well as the desire to have the facility within walkable distance, accessibility, and also multi-generational design. While there was concern about cost, the overall tone was supportive for a modern full-service facility. So going back to option 1, option 1 clearly aligns with the community feedback and future growth. It is the most complete investment of the sites for long-term potential. Option 1, again, offers no interruption of the existing arena use. It is a fully inclusive design for all ages and users, and it provides the programming that the public has requested. And also built in the flexible future program, partnership, and expansion. Option 1 transformed the site into a year-round hub for recreation, education, and community life. Here is a rendering of the proposed front entrance featuring a modern, transparent facade that promotes safety and accessibility. The design reflects the welcome and inclusive identity of the new arena and community center and library. This is another view of the main entrance, highlighting the drop-off area and pedestrian pathways. This is a view of the interior corridor, which double up as a seating area with a visual connection into the turf facility. is a rendering showing the proposed indoor turf facility that will replace the existing ice rink footprint. The turf facility can accommodate multi-field sports, including drop-in programs and non-ice program throughout the year. This is another view of the turf area, emphasizing the versatile and the potential of the partnership program with sports organizations and schools. This is a rendering featuring the new NHL-sized rings with a barrier view from the multi-purpose room and creating a separate entrance for the team and modern seating to accommodate larger audience. This is an alternative view of the rink showing the potential of hosting tournament, practice, and public skates year-round. Here's a concept of the library reception and circulation area designed to be open and accessible with staff being able to supervise across all zones. This space supports both quiet study and community interactions. This is a view of the proposed book stack and reading area with natural light, soft seating, and flexible shelving system to support children, teens, and adults alike. This reflects the vision of a modern, inclusive library that responds to digital and physical needs. Okay, thank you for the opportunities to work with the wonderful staff at the City of Niagara. We welcome your thoughts and questions as we continue to discuss about the future of this important community facilities.
Okay, thank you very much, Sherry. Council, we'll start with Councillor Newestag, Cario, and Lococo, please. No, you don't have to stand. Yeah. Okay, we got to turn that mic. Can you put it closer? Yeah, they're on. Just got to talk really close to it. Oh. Got it.
Okay.
Mine doesn't.
Is
have
it working? Oh, there.
Yep.
It's working. Through you, Mr. Mayor, and I think this question is going to be directed to the CAO. $70 million, being from Chippewa, I'm very thrilled to see this development, so well done, thank you. It's very impressive. However, the cost is also very impressive, and just to help us understand, where will the cost, like how is this going to be paid? I know we're grateful to the province for coming in with the $10 million, but it seems like a large project in terms of cost. And second question, I know we did the survey. Did we also ask the taxpayer, were they informed in terms of, I see that they had concerns about the cost. Were they also given the idea that, yes, you can have this facility, but there's a cost to it as well? So those will be the two questions I'll start with.
Thank you, Councillor. Through the Mayor, I'll start with your last question. There was, even in the survey, some concerns with regards to the cost, so I think that is a concern that's there. Secondly, I want to stress, this is the initial concept design. It's not, what you're passing today does not fix this completely. It's just, you know, whether we're going to go with a complete solution, which is option one, and we can pare that back a bit, and reduce the cost of that, or should we pursue one of the other solutions, which 2 and 3, which were not supported by the community, comes at a lower cost but less availability to that. So cost was a factor that some of the taxpayers had noted, and some of the stakeholders, even in the stakeholder meetings, noted. On the flip side, you know, realistically, we build these facilities every 40 or 50 years. So in some cases, you have to build it right the first time, otherwise you have deficiencies going forward. What I will say from a feasibility point of view, and Ms. Moldenhauer and Rob can, Rob likes to take the back seat when it comes to money, but he'll take the front seat when it comes to utilization. What I can say is that McBain Center is effectively a sold-out facility. We've improved our utilization there significantly. We know gym use, we can't get enough of it. And then the number one ask we get from sports groups are both cricket pitch and indoor training facilities for soccer, baseball, and lacrosse, and a few other ones. So that's why that conversion to a turf field was ranked quite high. So it is a tough question for council. Staff believe that option one is the preferred option from our point of view, from a utilization point of view. Staff also realizes that we will be reducing some of the initial designs down to lower the cost down to bridge that gap. How we're going to pay for it, realistically, it's $10 million from the province. We have some DC funding that will fund it also for the incremental items, and then the last part will be debt, and then that will be paid through the tax levy, likely either over a 25 or 30-year amortization. So it's a good question. It is a big number. That's what these institutions cost. We think because we're moving very quickly with it, and we're unfortunately entering a downturn in the economy, we're actually seeing our construction costs go down. So we think we can take advantage of some good pricing going into the market, in the next 6 to 8 months. So we hope to get that cost down, but we want to present, the conservative view to council.
Although the design, one more question through you, Mr. Mayor. The design's very impressive. Are there ways that we can be very practical? So, of course, my questions aren't to say not to do it. My questions are to say, how can we do this better and be more responsible to the taxpayer? So, are there ways that we can look at design build? So, I'm looking at some of these, and they're very impressive. They look like the library, for instance, looks very, very spacious with the soft seating. But are there things that are nice to have and maybe we don't necessarily need it at that level, that we can still achieve the overall outcome to having what the public's asking for, but not that extra margin of luxurious or not necessary items?
I agree with you, Councillor. We would be looking at that. We would be, I've used the term cheap and cheerful sometimes, but we will look at total cost of ownership on this building. So it's not just the capital cost, but it's the cost to operate the building over a 50-year period. So sometimes you can be, I'm old, and my grandmother, used to use the phrase, sometimes you can be penny wise and pound foolish, and you can reduce your upfront cost, but you end up running into a longer-term cost structure for that. So that will be the number one driver of the decisions made in the building. So our upfront cost could be potentially higher, but our long-term 30-year cost could be lower because of it. But we're not planning on going and winning an award for architectural design on this building. The community wants a highly functional building that meets the needs and is affordable to operate. And I think that will be our goals. I know not to take away from architects who like good design quality, and I know my planner here will like good design quality. We can, achieve that, but be very practical with that. And that's some of the things we'll enter into, and the approach that staff are asking to go into is different than a traditional design bid build, because then you design it, and you may design a great building, and then when you find out, when the builders get involved in it and the cost of construction, then you find out after the design that, ooh, maybe we made some bad design choices, that's going to add in the construction. And then you get into the maintenance aspect of it, and you sit there and go, oh, maybe we made some bad choices on that. The approach we're looking for has both the builder and the designer at the table at the same time with our operational folks, so that all three heads are at the table at the same time, and we make those decisions based upon a total cost of ownership approach. So what we're hoping for is, that we build a building that's practical, that comes in at good value for the taxpayer and meets the user needs. So I know it's a long answer, but that is the direction for this building. It'd be different than how we built some of our other buildings in the past, and that's the thing we'll focus on.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We've got Councillor Carrio, then Lococo and Dabrowski.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Burgess, could we have a detailed cost breakdown when it's not in the recommendations, but what you just were suggesting about what it's going to cost, the cost of the borrowing and the operational costs? Could we have an estimate of that when we come back to talk about it again before we make our final decisions?
Yeah, so the operational cost, that would be an estimate, but what we'll do is if we're paying more for something, we'll explain to council why it's good value. And I'm just making this up because I don't, but you may overinvest into your ice making plant because you pay a bit more upfront, but your maintenance cost or your repair cost will be less, or it has a longer life. So that might be a decision that, our operational team will make, or, certain types of building material. This floor, for example, in the exchange, it costs a bit more, but we can have roller skating on this, we can have a wedding on this, and the way it's built and maintained, it costs a little bit more in the upfront, but the maintenance and the usability is higher. So we'll go through that when we do the design and explain to council why we chose certain design elements in the initial one and why we justify them from a value point. So we'll do that. I also want to say that we're going to go back and what is proposed here, we're going to go back and have some hard discussions on, the total square footage and that when we have a bit better understanding of the budget. So we will bring, after we go through the design element aspect a bit, we'll bring that back for final council.
Yeah, because we run buildings similar, like we run arenas, we run the community center. I think staff should be able to give us a fairly accurate estimate on what it's going to cost to staff it up and on a yearly basis what it's going to cost us. I understand it'll be an estimate, but I think we got some shocks and some prizes on the Gale Center, on the other business. I don't think council was as well informed as we should have been, but when we approved those, on the ongoing costs. So I just would like to make sure that that's all included in all the discussions going forward. Thank you.
No, I agree with you, and that's why I'm stressing total cost of ownership on, that's what's going to drive the decision making. Because I agree with you, you get sold on a building and then you find out what the true cost is to operate that building afterwards. So I agree with you, but I just want to caution, they will be estimates at the upfront.
Thank you. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had a couple of questions from a resident. They were wondering, to keep the operating costs down, have we considered heat pumps and solar panels?
That would be a design feature that they go through during the design, that they'll make those evaluations on the cost of that. There's other energy recovery items you're seeing with some of the ice plants and that kind of stuff. And so just so that you understand, the team that we'll assemble for this will include ice operators, so Rob and his team, will include facilities folks like Travis, who does our facilities, our recreational folks. So we'll have that kind of perspective on it, and we'll evaluate those. And so you'll have all the decision makers in a room deciding it. It'll get to the estimates a lot quicker at that point in time.
Great, thank you. The second one is sort of in line with that. Would we consider permeable surfaces so there's no flooding in the parking lot? Instead of just having a concrete slab or asphalt, will we consider permeable surfaces? And again, I know it's the design stage, so I just wanted to put that out there. My question is, when does this need to start because of the grant? We have a $10 million grant, and when is the end completion dates?
It's 2028, I'm looking at Ms. Moldenhauer, is when we're to complete the project. So when does it have to start? Probably 6 months past. But that's why we're doing an accelerated approach to the design and the build. And that's why we're here to council. And listen, as staff, we know this is an odd ask. Like, we're asking you to approve something without all the details, but we are committed to bring back when we find those details out. But we're asking you essentially to set the direction, and then we'll have to go and work very hard to complete it on the timeline. It's a very, very tight timeline, but it is $10 million, so we're very much willing to work hard to get to that.
Okay, thank you. I guess that leads into my next question. if we approve this as is, you're going to go to the drawing board, you might come back with different estimates. Are we approving a $70 million project right now, or when it comes back and there's recommendations from staff, can we pick and choose what we want to get it down? This is a huge ask, and it's really difficult budget time, and it's a great opportunity for Chippewa, for Niagara Falls, for the library. It's a great opportunity. It's a great build, but the price tag is very worrisome. So I just want to ensure that what we're doing tonight, if we approve this report and your figures come back, could we approve a $55 million build? Can we change that?
The short answer is yes. What we are going to do is, as staff, we're going to come back with some reductions, and we're going to go down the path. The only thing I would say here is, we are approving option one, is what the real ask is tonight. Or council, like that is staff's recommendation. Council can say you can go option two or option three, and then we would set that in a different direction. But what we're asking for is, let's go to option one. Let's have that upset limit so that we're transparent that that is the upset limit, and our goal is to then reduce it to a lower amount from here on out. But if council says, listen, option one is too expensive, don't waste your time on that, let's go to option two or three, then our ask is make that decision tonight so we don't go 3-4 months down the road doing a bunch of work only because you never really wanted to support option one. But the goal would be, it's going to have to come in lower than what we're telling you tonight. That is the goal going forward, because this is the upset limit, and we need to drive something back to council for that. And council does then still have the right. The only caution I would say at that point in time is then the $10 million grant would be may be off the table at that point in time.
Thank you. Through the mayor, so if we decide on a $60 million option, is that $10 million off the table?
No, like if we're moving ahead and we're just changing components on this one, then no. And that's why, and if council wants to reduce anything tonight and give us direction on that, we're open to that, taking instruction tonight to say, yes, it's option one, but please delete this, or please reduce the size of this. Because it really comes down to a square foot cost and component cost. So that's what we're here to do. And again, it doesn't lock you into it, but it just does set staff in a much better focused direction.
Thank you. Through the mayor, I'm sort of thinking of an option 1A. I think there's a huge difference between option 1 and option 2, and I would like to look at other things that we can delete or be less expensive than the 70 million. So I'm not prepared to approve the 70 million with all of those bells and whistles, but I would like to see something closer to option 1 than option 2, but less expensive than the $70 million option. That leads me to my next question. Some residents have been asking, well, what is this going to cost me on my taxes? So if we look at a $65 million project with a $10 million grant and some potential development charges, how much annual tax would a resident have to pay from, say, a $40 million debt to a $60 million debt? And I've been speaking with our treasurer, and she has some figures if she can bring this up.
Ms. Clark.
Yep, Ms. Clark, did you want to?
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, a $40 million debenture for 30 years would be annual payments of about $2.6 million. The annual impact to the average household would be about $47 a year or $4 a month. Moving up to a $50 million debenture, you're looking at $60 a year or about $5 a month. And then a $60 million debenture, you're looking at about $70 a year, and that's about $6 a month.
Thank you very much. I'll have some comments after the questions, but those were my comments for now. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I've got Councillor Dabrowski, Strange, Peter Angelo. Oh, to that point, Councillor? Oh, I'm sorry, just before we start, Councillor Newestag, to that point?
Ms. Clark, you gave us the dollar value. What is the percentage? Because not everybody pays the same amount property taxes. So what is the percentage that it would be if we went with the 40 or 50 million over that time period?
Just give me 1 second and I will do that for you.
She said 2.2 million?
About $1 million is a percent for us, so at the high end, it's roughly 4%.
You're saying per year?
Yeah, no, it would only be impacted the first year, right?
Okay.
You would add it, the debenture to the levy. So for the first year, it'd be about a 4.3% if you had a $60 million grant. Sorry, not grant, debenture.
So 2028, it's 1.3.
So realistically, we won't have a $60 million debenture. And the other thing we'll do is we will, if we know we're going this way, we'll start to feather that increase in, because the debenture won't come until it's actually complete. But we'll start putting in, you know, 0.5 point a year, so it's less of a shock to the taxpayer in the year that the debenture comes online.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. So we got Councillor Dabrowski, then Strange and Pietrangelo.
Thank you. Is this on?
Yep.
Okay. First of all, through you, great presentation, thank you. It's a game changer for Chippewa, and I think it's a new chapter for Chippewa, and no matter what option we decide, I think it'll be a new hub for families and children and for residents of Chippewa moving forward for the next 50 years. So it's exciting that this is coming forward. A couple of questions. The $10 million that's coming from the province, I know it's on a timeline, as the CEO just mentioned. So if we were to say approve option 2, and I'm just thinking out loud, and to Councillor Lococo's point, option 1A, if we were looking at a fourth option, a hybrid option where, I don't want to call it a Frankenstein model, but if we approved something for $40 million, we utilize the province's 10, could we complete that project on the timeline and build a building that could be added onto, looking at an option 4, for instance, instead of looking at option 1 as the whole cabattle, but looking at potentially an option 4, which included 4 or 5 of the main priorities that the residents are looking for, with an opportunity to leverage and build on top of that, and have everything included that everyone's looking for. So maybe a fourth option can include the NHL-sized rink and two and three other options, and then for the 5 or 6 that we're omitting, could we build something where we're not relying on one mass building project, but we can add on to it? I don't know if that makes sense.
I'll have Ms. Ning comment. You run the cost of increased construction cost and increased challenges, because when you're designing the whole thing at the same time and you hire a contractor, they're going to price the whole project. If you only do one part of it, then you have to then design, then you have a new design, or things change in that period of time. So there is, you have greater construction risk at that point in time when you break the project up, and it won't be as quick, and it'll likely be more expensive. You have to remember, when you look at the components, the new hockey arena is the big chunk of it. So you put the new hockey arena, that's a brand new construction. Then when you look at essentially you're going to, demolish, or whatever you want to call it, the existing hockey arena and convert that into a floor, an indoor, in this case, turf facility. So that's essentially a reno. And then at the same point in time, the current change rooms, which are tiny and not AODA, that needs to be done all at the same time. And then you have the gymnasium component, the childcare component, and the library component. So, and because you want some connectivity between those buildings so they flow, you need kind of a master plan to be able to move that construction through. So my concern is, if you break it down into parts, you'll end up paying more, and and then frankly, if you have problems with the construction, I know I'm not supposed to use the term, But I always like to be able to have one neck to choke. If I have multiple pieces, I have multiple necks to choke, because the second phase construction, he's going to blame something on the first phase construction of why it's not working, and I can't sort out the differences. But I'll have Ms. Ning also provide comment.
Mistake?
Oh, I was just thinking with option one, again, it's a full-blown option. We did organize some of the elements where you can, at the perimeter of the building, that may be continue at a second phase. But to reiterate what he just said, there is additional cost to that. Whenever a contractor leaves the sites, you have to bring in a second contractor on site, and there's a lot of finger pointing after that words with warranty issues and things of that nature. So you can reduce option one, but you know that there's a cost to that, but it's down the road cost. So.
And just to be clear, this will be built in phases anyways, because the new arena has to be built while the existing one is operational.
That's right.
So it is already a phased construction project. It just will be bid and designed all as one. But the phases will follow one right after the other. And then we'll have input from the contractors on how best to phase that when we get into the design and construction bidding.
Okay, I can appreciate all that. My worry is that we're saying we're rushed. I'm not saying we're rushing this, but I heard that we have to act quickly and we're 6 months behind. So although it is a phased approach, could we look at option 1A or option 1B that kind of peels out that phased approach? And we're talking a lot of what ifs, but we can't forecast construction costs in the next 6 months or 12 months. They could go up, they could go down. So I could appreciate the three options that are presented in front of us. My concern is that option one is all of it, and option 2 and 3 don't provide the bulk of what the residents are asking for. So I'd like to see maybe that laid out a little further, but appreciate you answering my questions.
Well, in the end, you know what, council can make a motion. It doesn't have to be the recommendation that's here, and we can direct staff to go back with some of the comments and maybe trim what they've presented and come back to us. We just don't have a lot of time to play with. We're going to have to be really to the point.
Well, and to that point, when we are trimming, potentially we could look at additional phases later on down the road, and if budgets deem fit, then maybe we could look at implementing those. But I wouldn't want to look at the final design or the final option not allowing for those additional phases. But yeah, maybe that's something we can put on the table. Cheers.
Thank you. We've got Councillor Strange, then Peter Angelo.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question, great presentation, Ms. Ng. For the NHL pad, you mentioned the seating. How much seating is there around the arena?
I think we're looking at about 300.
About 300.
Yeah.
And what would be the difference from the current size to the NHL size? Like, that has it right now. Like, what, is this not an NHL size rink right now?
No, right now you do not have an NHL size. You're about 10 to 15 feet short of an NHL size.
I just think, for the possibilities of different teams, especially used to be the Chippewa Merchants, might be going back to that arena. I think we need some more seating, and if we can, reduce some of that square footage, whether it's is a junior C rink the same size as an NHL rink? I don't know.
Yeah, Mr. McDonald can comment on this, but for a junior C team, NHL size rink is appropriate. 300 seats would also be appropriate.
So maybe Mr. McDonald can help us understand the rink sizes. So maybe you can start off, what do we have at the Gale Center? What do we currently have at Willoughby, Chippewa Willoughby?
Yes.
And what are we proposing?
Thank you. Through the mayor, to the councillor. We, at the Gale Center, we currently have, in rink 1, there's 2,170 seats. It is an NHL size rink. All 4 ice sheets at the Gale are the same size. So they're all NHL size. At Chippewa Arena, it's, we have some bleachers and things. It's approximately 200 seats. Currently, my son actually plays on the junior C team, so I've been to many junior C rinks, and they range from 200 to 700-800. We have talked to the ownership group of the current junior C team, And, they are talking about the possibility of moving back, and the size that we have indicated so far is suitable for them. They like the idea of, a packed, smaller facility.
100%. Is there a possibility of putting some seating? I like the open concept, like almost the McBain Center, where it's open concept. As soon as you walk in, you can see everything happening because it's all clear glass doors and stuff like that. Is there somewhere where we can have a shared, I know that you have these little hallways and stuff like that, where you can have like a shared corridor lobby, snack bar, event space, and where you can actually gather people to actually be able to see the game from outside and not be inside the arena too, or is that a possibility of doing here?
Yes, through the mayor, there's a few options. So in any of the rinks at Chippewa Arena or at the Gale Center, there's natural like standing seating. So there's, you can get another couple hundred people around there. And then in the current design, and again, this isn't the detailed design, but the area that's in pink up the top there, that's a multi-purpose room that we're looking at. The rink side of that facility could be all glass, so that could offer some additional standing room, a room where they get an SOP and have an event, that type of thing.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I seen some of the, particular Junior B, Junior C tournaments or games when it gets close to the, to the finals or in the playoffs, they can get a lot of people. So I would hate to squeeze people out if we didn't have to. The other one is the ice trail. Is that a refrigeration pipes through the bottom of it, or is that just if it's good weather and winterized, we were able to make that ice?
Yes, through the mayor, that skating trail is something that staff, we indicated at the beginning to Sherry and her team as something to include. That is, it's a refrigerated pad. We have 7 natural outdoor rinks in the city. This past winter is a good example, but the 3-4 winters before that, we didn't get much use out of those. We had great use this past winter, but, that is something that, in our public consultation, people did like the idea of it, some people for sure, but when I hear, speaking about reducing items, that's definitely one thing that, in our conversations, that could be reduced from the project.
Yeah, because I just see that kind of, it's beautiful. Like, who wouldn't want that? And we would probably be one of the first cities to have that. I'm just thinking, to be cost effective and, it's really nice. But, if you can put something that's utilized, you say you got some parks that actually have ice service. I know the fire department helps water it too, so which helps out. But as well, if we need pickleball court, something that might be utilized better at that place instead of, I think a pickleball court would be amazing here as well if we can utilize that just even in the summer and spring and that instead of an ice thing that might cost a lot of money generating to try to get ice and water through there when the appropriate weather isn't there. Anyways, what about reducing square footage? I talked about, the maybe opening up as far as I saw the size corridors and stuff really thin, and I like that open concept, like I said about the McBain Center, where you can see everything that's going on, glass and such, where you can see everything going on. I see the square footage of the library, and is that the same compared to the McBain Center? Because it's a fairly good-sized library, and we know Chippewa needs a library, but I'm just thinking, if we can, you're looking at it now, there's a lot of open space in that, which we need, obviously. We need computers, you need everything like that, but, I think currently they're at almost 10,000 square feet, and if you compare you analyze how big the square footage is, like it's costing a lot to build that library. Do you know the size, or does someone know the size of the square footage at the McBain Center for the library currently?
Rob does.
Yeah, through the mayor, the size of the McBain Center is approximately 7,500 square feet.
Okay. So if we make it comparable, you lose 2,500 square feet, but you gain some other room, and I'm trying to figure out how we condense stuff, but still open stuff in other places, like the arena, potential Junior C tournaments in the future, and bringing that cost down. And I like the idea of Councillor Dabrowski with that kind of phased-in approach, where you can build everything we are now, have the space to it, but just adding to it as we can. We don't know what the future is going to. I'm sure costs are going to go up, but we don't know. And I just, I don't want to lose the 10 million, obviously, and start with that shell and what we're going to do with the arena, and come back with some, maybe that's squish square footage, maybe something better for the outside other than that. And I'll let every councillor weigh in, but other than that, that skating trail, I think, there's other avenues. We have a couple new trails. Well, we got the Millennium Trail, but we got NS&T Trail, where we can be doing cross-country skiing and other sort of outdoor stuff like that in the winter, weather permitting, where we don't need weather, refrigeration pipes. I think that's going to be, we had it at the Parkway at one time with the refrigeration, and I think it costs quite a bit of money to operate. So I'm just kind of looking at different ideas here, and I'll let some other councillors weigh in, but appreciate it's a great presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. McDonald, just while you're up there, how big, or do you know how big the former Chippewa Library was on Main Street?
Yes, and we have our library partners here as well, but the Chippewa branch was approximately 3,300 square feet. 3,300,
okay. Okay, thank you for that. Okay, so we're now moving to Councillor Pietrangelo, then back to Councillor Carrio, and then Patel. and then everybody else again.
Thanks, Your Worship. Just wanted to speak to the different design options, because I think staff is kind of looking for some direction. When I look at the 3 design options, design option 1 seems to be the only one where we're leaving the existing building there and building a brand new ice rink beside it. Would that be, I guess, the way that staff are looking at it?
Yeah, so there's 2 pressing problems. One is we're mostly sold out of ice time. So if we have to shut down the arena and lose 1 or 2 years hockey season, our Niagara Falls Minor Hockey will have to go get ice in other communities. So that is issue number 1. Issue number 2 is the demand for indoor recreational facilities is increasing significantly. So that was the other reason. So if to meet the demand for, like I said, whether it's pickleball, soccer training, training for cricket, all those different things, that's our other big demand push from a feasibility point of view. So being able to build a new arena that's full size keeps our existing arena going. The other issue is, even to move to a full-size hockey arena, and Rob can make more comments on this, you can't build within the existing footprint anyway, so you are then renovating more significantly that existing building. And then when you get into issues with the change rooms and all that stuff, you are starting to really you need to significantly modify the building. Though it is more cost effective, that's how staff looked at it. If we were going to keep hockey alive, we needed to build a separate one and do it at NHL size right from the beginning.
Yeah.
I don't know if Mr. McDonald wants to add to that, if I screwed anything up.
No, that was accurate.
Ms. Moldenhauer would like to weigh in as well.
Oh, you have to, for the TV, you have to go on.
Thank you. Is it on? Okay. The indoor turf facility was actually recommended in our 10-year recreation and culture plan. And the advantages, of course, of having the indoor turf facility as part of our arena complex is definitely we can have lower operating costs, because if you were to do a single indoor turf facility only, then you'd need an additional staff team. So there is some operational savings of building the arena pad and the indoor turf. The indoor turf, we get We get requests every single day, and people probably know that the indoor turf facility that our community is going to is in Welland, and people are really looking for an indoor turf facility. So from a staff perspective, the indoor turf was very important to us. And then, of course, with the gymnasium, we keep talking about pickleball. Pickleball is popular year-round. Basketball also is increasing in popularity, so definitely the option one obviously is staff's preference, but the gymnasium was also recommended in our 10-year plan. So we have looked at our 10-year plan and the recommendations, and we tried really hard to incorporate everything into one complex, and that will help down the road with our operational costs.
Okay, thank you for that. So when I look at the three options, I see option 2 and 3 as being a refurbish of the Chippewa Arena and then adding some amenities onto the sides of it. Option 1 is the only one where we're building a brand new arena and then utilizing the old arena for something brand new. That is the option that I like. Listening to a lot of the comments that have been from my colleagues around the table, they're talking about, is there any way that we can save money here or save money there? And I think it really comes down to a matter of needs and wants. What do we need and what do we want? As I look at some of the design features here, I honestly believe that they're wants, whereas the main components, I think, are the needs. Keeping the old arena, building a brand new arena, building a brand new library. I'm a very big fan of multi-purpose facilities, having been part of, I guess, all the major municipal facilities that we have right now, that being the McBain Center, the Gale Center, this place, the Exchange that we're in right now, even the new museum. I mean, I've really come to love the fact that the McBain Center is the one that is truly a multi-purpose facility, the one where a family can go and the parents can go and they can do an exercise class, or they can go swim some laps, they can go into the gymnasium, play some pickleball or basketball, whatever the case might be. Their kids can go to the library, or the kids can go work out as well. Creating multi-purpose facilities really should be our future. And looking back at what we did at the Gale Center, I wish that we would have done it there. And I don't know whether or not there's even an opportunity in the future to bring more services into the Gale Center so that we can make that a true multi-purpose facility as well. That being said, I'd love to see some a la carte approach to this, whether you break out certain things and say, if council wishes to drop this, that's 3 million. If council wishes to drop that, that's 5 million. I mean, I'd love to be able to make those decisions unless our CAO just wants to come back with a design. I think he's got enough feedback really from us that he's going to come back with a scaled down version of this. And then the other thing that I wanted to ask about is the DC eligibility. I know that because we're actually replacing an arena, that new arena will not qualify for DCs. Because we're replacing a library, that new library, or even the size of the library that we had there, will not qualify for DCs. But in my opinion, we should be putting everything else forward into I guess, our DC bylaw so that it's eligible to be paid for by development charges. And if that means that we have to take an existing project that's already in our DC bylaw and swap it out for one of the ones that we have here in our new design for Chippewa, then I'm all in favor of doing that as well. I will take a look at the projects and I'd happily swap one out so that we can use some DC money. I think the goal here would be to get the capital cost down as far as we can, without sort of losing the multi-purpose effect of the facility, and then also to try to get the operational cost down as well. Later on in our agenda, I mean, we have a couple reports. One is our budget presentation, the other one is our tax arrears. While they really don't relate to these projects directly, they do have an indirect relationship to them. I mean, staff are asking us for a capital levy somewhere in between 1% and 4.5%. Right now, council has the ability to say, okay, even though you wrote in the report that you want 3%, we're only going to give you 1% this year. Depending on what we approve here, we might not have that option in the future. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Great comments. Councillor Carrio, then back to Patel and Lococo.
Thank you, Worship. I like Councillor Peter Angelo's comments about want, needs. I want the facility. I don't want my taxes to go up for 4% or 3% or whatever. But my question really was relating to, have we given any thought to a design build where we would say what we want in the facility, a ballpark idea on what we want to spend, and then ask for design builds, like an RFP?
Mr. CAO?
Yeah, thank you through the chair. We've reviewed design build and a 3P. Our recommendation is what's before you, which is not dissimilar to a design build, but the challenge with a design build currently in the marketplace is there's no bidders for them. Under this one, you get the same type of concept where the design and the contract and the owners are working at the same time, at the same purpose, like for the same purpose. So you don't have the issue with a design bid build where each is a unique step and each brings its own risk to it. So there hasn't been a design build of, recently in the marketplace because bidders aren't bidding on them. So we did look at it. That was one of the first things we did when we reached out to some of our consultants on that matter. That was where I was heading, but then they informed me you're not, and there was, I can't remember which city went out for a design build, and they received no bids. They had to convert to this process. So that was the market research we've obtained. So this one gives us some benefits, gives us some pretty good control. And there are efficiency gains can be shared between the three parties under this process also.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Patel, then Lococo.
Mr. Mayor, I fully support the state-of-the-art community center and this project is needed. Our residents do deserve accessible, modern, and recreation space. That said, I do agree with Mr. CEO that we don't need to be an architectural race to be most iconic or expensive. I want a facility that works, serves people, and is financially stable. We only have $10 million in the grants. If other grant, fundraiser, or naming rights fall short, that gap becomes debt. And debt becomes property taxes and service cuts. We have responsibility to protect against that. When we took the survey, our residents did take the survey. They agreed to option one, most of them, but I am not sure if they actually understood the commitment, financial commitment they're making to this option one. So I would like to see an option that serves the 90% of the purpose and cost is about 80 to 85% than what is presented here, and have taxpayers say in it if they are comfortable paying maybe 1%, 1.5% over the regular tax levy for this state-of-the-art facility. Because seeing the pictures, understanding the plan, it's easy to get excited and easy to be on board to get a new facility. But we have to hear from people who are going to bear the cost, who are going to be paying for it. Are they okay to pay this much extra for this facility? We are in need for facility, and I do agree we need to figure out our needs versus wants. Most of the options they're presented in option one, most of them are needs. There are a few of them are wants, but there's nothing wrong with getting some wants with the needs too. I do personally really like the idea of ice skating trail, because some other cities have it and that's a huge success. Indoor turf field, that has been asked around for a while, and I do agree with Ms. Moldenhammer, because there's so many people have asked for the indoor turf field because they have to go to Welland. So these are the some takeaway I would like the consultants to take it away from and come back with a cheaper option. And I understand Mr. CEO is asking a commitment in principle, but when we fall short from lots of other funding options, there will be lots more to deal with. For example, the way our economy is going right now, interest rates will be rising, and inflation's higher, and we will be in worse conditions, especially the way our trade war is going. So we need to take all this in consideration. I would like to see risk analysis. What happens when this falls short, and what happens when interest rates goes up? What will be the debt servicing charges every year? So I want to see the detailed explanation before we can commit to anything. And I do understand we're not committing to anything, but I think approving $70 million in principle, I find that's just a big number to approve just in one meeting. And we need to have a little more feedback and a little more understanding before we can approve $70 million. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. We've got Councillor, did you want to this point, Councillor Dabrowski? No? Okay. Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My concern is the $70 million cost as well and how much it's going to cost the taxpayer. I think that the survey would have been more valuable to our residents and to us if they knew what the cost was. You can pick whatever you want as your bells and whistles. You know, if we go out to buy a car, you look at the most prettiest, the ones with the bells and whistles, and then reality sets in and you start knocking off all of the options. And I think that's where we are as well. Our budget projection report, this came up a little bit earlier, is from 3.5 to 8% for both operating and for our capital this year. We need to be fiscally responsible. Our 2024 year-end receivables of unpaid taxes is $34 million, which is $10 million more than the pandemic. Some of our residents are really struggling, and there are other municipalities out there putting a pause on recreation because they're in the same boat. I know it's in our 10-year plan, recreation plan, but I think at this stage we need to start analyzing our plans, because that was over 10 years ago that we wanted to do things, and the plan had all of the wants and needs at that time. Today might be a little bit different. So again, I will bring up that I think we really need to look at all of our expenses and analyze them, start from scratch, it's called a zero-based budget, and figure out where we need to be. When we get this information that comes back, could we also look at potential revenue estimates? We talked about having an NHL rink with tournaments. What kind of revenue is going to be coming in? I know that's not going to be the capital part of it, but that will be the operating costs. And I know that the CAO said that he would come back with some operating costs. And I definitely want to approve something in Chippewa. It's just not a $70 million price tag for me.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, the CAO is going to weigh in, and I'll come back to Councillor Dabrowski, and then I'm going to look for some direction on a motion.
Yeah, so I just want to make 2 points. One is, I think this is a classic debate when we talk about asset management policy about it. When the Willoughby Arena was built, and if Council of the Day said, I'm going to put $200,000 a year or $250,000 a year away, 55 years later, we'd be able to pay for the arena. And, you know, at the end of the day, the arena will lose money. Chippewa is a very efficient arena, but it loses about $250,000 a year. You know, McBain is a very efficient building. We lose money on McBain. We're not going to make enough money to replace that. We do have to put the cost in. So this is why, to some extent, the government is putting asset management in because of the debates that we're having here tonight. So I want to make that one point. The second point is, you know, staff is here for direction, and we want to get a general sense of it. Are we going with a fulsome facility that's going to meet the needs? And we will come back with savings. I want to, you know, I put in, you know, what I would consider the upper end, and I want to come back with, you know, options for council to approve something lower. But I don't want to have any misconception that we're going to go from a $70 million budget down to a $40 million budget and you're going to get everything that's there. A single pad's going to cost you $22 million. That's just the way it's going to go. But we just need direction to say, yeah, okay, soccer, pickleball, baseball guys, no, we're not providing those facilities. And that's fine, that's council. Then we can go away and hammer away on an ice surface. It's really going to be that. But you're going to be, you know, frankly, you're going to be somewhere between, you know, $25 or $30 million or into the $60 million range for a 50 or 60 year facility. And it's just how much use do you want to get out of that facility? And I think what you need to really look at is, Or, you know, quite frankly, you can say, no, it's at its end of its life. We'll go to 4 ice pads. I'll save a $300,000 a year and not have an asset management obligation for Chippewa also. That's the other unstated option here is we have 4 ice pads. You don't need, you know, we need it for demand, but you don't. We just need some of that direction. And I think from the way I look at it or the way the staff looks at it is whether I'm borrowing, you know, if I'm borrowing $50 million, it's $4 a month. If I'm if I'm borrowing $25 million, it's $3.25 a month. And at the end of the day, it's, you know, what do you want out of that facility and what is the total, you know, what is the total cost? So if council sends us direction tonight to say, just build a hockey arena, then we can go and build the hockey arena. If you say we really want, you know, some indoor recreational facilities and we do want a library, come back with a reduced size on those, we'll go away and reduce the size. The outdoor skating rink was a bit of a, that was something that was there originally, but staff already privately was kind of crossing that off the list anyways. But we did want to have full disclosure because that's what went out to the public. And so therefore we as staff, we've already kind of made a list of where we think we can go, but we want to go back and find that, but we don't want to speak ahead of council. So now's time's council for if you can send us with clear direction of what things you would like to drop or you would seriously consider dropping, then we would go back and come back with a revised plan within the by next cycle, because time is of the essence and we need to move on.
To
Okay. Yep. To that point.
Yeah,
Yep.
is that okay? Because you talked a little bit about, you know, does hockey, you know, tournaments make money? You know, none of it makes money. We do it for the taxpayers. We do it for them, get an option to get out and play, whether it's soccer or hockey. Hockey, does it make money? Pickleball, tennis, the library, transit, baseball, any of them make money? No. So you do it because the people need it, people want it. And when you talk about wants and needs, right? And it costs the taxpayers money, but they get to enjoy those. And it's not going to make the city money.
Yep. No, you're right. Good point. I've got Councillor Dabrowski, and then I'm going to look for a motion from council. It's obviously we're going to send this back, but just some specific direction around that.
Yeah, great discussion around the table. I'd like to see an a la carte version or an option come back to council. There's no arguing or debating that not only do we want this facility, Chippewa needs it, so it's a little bit of both. We're throwing out, I'm hearing a lot of big numbers being thrown out, tens of millions of dollars. What I don't see attached is the cost for the library, the cost for the new ice rink. What's the cost per square foot to renovate the existing ice rink into turf? So if we come back with another report, I would love to see a little more detail on what the cost per square foot is. I think option 1, you're looking at $700. Option 2 and 3, if you do quick math, it's $500. But if we come back with that a la carte option, we'll give you the direction you need as council, but I think staff needs to come back with a little more detail on cost per square foot, some a la carte items that we can pull from, and then I think we'll be able to make a smart decision around the table for our residents.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Patel.
Oh, that's okay. Before I make a motion, I would like to hear from maybe Mr. CEO or maybe from Ms. Moldenhauer. Like, are they really looking for picking the option? Because I do understand that if you give them that, if we like option when we want to go ahead with it, because they need some kind of direction which way we want to go. So I think that is what exactly you're looking for, not a la carte, but you are looking for what option we are looking for, right?
Yeah, thank you through the chair. And I do want to just make one minor correction. We've said it a few times. This is not a Chippewa facility. This is a City of Niagara Falls facility. This is a city-wide facility. I'm a resident of Chippewa, but I'm also a resident of Niagara Falls. And this will be a city-wide facility, no different than the Gale Center. So I just want to stress that because this would be a big focal point for the community as a whole. A la carte is difficult to provide. We can give some rough estimates, but it's really programming. The decision is really around programming. Do you want the gymnasium? Do you want the AstroTurf? Do you want, I'm assuming the hockey arena is a go, and then it's what do you want? And then the library, if it's a go, it's, I think we have to come back with options on the total square footage of that library. And because, you know, how you're going to reduce cost here is by reducing the square footage. The square footage is the biggest driver of cost. Whether I put a hardwood floor into it, to the arena, or a turf, you know, it's not really going to make a huge difference. And so it's really about, you know, which items do you want to see drop? And I think you can almost look at it the other way. What does council feel comfortable with dollar-wise? And let us go back and come back to you with options on how to meet that dollar budget. So if you're comfortable with a max of 50 million of total price, so a $40 million total debenture, you know, then let us go and work on those options to maximize that out. Because if you say, oh, I want to drop the library or I want to drop this, you have to factor in the total cost of the total design at that point in time. So I think from staff's point of view, we'd rather have you tell us which things you don't want to do, or if there is an upset limit to the budget that you'd like us to come back with options, then we could work with that. That would be more, that would be easier for us to give you better information.
Mr. Mayor, for me, it's not just the dollar value. Like, for example, if we can go 50 million and 10 million grants in there, 40 millions, what does it get us? Because we don't want to be here in 10 years from now and expanding the facility. So we have to be careful what we pick. I understand the number is very high right now, but we need to think 10 to 20 years down the line, how are we going to deal with this? So I'm not sure what everybody else feels about the number. So maybe let's see if anybody else has idea, because I would feel comfortable maybe around 55, 60. That would be my idea, but let's see what everybody else feels.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to go to Councillor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I think I said from the start that I like option one. I like option one because we're not just replacing Chippewa Arena, but we're adding a new arena to the side, and then we're keeping the old arena and repurposing it for some type of space. I love the idea of indoor space. If I had my choice, I would probably go with a gymnasium. I think a gymnasium is very multifunctional. You can play pickleball during the day or basketball, and you know, at nighttime, if you wanted to bring in groups, groups are going to use it as well. So that would be my preference. In terms of a dollar amount, I was thinking of less than 50 million, and I don't know if that's possible, but I will let the CAO work his magic and then come back. So for myself, I mean, if I had to decide, I would go with a brand new arena. I would go with repurposing the arena that's there, and I would go with the library. So that would be my choice.
Okay, thank you for that. Yes, Councillor Newstag.
It's on? Okay. So what I'm hearing everyone say, option one, and obviously the public and staff and council are saying option one meets what people are looking at. What I'm also hearing loud and clear is nobody likes the price tag. So it's no different than when we're at home and we want something, but we can only afford so much. We come back to the drawing board and say, okay, how much can we still want this, but we just need to kind of pull back on some things. So what if we went back, kept with the option one, but just said, maybe we don't need all this square footage, we don't need this, we can downsize, and then let that number dictate, like, rather than us just throwing out a number because we don't really know what the cost is, come back and say, scale down what still makes our purpose here, and then see how what that number can look like.
So what I need is a motion. That's what I actually need.
Okay, so can I put
Yeah,
a motion
you still have the floor.
That we go back to, my motion is that we go back to looking at option one and really do that. What's nice to have, like as Councillor Pietrangelo said, the wants versus needs. What do we really need? We need a library, but how do we make that library functional, but maybe not that space, because everything's based on square footage. So just to scale, just to revisit and how we can trim down what we are overspending. And there's always different alternatives.
So I just want to go to staff. How granular do you want us to be with this motion? I think you've heard all the comments, and it seems to me, if I could kind of summarize what I've heard tonight, option one is the preferred option. but 70 million's too expensive. And they're saying cut back, cut size, make things smaller. And if I can just give my 2 cents as well, I think the first priority is the arena, because that's number one, what it is and what we're replacing. And then I'd say after that is the gym turf field, because I can tell you based on the calls we get at the city, people that want a place for their soccer, their baseball, their lacrosse, their cricket, all their sports in the wintertime, because there's less facilities around the region now. There's a need and a demand, and I think an opportunity to generate revenue, right? Because we rent the fields, and we're going to rent this. And of course, the library, we're replacing the library. That's a priority. Maybe that size we've got in there is over the top. It's bigger than anything we have in the city right now. So maybe we get something more to scale, like half. And then the other thing we didn't talk about is naming rights. There could be a potential for naming rights. And I've already got some ideas of some people that I was thinking of. And because the other thing we got in the ice trail, with all due respect to the ice trail, the Parks Commissioner building one. How many ice trails do we need in the city? I mean, for me, that's a want, or that's not a need. And for me, that's a frill. I'd be happy to see it go away and let the parks do something like that, something that they're really good at. My bigger concern, I'll be honest, our roads need some serious attention in this city. And we're going to be talking about that later tonight. And I want to make sure that we're leaving money for that, because the calls I get, most of them are based on roads. And then I'd say this is a little further down the road. So I just want to go back to our staff. What more do you need? What kind of a motion do you need that gives you what you need to go away and come back to the next meeting in August?
Through the chair, what I've heard, and council can correct me, but it sounds like option one is the preferred option, but we need to slim down the budget and look for reduced size and reduced cost. And then, you know, we will see if we can potentially carve out some other options at that point in time if you want a further reduction to the total cost at that point in time. But we'll move ahead with multi-purpose facility and then provide some further options for further cuts.
So do you want to make that as your motion, Councillor Newstead? Second, Councillor Pietrangelo. So I'm going to come back to the council. And the one other thing, I'll come to you, Councillor Lococo, next. Excuse me, then Councillor Dabrowski. The other thing to point out for anyone who's been watching what's happening, construction cost is way down right now. From what it was last year, it's significantly down. It's a good time because there's a major glut in the building around the condo markets falling apart in the major centers. And it's a good time to build something if you can build it. You're going to get much better pricing, certainly, than you would have 1 to 5 years ago. So I'm going to go to Councillor Lococo and Councillor Dabrowski. Did you still have your hand up after Councillor Lococo?
I'm good. I just wanted to make a point to Councillor Pietrangelo's comment earlier about the Gale Centre and planning for expansion. No matter what option you come back with and you propose, hopefully there's also room for expansion. It's like when you're building a house and you're doing your electrical work and eventually you don't have the budget for it today, but you want to put a hot tub in down the road or a pool in down the road, you prepare your electrical panel for future use. So no matter what option you can come back with, I'd love to see that square footage price, because we're talking about how building costs are down. Right now it's at $700. I don't know if that's for the rental or for the new build, but I'd love to get that number. And then just always keeping in mind, no matter what we do, we plan for future expansion as well, even though it's a new facility or a hybrid facility.
So the headline's going to read that you want a hot tub at the new arena, just for clarity. Yeah.
Or a cool tub or a cold tub.
Sure. Councillor Lococo.
I think you still like that side of the room, Mr. Mayor, because I've had my hand up for a while. But anyway, looking at future, as Councillor Patel was saying, where are we on the wastewater treatment plant? Because if we don't get that water treatment plant, we're not going to be able to build more homes. Chippewa right now is the fastest growing community in Niagara Falls. If we can't build more homes, does that have an effect on this build about investing so much money now because we think it's going to grow and grow and grow? Where are we on the wastewater treatment plant?
Well, Mr. Nicoll, did you want to take a stab at this, or It's the big question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to the councillor. We are fully supporting Niagara Region on that build. We are working on some government relations to try to seek the federal funding. Niagara Region is going fast and furious with their designs and detailed designs, but it will ultimately be a funding program, a funding limitation. So we're working as hard as we can to try to clear that. We know it's about a 5-year build time as well. So the sooner we can get the funding, the sooner we can get to the build and get it going.
Okay, thank you. I just want to keep that in mind, that if that doesn't happen, our plans are a little bit skewed from where we thought they were.
It has to happen because we won't be building houses if we don't get that funded.
North Thorold or St. Catharines.
Or Thorold, or St. Catharines, or Niagara on the Lake, because there's pressure on all the pumping stations, so we need it. Councillor Carrier.
Yeah, I certainly support the motion, Your Worship, but I agree with you. I'd like to do this in conjunction with the other aspects of our budget. I mean, I'd hate to find out that, you know, we decided that we were going to build something that cost the taxpayers an extra 2, 3, 4 points, and then find out that we got some other problems when we get to our budget in our roads, fire, all kinds of other things that we got to look at. I don't want to look at this in a tunnel. I like to look at it in conjunction with all the other things that we have to face. So I'll support the motion for the top.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we're all good. We've had enough discussion. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimously approved. That didn't take long. Thank you. All right, thank you, Sherry. Sherry, thank you. Okay, next up is 7.2, appointment request. We've got Stephen Sues. He's requested to address council on 2 matters, 1 victims of crime and 2 Indigenous reconciliation. Is Mr. Sues, are you there? Oh, what is that? You see their screen? What's that on the screen? Whoops. Whoops. Mr. Sues, are you there? We saw the golden
yes, I am,
goat.
Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we do. Sorry about that. Okay. Yeah. All right. Thank you. I don't know if you. Okay, you can. We can hear you just fine. It's a 5-minute presentation limit. So welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you for your indulgence, Mayor Diodati, and I'm glad to be back at Niagara Falls City Council to discuss 2 motions, one being for victims of crime and one on Indigenous reconciliation, which does not get a lot of attention from our local politicians. So I'm here as a proud Métis person tonight to change that dynamic. I really appreciate the hard work that Niagara Falls City Council does for mental health, homelessness, housing, and addiction. They've been a fierce ally for these issues by declaring the state of emergency. Of course, you're all aware that I fought for the state of emergency for years with my dear friend, Councillor Wayne Campbell, who unfortunately passed away. And of course, I, like many others, am still grieving his loss. But he's left a giant legacy on our region and our city. And without him, there would be no emergency and people wouldn't have gotten the help that they need and deserve. So I just want to quickly go over some of the provisions of the motion. In the victims of crime motion, the most important aspect is to make the sex offender registry public. We name drunk drivers in the press, but these dangerous offenders against children, they get to hide behind the registry that's private, and members of the public should have access to that so they know if there are dangerous predators living in their community. You can read through the specifics of the motion because I do only have 5 minutes, so you can review that at your leisure. But what I'm asking for is to endorse the Community Watch program that's before Niagara Regional Council, thanks to NRPS Police Chief Bill 40. He's certainly a change maker in policing in the area. And I'm asking Council to also endorse a committee for mental health and addictions at the Niagara region. along with providing mandatory resources for victim services for victims of crime, and that it be reflected in police reports, because this often gets overlooked and only certain people sometimes get the resources and not everyone does or knows about them. So we have to change that. In terms of the Indigenous reconciliation motion, once again, I'm a proud Métis person on my paternal grandfather's bloodline. My family name is Millette. They can be found on the Métis registry. And I'm asking for more mandatory education in the provincial curriculum for Indigenous studies to address the dark legacy of colonialism, residential schools, and intergenerational trauma. I'm asking for a memorandum of understanding enshrined in a new bylaw in Niagara Falls so that Indigenous people are properly consulted on the issues, especially pertaining to mental health, homelessness, and addiction, which Indigenous people are disproportionately affected by. I'm also asking for Niagara Falls to ask the federal government to consider hosting an Indigenous, I'm asking Niagara Falls to consider hosting an Indigenous summit. I think that would be a great chance at further education of Indigenous issues. I'm asking for them to ask the federal government to scrap the paternalistic and racist Indian Act that refers to people like me as mentally defective. I'm asking for an Indigenous healing treatment center in Niagara region, like many other areas do, with federal support. So that's a really big one, and I've been really vocal on that front. I'm asking for the creation of a provincial Indigenous mental health mobile crisis unit. I'm sure many of you have seen the articles on that front. I've been pushing for that for years now, and I want that to come to fruition. I will continue to stand up for missing and murdered Indigenous people, especially women and two-spirited people, by asking the federal government to create a new employment insurance category for the families of missing loved ones. Due to my advocacy for these issues, I was successful in getting more time allocated for families from their jobs who were experiencing the loss of a loved one due to being murdered and missing. So that, I'm very proud of that. I want to do more research on the practice of profiling Indigenous people with the police. So I want the part about the police files to be struck off the motion, but I certainly endorse the fact that Niagara's detox service should be private rooms and not a communal room. As somebody who's experienced addiction, mental health, homelessness, I can tell you that it's a terrible experience for strangers to watch you withdrawing off drugs. It does not support human dignity. And once again, it's in the Indigenous motion because of how people are disproportionately affected in my community on these issues. Mayor Diodati, it's been a pleasure working with you for probably more than actually a decade. I've really enjoyed it. We've tried to get the region to support more preventative drug education for these issues and more hours dedicated to the curriculum. Mayor Diodati, let's not give up this fight. I think we have something here. And now, Mayor Diodati and Council, I would like to take questions, and I want to give specific thanks to Councillor Mike Strange for consulting with me and being a supportive figure in the community and fighting for visible minorities. I wish nothing but the best to Councillor Strange, and I know he will continue to do so no matter what, and the rest of Council, of course. And let's honor Wayne Campbell's legacy tonight and continue to fight for people. And I hope that Council will consider the motion immediately following questions and my delegation. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you, Mr. Seuss. I've got Councillor Lococo's got the first question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's not really a question. I just wanted to review about some of the things that Mr. Seuss brought forward about the Indigenous reconciliation motion. I'd like to thank him for bringing his concerns. I do believe that we need to be doing more and doing better with Indigenous relations and reconciliation. In December of 2023, the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee brought forward a motion regarding the land acknowledgement, and at that time the matter was referred to staff. Our CAO said he would postpone the report and check with legal counsel, and I was asked to forward my comments to staff. I spoke to two of our Indigenous leaders within the community, and they had some comments regarding the acknowledgement, so I did forward them. In July of 2024, I connected with Hallie Irwin, the Director of Development Community Engagement, regarding the Niagara Regional Native Center, and she was going to be reaching out to all of the Niagara municipalities. I followed up with the Native Center, and they've been working on some internal projects before they could connect. So I've been working with her since then to try to work towards a memorandum of understanding. I did bring up a memorandum of understanding before, and it was stated that we are in contact with our Indigenous communities. At that time, I was told that we've only had one meeting with the Indigenous communities. So at the last meeting, I was asked to send the email of all of that information back to our clerk and back to our CAO, which I did. And I've been patiently waiting about where we're going from here.
Councillor,
So
how does this relate to
here's
Mr.
my motion.
Seuss?
Here's the motion, because it is in relation to what he...
So, but he has a motion that he's asking us to endorse. So that's what we're dealing with. We're not dealing with another motion. We're dealing with his motion.
Could you please listen to my motion, and it involves his motion? My suggestion would be that Mr. Seuss's report be referred to staff to contact the Niagara Regional Native Center and Fort Erie Native Friendship Center to collaborate on how the City of Niagara Falls can partner and have meaningful relationship and how to move forward with reconciliation. It encompasses everything that Mr. Seuss said, but it involves the two Native centers within our community. I don't think that we can make those decisions without speaking to those communities.
Well, we'll go. Mr. Seuss, did you hear those comments, and what are your thoughts?
Yes, I thank the councillor for her comments, and I think it's important to consult the two centers, the Fort Erie Native Friendship Center and the Niagara Regional Native Center, but let's not put off this important motion tonight. I know in my heart that those centers, because I've worked alongside them for a long time, would support everything reflected in that motion, and we need their voice, because I was joined by Fort Erie Native Friendship Center when I was advocating to Ontario Health for the Indigenous Mobile Mental Health Crisis Unit. We can't wait for these things anymore. I mean, we've been waiting forever. So though I appreciate the intention of the councillor's request, I fear that it would delay important Indigenous reconciliation actions.
To that comment, but over the weekend, I've been in contact with Phil Davis, who is the Cultural Resource Coordinator at the Niagara Regional Center, and he has said that there's been no communication with Mr. Seuss or with their organization, so I would be very reluctant to approve the motion as is. There's a lot of things in there that we don't know exactly how they're going to impact, and many Indigenous people said, if you are going to speak about us, please include us. And one person, having an Indigenous person on the line, Mr. Seuss, is great, but I think we need to go into a bigger community to get their opinion. So although the motion is great and I support where we're going, we need to include those two places.
Now, would we add in and refer to our staff as well?
Yes, that was my motion, was to refer Mr. Seuss's report to our staff to contact those two organizations and work towards all those things that Mr. Seuss had in there.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Councillor
Yeah,
Strange?
thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Stephen Seuss. Thank you for coming in, and very brave of you. Obviously, you've had a history in mental health, homelessness, and addiction, as well as being Indigenous. I don't mind Lori Lococo's motion to refer to staff. I like to refer to staff of the victims of crime as well. if we could do that as well.
Is that
Councillor
friendly
Lococo?
amendment, Councillor Lococo?
Yes, that was, that's fine. I just thought we were dealing with the motion separately, so that's why I only spoke to the one. Because they are listed separately on the agenda, and I just spoke to the
Well, if we can
Indigenous
group
one.
them together, you know,
Sure.
again, I'd like to just thank Stephen for coming down here, and I know he knows a lot about this, so it'd be nice to get them in touch with, you know, the Indigenous community, and as well, I believe, you know, these victims of crime, the people who have done this, whether it's, you know, DUI or stuff in the news that, you know, you don't like to read about, but, you know, you need the safety for the community to go on and find out who these people are, and they don't name them, but they'll name anybody else and for doing something mediocre or not true. Anyway, Stephen, thank you so much, and I'll second that motion, Councillor Lococo.
Okay, thank you for that. Do we have any other discussion to the motion? Okay, seeing none, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Mr. Suze, thank you very much for being online with us.
Thank you, Mayor Diodati.
Thank you. Okay, 7.3, appointment request, Canada Association of Tourism Employees. So Halden Austin. Is Halden Austin, is he? Oh, right in front of us. There we go. Great. Welcome, Mr. Austin.
Testing. Good evening, Your Worship. It's really an honor to be here this evening and have the pleasure to talk to you and to consult you. I want to also express my appreciation for being in the presence of some distinguished guests, Madam Lococo, Madam Patel, Mr. Dobrowski, Mr. Strange, Mr. Carrier, and I hope I pronounced that name right, Westy, and Pietrangelo. Sir, you alluded to a point earlier, which we would love to endorse, the opportunity.
I just have to point out it's a 5-minute time limit. Yeah, thank you.
Quite aware of that, sir, because we sent you a letter on the 11th, and it was a bit long, so we somewhat shortened it to this 5 minutes presentation, so we are well aware of that 5 minutes. And I believe that, sir, the point you mentioned earlier in your announcements with the world coming to visit us next year, I think we need to add to our proposal, because our initial proposal was $1.5 million to enhance and to beautify the tourism mecca that is right now in Niagara Falls. We call it the mecca because you have a significant product here, as in the waterfalls, and those waterfalls is in the top 20 attractions in the world. Depends on which website you look at. It can be in the top 10. Our mandate and our plan as a membership association, not a union, as some people have been associating us with, we're just here to empower and to uplift and to enhance the tourism industry, and by extension the workers, and by extension this lovely country, Canada. So initially we sent you that $1.5 million proposal. We have the capacity to generate 90% of that fundraiser, sir. So we're just looking for partnership and support of approximately 10%. You have recommended us to talk to the Economic Council, Development Council. We have that meeting scheduled this week. The subsequent proposals have increased a little bit, but really and truly, sir, we believe that Niagara Falls can multiply its attractions and the tourism growth significantly by just doing a couple of things that we put in that proposal to you, which I would go over briefly. We believe that some signs, digital signs around the falls can help our visitors find their way and also have some Wi-Fi connection. These are the digital signs, ladies and gentlemen, that you would see at McDonald's and those fast food restaurants, the external signs. We also are proposing that we have some laser lights in the trees opposite the falls. We believe that that is a bit dark on that side, and those laser lights would also add to some attraction and to some visitors' exponential growth. We also would like to propose some street lights, the color LED string lights from pole to pole, to add to the ambience of the falls and to add to that overall illumination of the falls. We likewise find that the garbage can do some work, and we are proposing to have 2 of our staff full-time with this fundraising project dedicated to operating this mechanical sweeper to enhance the tourism sidewalks and wherever you go in the falls to have it as pristine as possible. Likewise, we have 10 additional tours and attractions we would like to add to the overall tourism attractions in the falls. The two that we sent in the letter yesterday was a cabaret. We think the cabaret needs to come back, sir. The golf carts, there's a possibility for golf carts to take people around the falls. We believe that as ambassadors to help with tourists finding their way and any assistance that can be rendered. We believe, sir, that we need 24 events during the summer, once a week, to bring that additional attraction, that additional push and pull for our discerning visitors. And painting, sir, we believe that within this budget we can paint some buildings with the permission of yourself and the owners of these buildings to make it a little bit more attractive, a little bit more special. Likewise, sir, the murals, I love that mural that you have at the LCBO. We can extend that to some other buildings that are either constructions that are in process or have standstill. And also the sidewalks can do with some additional landscaping as well. Sir, we have a cadre of newcomers and tourism maintenance staff that will go on furlough just now. We can do these projects in a couple of weeks. We have a mandate, a different business modus operandi that we can work 12 hours a day, 7 days a week to get this one of the best attractions in the world. I thank you. I look forward to your deliberations and talking to you again. And I really wish that we can get ready for the World Cup next year in a big way.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any questions of council for the presenter? Councillor Dabrowski.
Thank you. Through you. Thanks for the presentation. You mentioned events, 24 events throughout the summer months. What did you have in mind? Did you have a layout of those events? Have you thought about that, or were you just kind of budgeting 15,000 per event?
Thank you for that question. We will have a dedicated space in the falls to have once a week entertainment event, different teams event, whether it is a German festival, whether it's a Caribbean festival, anything to attract additional people. We find the weekends are heavily booked, so we can easily do it during the week. Even here as well has a beautiful ambience that we can do an event here once or twice a week. This can be a rock and roll event. This can be we have a plethora of fundraisers that we want to raise these funds for Niagara Falls and the national mandate that we have as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Maybe a motion to receive the, I'm sorry, Councillor Strange?
Yeah, thanks, Eldon,
You're welcome, sir.
Yeah, for the presentation. I thought I read something that we would have to put up 10%, or am I mistaken on that?
Yes, sir.
We would only have to put up 10%.
Only 10%, sir.
And now, how do you make your other 90%? Because I'll tell you, we already have a home and a shelter, so that's 20% right there we can take off.
Sir, I'm glad you mentioned that. Only today we submitted, we sent it to the last Honorable Prime Minister, and we submitted a new one for $1 billion, where again, we want to have raised 10% and mortgage the rest to eliminate homelessness in Canada. That's a $1 billion proposal. So likewise, we have a plan with a series of fundraisers, world record events, 2 movies, all 2 are based on true stories, and other events that we believe that we can raise this fund. We have 2 earmarked for Niagara Falls that we can raise this $2 million with your nice contribution, if so desire. But we believe we can have that capacity to raise the funds. We don't want to put any additional stress on the council.
Well, we thank you for that. I like the activities, the beautification, entertainment events, Clean Streets program, which I know if Councillor Baldinelli was here, he'd be raving it for. We just have the Wi-Fi that we're getting in there as well, so new attractions. I love everything. I just think we need to probably refer to staff to try to come back with something. I don't know if we can actually do this tonight, but I'll let other councillors weigh in.
Yeah, so we can do that. I'll go for Councillor Coco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was wondering if we could also be in contact with Niagara Falls Tourism to see how that works into their plan as well.
Well, that's a good question. Have you been in touch with Niagara Falls Tourism?
I'm glad you mentioned that, man, and Your Worship. Actually, we had a call only yesterday saying that they are considering some of our proposals. I was at a loss. I was wondering why. It wasn't from the tourism, Niagara Falls Tourism, sir. We have been communicating with them by email, but no response for the last 3 years. But the Hotel Association did reach out to us yesterday and said that they have been considering proposing some of the similar proposals and projects that we have. But sir, at halfway through the summer, I'm wondering why we are still, people are coming to us and saying, hey, we are seeing the same thing over and over. There's no new attractions, no additional stuff. And you saw our proposal in our letter and the lamentations from some of our visitors. So I don't want to go over to them in this forum. I want to stay all positive. But there's a lot more we can do, and we can do it in a couple of weeks and not a couple of years.
Well, Niagara Falls Tourism has become our marketing arm for the city. So maybe we do a receive and refer to Niagara Falls Tourism. Do we want to do that motion? Yeah, Councillor Lococo and Councillor Patel. Okay, that's the motion. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. And thank you, sir. Appreciate you coming out.
Last suggestion, sir. From the police station to Stanley Avenue, it'd be nice to have a sidewalk there as well, sir.
There's no sidewalk there?
No, sir.
All right, we'll pass that
so
along to Mr. Nickel. No sidewalk from the police station on Valley Way to, what's that? Didn't make the budget. Okay. All right.
Happy birthday, Eric. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. I do want to acknowledge Regional Councillor Lococo in the audience too. Thank you for, or Morocco. Oh my God. Everybody's Lococo. Morocco. Thank you. Okay, 7.4, appointment request. Marty Petrullo regarding drinking water filling stations at city athletic facilities. Is Mr. Petrullo, is he online or is he in the, oh, there he is, right in front of us. So there we go. Okay. Welcome, Mr. Petrullo.
Thank you, Mayor Jim.
So we got 5 minutes to make your pitch.
Mayor Jim, members of council, thank you for allowing me to speak on what I find to be an extremely important issue. We're members of the Greater Niagara Baseball Association at Oaks Park, as well as members of the soccer club at Mitchelson. We pay fees to be on the city land. And this summer, both athletic facilities, I've noticed, had disgusting fountains that the city is telling us, not telling us.
Can you get in front of the microphone?
Sorry. Yep, sorry.
Thank you.
I've taken some pictures here.
Yeah.
That's what's classified as our free-flowing water that you want us to drink at our soccer and baseball fields. That's pretty much a fountain that I had when I was playing t-ball at Oaks Park. I don't know how old these pipes are, but if you were to taste this water, I know we're people that have said that we have the best tasting water. We don't, folks. This is a reverse osmosis after 3 months out of copper pipes in my house. So we may have the limitations of what's legal, but I'm not going to be forced to have my kid who was overheating at a soccer game not be able to get a fresh bottle of water. I know this was a mandate that was done back in 2009 from the Mayor's Advisory Committee. I'm not here to cause controversy. I'm not anti-environmental. I'm here for commonsensical change in our city to be able to have our concession stands at the athletic facilities sell fresh, sanitary bottles of water. I've also been told that we have to use these guys. These are dipped in plastic, guys. There's a plastic bottle. I'm asking to take whatever you want to drink out of and put it in a recycling container. People at city staff as well had a lovely discussion with Rob McDonald. He's obviously well-versed in children as well. He's got kids. We had good discussions. This was my only alternative, is to come and speak to you. It's in your hands as to trying to change something as simple as offering sanitary water to our children, parents, and grandchildren. I looked in the eyes of my 8-month-old who was overheating at one of the hottest summers we've had in many years, and I forgot his filtered water. We've done this. My father has this. My grandparents have this. We choose to do reverse osmosis. Now, as much as our city may have the proper limits, this is still coming out of copper pipes in our homes. I take it very seriously that the city is asking us to drink out of that, and that's our water fill stations. You can go to Welland Indoor facilities, they've got fill stations that are refrigerated, filtered. Nothing's been done. So we've had since 2009, folks, to have sterile, sealed bottles of water, and we've taken that right away from our clubs to even make that money. I've sat on the sidelines and I've watched a man put his hands through a dog bag. His hands went through the bag. He went to that fountain in order to wash his hands. People are putting their dogs up to that very same fountain, and they're letting their dogs drink out of that water. Here we are talking about $60, $70 million athletic facilities for our city, and we can't do something about drinking water. That's not drinking water. I wouldn't give that to my 2 golden retrievers. Okay? It's hot water, especially at Oaks Park when the sun comes down and it's hitting on a brick wall that's metal, it comes out hot. I'm not putting that in a refillable container. And I think it's about time that City Council gives this a stern look that we're recycling anyways. And it's not good enough for me to have City Council or city staff say to me, recycling's not the answer. It is the answer. We're all recycling. We can all do it. But if you go to Oaks Park today and look at the recycling bins, there's one recycling bin and one garbage bin right next to each other, and they got black bags in them. So people are going to throw them out. My request right now, and I know we're at my limit here, is for you guys to take a good look at this. You've taken away a decade of our clubs to make money. On a $4 case of water at Costco, charging $1 that we can recycle, $36 can go back into our funds for our kids. And by this policy, which is not a bylaw, it's not enforceable, it's a policy. I'm not asking for an amendment. I'm asking for you guys to allow the clubs right now, because you guys as a city have not changed those fountains. I don't know if there's lead in those pipes. I don't know when the last time they have been changed. But I know that for our children of this city, playing athletics and overheating, you're not allowing, and I will ask staff to ask about this. I got told that, well, if they're selling Gatorade, they're in direct contravention. We're trying to hydrate our children. And I'm not going to hydrate my kids, both at a baseball field and soccer field, with those fountains. So
Okay.
I just ask that we have some sort of agreement here that put a proper recycling program in, but let our children have sanitary, and this is a public health issue that I'm bringing up forward here, not to be anti-environment. I've watched what those people do to this fountain, and kids are spitting on it. And you're asking people, I got a mother who's immunocompromised. You want me to have my mother drink out of that while she comes and watches her grandchild? Bottled water and hydration fluid. I'm just saying that you've taken decades out of clubs to make money for their clubs themselves. Why can't we come up with something that works both ways? Because we don't have a fountain that's giving fresh water.
Thank you, Mr. Petrillo.
Okay.
So we've got Councilor, I got Councilor Patel, Councilor Dabrowski, and staff. So yeah, you know what, just before I go to, we'll start with staff. So Ms. Moldenhauer, maybe if you'd like to address some of the comments that were made, and then council can decide on a direction, or if we have any questions for Mr. Petrillo. Can't hear you. Is it not on?
Nope, I think it's on.
There we go.
There.
Okay.
Thank you. Through to the mayor. So yes, back in 2009, the city council at the time made the bold decision, and I believe still the right decision, to eliminate the sale of plastic water bottles. It uses resources, of course, to make the plastic and also to recycle the plastic. And we are trying to be a green city, and I support it. When people come to our indoor facilities, we do have indoor water bottle filling stations at Gale. We have them at McBain as well. We have one at City Hall. We have one here, actually, in the washrooms. And the picture that you did have up there, that is our jug filling or bottle filling station. We don't expect anybody, of course, to drink directly from that.
But they do.
Well, I'm just saying, like, the intent was to fill up your water bottle, reusable water bottle. We have recently installed guards actually on our bottle filling station at the Gale Center, and I think we have a picture. Heather, do you have that picture? Just again to, yeah, I think you had it. It's just really tiny. To prevent people from actually going up like close to the station, and we could easily install this guard at all of our outdoor athletic fields. At the fields themselves, of course, people can obviously bring their own water, and we encourage people, of course, to bring a reusable bottle to our athletic fields. And again, we have the filling stations. And our clubs, as you had demonstrated there, they can sell the Tetra Packs with the water. It's not a 100% plastic bottle, but we have allowed that as an exception.
As an exception to what's the difference between a Coca-Cola can, a plastic bottle, and the same thing that's coated with polyethylene plastic and aluminum foil on the inside of a paper container what is the difference?
A can is actually very recyclable, and that's why we have promoted cans.
So are we saying that the region right now doesn't purchase or doesn't sell off their recycled goods?
I am not commenting on the region. I'm simply talking about the recycling process.
Which is done by the region, is it
Hold
not?
on a
and
second.
more efficient
She's answering the questions now.
To,
You guys,
to
I got
recycle,
this, okay?
To recycle a can rather than a bottle. So with our 2009 decision, we of course do allow canned products at all of our facilities. And the Tetra water packs we have also allowed, but not plastic bottles.
You still haven't given me the proper reasoning as
He doesn't have to, hold on a second. She doesn't have to explain to you this is not a debate. She's answering questions, and then we're going to go to council and see what direction they want to take.
Yeah.
She answered the question, right? So you disagree, and that's okay. You agree to disagree, and that's fine. We're going to move beyond that. But yes, continue
I
on.
just have one other comment. Back in 2009, this motion came to council from our Mayor's Youth Advisory, our youth, and they were looking into the future. And they know that the right thing is to eliminate plastic bottles. And our environmental committee at the time, the Park and the City Committee. And council supported that. They also directed staff to make sure that we did have the fountains in our buildings and the jug filling at our outdoor facilities.
Now I'm going to go to council. I've got Councillor Patel had your hand up.
Mr. Mayor, thank you, Mr. Petrillo, for being here and raising the concerns. I spoke to Mr. Petrillo in detail last week. We spoke in great details, and I understood what he's saying. Is if you, for example, forget your water bottle, whether you have filtered water station or not, what if you do not have a bottle? And nowadays, summers are extremely hot. After I spoke to Mr. Petrillo, I actually went around the soccer field to actually see what those concession stands sell. And I think water is a basic need. He's not asking for a lot. Having a water to sell at the concession stand, and if the soccer clubs can make few extra money from selling some water bottles and Gatorade, I think there's nothing wrong he's asking for. And I personally think it's the right thing to do, and I do understand my mayor's youth advisory committee did bring in the symbolic motion in 2009, and council did endorse that. But summers were not as hot as they are now in 2009. Some are extremely hot. We don't really want a case where a kid or a parent or grandparent passes out on the field because they didn't have water, or maybe children who are playing in the soccer field don't have something they need like electrolyte with the Gatorade. I really think that we can't ban people from bringing bottles to the city facilities. And if we provide proper recycling bins, proper recycling facilities, I don't see any harm selling water bottles or Gatorade bottles at our city facility. That's my take on it. I understand our staff is very, very passionate about the recycling program, but we are not banning plastic water bottles from everywhere. This is the basic need, and I really think that we need to relook at it. And I would like to put in a motion at the end that we do sell plastic water bottles and hopefully Gatorade too at our city facility, because that is what people want, and it is people's facilities, not our facility. It is people's facility. So that's where that's what I will go. I will put the motion forward to sell plastic water bottles and Gatorade at our city facilities.
Well, I'd make a suggestion, not a motion to sell plastic, to refer back to staff, because then I think my suggestion to you, because I see both sides of the story, because I'm 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Now, this event I was at in Huntsville, they have water in cans now. And they have water in cartons and lots of different ways. And I wouldn't want to push kids towards sugary drinks, but I see both sides. And I think maybe we got to get staff to do a little bit of research, come back to us to make a decision. Number one, we have our Mayor's Youth Advisory that this council endorsed their movement. I think we need to go back to them. Also, have things changed last 10 years around the bottles that we're using? I mean, there's a lot of things to consider, and I agree about the fundraising. That, for me, is the biggest thing, is the fundraising. My kids are done now. They're done their sports, so I'm past those years. But I brought my own water bottles, and I see both sides, and I know we're looking for a common sense solution, but if I could suggest, Councillor Patel, we refer this back to the staff, they can bring it to us, and then this council can make a final decision if you're comfortable with that.
Sure, I would say maybe we can look at the option where we provide water, the public have option to purchase water, or maybe drinks with electrolyte, not sugary drinks. I'm not supporting pop or any of this juice, just maybe just drinks with electrolyte and water. And I'm okay with any option they provide, but there should be something available to purchase. That's the way I see it.
Okay, I've got Councillor Carriot, then Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Back in 2009, when we took that motion into consideration, there was a big movement against plastic water bottles. And after that, it stalled. We put that into our facilities, but it's sold in every outlet in the city now. Every grocery store, every convenience store, every gas station sells water in plastic water bottles. I understand we were trying to lead back then, but it didn't turn out the way the Mayor's Youth Advisory Committee thought it was going to go, where plastic bottles got phased out. They did not get phased out. So this is something, maybe it's time to look at it again, and I will support the motion to have staff look at it again today rather than in 2009, based on what was happening at that time.
So why don't we start by putting the motion on the floor then? Councillor, yep. So moved by Councillor Patel, second by Councillor Carriot. Continue the discussions. I've got Councillor Lococo, then Dabrowski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was also wondering in the staff report if we can find out regarding the recycling process, as Mr. Petrullo was saying about the region. You see articles and documentaries about everybody puts things in recycling and they break it all up and then it all gets thrown into the garbage. It doesn't recycle. I don't know if that's accurate. We've had changes about who does the recycling in our community, so I'd like to find out if they are broken down between recycling and garbage. What is the process for plastics? Does it really get recycled? What is the process for the Tetra Paks? I would like to find that out in addition to the other information, and I think it's a good process for us to look at because we're so far away from 2009, but I do want to respect the MIAC committee for putting the motion forward, and I want to respect staff, but I think it's time for some new information as well.
Okay, that's a friendly amendment, Mr. Mover. Yes? And to the seconder, you're good with that? Okay. I've got Councillor Dabrowski.
Through you, thanks to Mr. Petrullo for the presentation. I share a similar story. I was at Mitchelson at my daughter's soccer game a few weeks back, and there was about 3 or 4 kids that had stepped in something, doggy doo-doo, and they were cleaning their shoes in that actual fountain. And I thought to and I went over to them and I said, guys, like, come on, like, really? And I don't, you know, they're young, they didn't really understand probably the health concern regarding that, but if we can add to that motion that Ms. Moldenhauer mentioned that the safeguards, I think that should be part of the motion. Those should be installed immediately yesterday, sooner the better. I think we're only one of maybe 30 municipalities of the 444 in Ontario that actually implemented a ban on plastic bottles. So MIAC, great initiative, great forward-thinking creativity back in 2009, but there's still only 30 municipalities in all of Ontario that have a plastic water ban. So it's time to look at a different model. Maybe there is that hybrid model. Maybe it's not Gatorade. There could be electrolyte packs that are now available if you want to put it in your water bottle. So I think a hybrid approach would work. And to that end, I mean, you look at fast food places all across the city, and you go to, I don't want to plug anybody, but they give you a paper straw with a plastic cup and a plastic lid. It's almost comical every time I see one of those. I just chuckle to my head. So yeah, I think it's time, and I'm happy to support the motion in the second, that we look at selling. And it's not just about revenue generating for the clubs. It's great that they can generate some revenue. It's more about safety. I'm not sure staff-wise who monitors these water stations, but hopefully the safeguard that we implement and put into place will alleviate any health and safety concerns. But yeah, I think it's time we look at plastic water bottles in the city. So appreciate you bringing this forward, and happy to support the motion that's put before us.
Thank you. Councillor Newstag.
And just to back up with what Councillor Dabrowski said, I think it's not just so much about the environment, it is about safety. And up until before Mr. Petrillo came, I had no idea that what was happening in the park. So when you hear these things about, and with what Councillor Dabrowski said regarding people cleaning things in the fountains, that gives a whole different perspective on what we're trying to do. So of course the environment's extremely important, but I think safety for our residents is paramount and supersedes the environmental things. So if we can just look at something that, and keeping safety in mind is very important.
Okay. Any other comments or questions of council?
Could we get the report back quickly?
Yep, I would like to say
Yes, yeah.
I would like to add that nobody likes to buy water. I don't like to pay for water, but you only buy it when you need to, when it's because the weather. That is why something should be available. And to point of Councilor Coco's point and staff's point, what City of Niagara Falls facility uses, that's not even a 0.0001 compared to what everybody else in Ontario uses. So I think let's not get hung up on what happens in the recycling phase. Let's just look at the needs and how we can serve residents better. And if we can serve them better in environmental friendly way, that's perfectly fine. But something needs to be done, and it needs to be done fast. So thank you.
Okay, so we've got the motion seconded. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you, Mr. Petrillo. Okay, now I'd like to ask the city clerk to introduce the next item on the agenda under planning matters.
It's okay. I'm trying to get her. She's.
A public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city zoning bylaw to permit on-farm diversified use and small-scale commercial use for assembly hall in an existing barn for the purpose of hosting special events at 4079 Marshall Road. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on June the 27th, 2025, and by posting a sign on the property in question. In accordance with Bill 185, the minister, the applicant, or a specified person, public body, or registered owner of any land to which the bylaw amendment will apply, who made oral submissions at a public meeting or written submissions to City Council prior to the adoption and/or passage of the bylaw, may appeal the bylaw amendment to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Third-party appeals are no longer permitted. Just for the public's information, the sign-in sheets for the planning public meeting are located at the back of the room on the high-top cruiser tables.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm now going to ask Nick DeBenedetti, our Planner 2, to give us an explanation for the purpose and reason for the proposed bylaw amendment.
Okay, good evening, Your Worship, members of Council. Again, my name is Nick DeBenedetti. I'm a Planner 2 at the City of Niagara Falls, and we're here to discuss zoning bylaw amendment AM 2025-003. Again, a proposal to permit on-farm, diversified, and small-scale commercial use for an assembly hall in a portion of the existing barn. Applicant is Art Federal, and the agent's Mackenzie Trepanier. This pretty much gives us an overall view of the location, a bigger scale. It's at the corner of Marshall and Sodom Road. This gives a blown up, close view of the site. Again, The area of the barn will be located right here where the cursor is. And again, there's 2 access points coming into the facility, and there's the stone park area over here. Background information. The property is designated good general agriculture, environmental conservation, and environmental protection area on the west side. It's zoned rural and conservation open space, again on the west side, under Bylaw 39566, the former Township of Willoughby. The proposal is to repurpose an existing barn as an on-farm diversified use, assembly hall, basically 230 square meters, to hold special events such as farm tours, school programs, and weddings on a scheduled basis. The agritourism component includes educational programming, farm product use, guided tours to promote agricultural awareness and community engagement.
Hey, Nick, can I get you to put yourself closer to the mic or bend it closer, because we're getting some feedback. I just got to kind of be a little closer
How's
to
that?
That's better.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, Art Federal Farms is a registered and active farm. The proposal supports its ongoing viability through supplement income while maintaining the agriculture character of the property. So this gives you an overall plantings, the field crops that Mr. Federal is producing on the farm. This gives you also the potted coniferous trees that he also plants and puts it in on the farm and puts it in the plantings. The policy under OMAFRA guidelines. Policy aligns with the proposed guidelines in section 2.3.1 for permitted uses. It supports agricultural uses compatible with and supports the farm operation by avoiding land use conflicts and providing supplemental income. The agritourism element promotes awareness of the local agriculture through farm tours and educational events. And overall, it meets the OMAFRA criteria. It's located on an active farm. It's secondary to the main agriculture use. It's limited in scale. It qualifies as an agritourism use, and it's compatible with the surrounding agriculture operations. The official plan policies. The proposed assembly hall is an agritourism. You lost that there. There we go. Use which aligns with section 7.2.3 of the official plan, which allows for visits of working farm operation for the purpose and enjoyment and education of active involvement in the activity of the operation. The proposal complies with section 7.3 of the official plan, allows for farm-related small-scale commercial use. The applicant's proposing to use the crops and flowers grown on the farm as part of the food and flowers that will be used for the event. Over 50% of the arable land remains in active agriculture production, including nursery stock, vegetables, apiary, and flowers. The proposed use will operate by a family member involved in the farming operation, which provides a direct link between the on-farm diversified use and the ongoing viability of the farm operation. The applicant will need to comply with the city's noise bylaw. Any proposed music is to be located within the barn. There is a main entrance and then secondary entrance points with 2 access points entering and that's leaving the site. Zoning bylaw amendment. There we go. Zoning bylaw amendment. Has its mind of its own there. Let's give it 1 sec. Okay, the property is currently zoned rural and conservation open space under the older zoning bylaw from the former township of Willoughby 395. The applicant is requesting a site-specific rezoning to allow for the agriculture use while permitting limited on-farm events. The rezoning would allow a small assembly hall inside the existing barn with a maximum floor of 230 square meters for uses such as a wedding, farm tours, and education events. A special clause will be included to ensure that the assembly hall is will be only allowed as long as the primary use of the property remains agriculture, and the approach balances both supporting farm viability and agritourism while ensuring the rural and agriculture character of the area is maintained. And again, the requested zoning relief is basically to add the use of the assembly hall and to limit the floor area to 230 square meters. And again, the assembly hall is a small-scale agricultural tourism use within an existing barn. It would be limited to 230 square meters, meeting the OMAFRA guidelines. And a clause will be included to ensure that the assembly hall is the only permitted while the farm remains active. If the farming stops, the use is no longer allowed. Public open house and public meeting. Public information was held on June 23rd, was attended by staff and the applicant and the agent, and one member of the public attended the open house. It was circulated on May 30th, and June 23rd was the actual meeting. The notice of public meeting was circulated on June 27th for today's council meeting. Notices were posted on the city website, and the public meeting notice was posted on July 8th. The proposal met the minimum 20-day requirements for circulation under the Planning Act. Now, at the open house, there were there were comments dealing with, in regards to the current septic system. Details about sizing the system have not been provided, but will be dealt by the Niagara region when the applicant applies for a permit. There is sufficient space for a replacement system if required. The Niagara region has no concerns in this regard. The applicant will be required to apply for a Class 4 sewage permit prior to issuing a building permit. Another comment was, what are the fire regulation requirements for the proposal? At the time of the building permit, the applicant will be required to demonstrate there's sufficient on-site water supply, that with adequate access for firefighting equipment shall be provided in accordance with the building code. And then one other concern was in competition with event bookings with the Willoughby Fire Hall. And the owner has expressed a willingness to collaborate with the Willoughby Fire Hall. The owner recognizes that each venue offers a distinct, unique setting. The difference in character allows two venues to complement each other, which each can be hosted in an area and supporting local economic and cultural activity. Planning analysis. One second. Just going to load that back up. Thank you. The application is consistent with the provincial policies, OMAFRA guidelines, the Niagara official plan, and the city's OP. The amendment would permit an assembly hall on diversified related use to an agritourism and small-scale commercial operation with a portion of within the existing barn. The proposal meets the 5 criteria established on-farm diversified uses in Section 3.1 of the guidelines, and complies with Section 7.23 agritourism uses and Section 7.3 farm-related small-scale commercial uses in the city's OP. The site-specific zoning will add the assembly hall and limited the area to 230 square meters. The site-specific zone will not permit the assembly hall use if any primary agriculture uses are removed. The proposed use will not interfere with the farm operations and does not remove agricultural land from the operation. The proposed use is compatible with the surrounding agricultural operation and will operate in a manner that does not create conflicts with nearby farms. In conclusion, recommendation that the council approve zoning bylaw amendment to permit on-farm diversified and small-scale commercial use for the assembly hall and a portion of the existing barn for the purpose of hosting special events subject to the regulations outlined in the report.
What about parking?
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions of council? Councillor Newesteg.
It's on? Oh, thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you for the presentation. So for the Assembly Hall, obviously they're going to be having guests go there. What about parking? Is there enough, I know there's agricultural land there, but is there enough parking to accommodate guests for?
Yeah, I'm just going to go back to the air photo view. Right here is basically stone, crushed. It's basically dust-free stone, gravel, and based on the parking calculation and the transportation services review, there's sufficient parking for the proposal.
Thank you.
Councillor Dabrowski.
Just a follow-up to that point. Are school buses going to be encouraged to attend the property? Did I hear that in the presentation?
Well,
were some of the events geared towards school children and classes?
Through the worship. Yes, there would be some school tours. So there is additional parking. There's enough parking even to accommodate if they brought a school bus or two on site.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions of council? Okay, seeing none. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral that it receives. Failure to notify the city clerk to preserve their opportunity to appeal will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per section 3419 of the Planning Act. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaw amendment. Madam Clerk, do we have anybody registered other than the applicant? We do not. All right, she said no. Her mic must be off. Do we have anybody here that wishes to speak to this other than the applicant? Okay, if you'd like to step forward, come to the mic. If you can just state your name and your address, and then when you start, you'll have 5 minutes to make your points.
Can you hear me okay? My name is Jody Burdett. I reside at 4480 Bridge Street. I am here this evening to speak in support of item PBD 2544, the proposed zoning bylaw amendment for 4079 Marshall Road. Having reviewed the staff report and the pertinent background materials referenced within it, I support the proposed amendment and believe the proposed proposal aligns reasonably with relevant provincial and municipal planning policies. Specifically, the use of an existing barn structure for the purposes of hosting events fits within the framework of a on-farm diversified use, which is permitted providing it remains secondary to the provincial agricultural use and does not hinder surrounding farm operations. From a land use planning perspective, the importance of maintaining the viability of agricultural areas cannot be overstated. However, the PPS and associated guidelines also acknowledge the need for flexibility in supporting agricultural producers through secondary income opportunities. This proposed use, as described, appears to preserve agricultural function while allowing a modest seasonal commercial use that can improve the long-term sustainability of the operation. That said, Council should consider this approval within a broader policy context. While the proposal appears low impact in isolation, incremental approvals of similar applications could eventually alter the rural landscape. It is prudent to track these approvals and their cumulative effect, particularly in specialty crop zones. Furthermore, I understand that the city has already established standardized conditions for such approvals, including provisions for noise mitigation, event caps, parking standards, and septic capacity. I believe these frameworks are crucial and should continue to be consistently applied and refined where necessary to ensure predictability and enforceability. Site-specific zoning amendments like these ones as policy instruments and function as policy instruments and deserve close attention. They must be exercised cautiously to avoid backdoor policy shifts that could cumulatively alter the planning landscape without full public engagement or review. Some municipalities have explored using temporary use bylaws as transitional tools for OFDUs. While not specifically addressed in the current staff report, the City of Niagara Falls may benefit from undertaking a formal policy review to assess whether similar practices could have local value. Additionally, cumulative entertainment and environment impact should be considered. While the barn is existing, associated activities such as increased traffic, runoff from temporary parking areas, and additional wastewater obligations can have lasting effects. Best practices in stormwater management are relevant here, particularly given the potential for increased surface runoff. The adoption of seasonal or volume-based operating restrictions may help minimize disruption while protecting rural infrastructure. Further, the social cultural roles these venues play in rural communities should not be overlooked. While often evaluated solely through planning criteria, their impact on community identity can be both enriching and disruptive. Periodic gatherings of post-approval feedback may assist the city in gauging how well these uses align with public expectations and neighborhood character. Council may also wish to examine whether seasonal signage requirements should accompany OFDU approvals. Clear identification of event dates, permitted uses, or contact information for concerns may help proactively address any issues before they escalate. At this point in my remarks, I would like to respectfully request that my full written delegation be received into the public record for Council's consideration. I have provided printed copies for all Council members. The written version includes a symbolic image of Lady Justice used to reflect the principles of fairness and accountability. If such visual elements raise any procedural concerns, I would appreciate clarification from the Clerk of Council on whether respectful symbolic imagery affects the acceptability of public submissions. I have copies here for Council.
Thank you, Mr. Burdette. And we can, we can gather those and get those to the clerk. Maybe our Sergeant at Arms might be able to grab those, and we'll get them to our clerk. Thank you very much. All right, is there anyone else here other than the applicant who wishes to address council? Okay, seeing none, council will now hear from the applicant or his or her representative.
Good afternoon, Your Worship. Good evening. My name is Mike Sullivan. I'm with Lab Pro Planning Solutions, and my colleague is here as well to in support. We are here in place of Mackenzie, who was unable to attend tonight. And I'll keep my remarks brief. We're in support of staff's report and the recommendations, and have also reviewed the draft bylaw and are in support. Here for any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Any questions of council? Councilor Carrio. Okay, I got to close the meeting first. Is there any questions before I do that? No? Okay. So the public meeting with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. I'll go to Councilor Carrio. You're going to make the motion. Councilor Strange, you're going to second it. Any discussions or comments? All those in favor? Okay, that's opposed? You're in favor? Yeah, we missed that opportunity. You got to move quicker. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved. Thank you. All right, thank you for coming out. I can't hear you. Oh, we can't now. It's too late. Too late to move it now. We gotta deal with the agenda now. That would have been at the beginning at the beginning. Okay, folks, we're at reports. 9.1 CAO 2025-09 Next Generation 911 Migration. So the first report is our fire chief's report. So Chief, I'm assuming you're going to lead us in this report presentation. We'll pass the mic, make sure it's on. And just before you get started, our clerk would like to make a comment. Yes, Madam Clerk.
Pardon me. Just regarding both reports, we'll have, I think, if it's in agreement with everyone, to have the fire chief speak first. The CAO will then provide an overview second, and then we will go and discuss the will of council at that juncture.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship, the report that's before council right now is...
Okay, hold on one sec, Chief. I'm sorry, just 1 second.
The camera doesn't reach the chief, so if he can go to the podium.
Oh, okay. All right. Chief, our cameras for some reason aren't reaching you. Is it possible, would you be able to do this from the podium? Just because nobody at home can see you.
Oh, sure.
Sorry about that.
Or can he switch seats?
Okay.
None of the staff. Okay, sorry.
None of the staff. Okay, for some reason, none of the staff are on camera. So if we can get you to the podium, that'd be great. Yeah, or you could sit between the girls, Councillor Baldinelli's seat, whatever you prefer.
Oh, I feel special up here.
We're gonna demote you for the time being.
Goodness. Again, thank you, Your Worship. So the report before you is unusual, and I understand, with another report that may not have similar recommendations. But further to a previous council meeting about a year ago, this is recommending that the fire department move forward, requesting council for approval to move forward with the next generation 911 migration. There's a series of recommendations in the report. It itemizes what's happened over the last year with regards to challenges that we had faced with regards to implementing next generation 911. So staff had to rebound and find different ways to see that not only did we meet the extension of the timelines for NG911 that was set out by the CRTC, but we also had to address funding challenges that were posed before us with regards to first, second, third, and now the extension of fourth funding from the provincial government. So the report here, as I mentioned, details a series of events that has happened over the year and most recently over the several months with regards to funding. And so there's a series of recommendations here directing staff, the request for a slight budget amendment and direction for myself and staff to pursue the fourth phase of NG911 funding, a single source procurement with Motorola. As we did review the RFP from the region, for some reason, and unfortunately, not only included the City of St. Catharines Fire Services and also the Parks Police, but somehow excluded the City of Niagara Falls from that procurement, utilizing a piggyback clause of sorts. We had our procurement staff look into that RFP a little deeper to ensure that that wasn't a possibility, and they confirmed that it was not, which again we needed to rebound and find another solution to move forward with next generation 911. The report will also talk about the reason for the single source with Motorola. The Niagara Regional Police currently use Motorola as their NG911 solution, and there are advantages that for us in moving that, and it details them in the report with regards to that. There is an analysis that also talks about the benefits of NG911 and how we can streamline. And what I can tell you is the city has done a remarkable job in advancing many software across the city, and the most recent one, of course, with the implementation of Workday, which was much needed in utilizing the latest in technology. And we believe, and I believe, that next generation 911 will be able to take advantage of the best technology that's out there for multiple reasons. First and foremost, it's already proven in the 7 PSAPs that out of the 108, as it details in my report, that have already onboarded next generation 911, that it's already they've already seen up to 80% efficiencies in their day-to-day call handling time and processing time. So the next generation 911 is doing exactly as it's called. It's improving the ability of communicators to answer the call. The overarching philosophy of next generation 911, in my opinion, is if you can imagine the frustrations for anybody that's having to call, let's say, your local telephone provider, who are not even necessarily in the country, because there's been lots of discussions about, well, anybody can dispatch anybody. Well, I tend to disagree, especially when you sit in my chair. Niagara Falls, and we've heard it today, and we've heard it over and over again, how we're quite unique in some of the things that we deliver, and the high level of service that the fire department delivers for our community is no secret. It's reiterated over and over again. And this technology is just going to continue to escalate our level of service to our community, but it's also going to do it to our staff. And when you call 911, the direct link from someone that's in despair, which is normally the time that we receive these calls, the first person that answers the call is our communicators, and they're a direct link to our first responders in terms of giving them information, and in some cases language barriers, in some cases the whereabouts of where they are in the city, where they don't even know where they are. And this technology is going to streamline that ability and give necessary information directly to our firefighters, but most importantly, they're familiar with our city. They're not just someone answering a call. The advantages of that from my chair, from my perspective, and when we talk about risk, every time we leave the fire station, the fire department, first responders inherit risk every day. So when we talk about risks to the city and risks to the municipality and risks to, from a liability perspective, we, and myself as the chief, am very aware of those risks. But I bear the burden of additional risks, in my opinion. And additional risks that I bear is the safety and providing the best resources willingly from council to our firefighters in order to do their job. Every time we go into a building, we risk. Every time we rappel from an aerial device into the gorge, we risk. Every time we rappel from a helicopter, we risk. Those risks are much different than any other division, any other department in the city of Niagara Falls. They further enhance risks. I'm not saying that the service that we provide is perfect, and we always push the call to make ourselves better. But what I can say, and I've had the unfortunate circumstance of being in a situation where, we almost lost a firefighter. And it's my recommendation for you, although I understand the burden from a financial perspective. Clearly, I understand the burden. Many discussions that we have in the council chambers are about finance and if we can afford them and not. But I do believe that we have to look at it from a lens, and we have to compare 911 to all the other services that we provide in the community. And I believe that with this next generation 911, it's going to partner and enforce and continue the high level of service that we are providing, not only our community, but the many millions of people who visit. I'm available for any questions if you may have.
Thank you, Chief. This is Council's time for questions. Councilor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the first question might be directed to our CAO. We just heard from the chief, and it was in the report that the City of Niagara Falls was not included in the region RFP. Why was that?
Mr. CAO?
I would let the chief answer first. I had different information presented to me by Chief Forty in the Niagara region than what Chief Zambito has previously stated. So I would prefer if the chief answers first on that matter.
Through you, Your Worship, to the councillor. Unfortunately, I don't have that answer. I've asked not only the CAO of the region, also the previous commissioner. No one seems to either know why. It is a fairly detailed RFP, and as I said, one that I had procurement staff read thoroughly and dissect to see if there was any possible way we could piggyback on this RFP, which we do with many regional initiatives and many municipalities do across the region, because that would have changed the direction, the course that we would have pursued Next Generation 911 in terms of options. We were looking for a hosted model, one that we could take advantage of, not only financially, but also the benefits of having a hosted solution under the Niagara Regional Police, as the Parks Police and St. Catharines were able to take advantage of. As a result of not being able to do that, it is a full-scale model that we have to pursue, which is detailed in the report at a higher cost.
Okay, thank you. My next question is, in the report, specifically from the memo from IT, it mentions that if the Niagara Regional Police are not agreeable to hosting the backup, have we not had discussions with Niagara Regional Police for the backup, and what is the cost? Because that's not in the report either.
Again, through you, Your Worship, to the councillor, we've had conversations with the police, as have Motorola, because in order for them to provide us with a solution, there needed to be communication with what Motorola was proposing to us that would coincide and work with the Niagara Regional Police.
Through the mayor, and what was the cost? I don't see the cost in the report.
I thought it was in there, Your Worship, or your councillor?
I'm sorry, maybe I missed it, but I went through it and I couldn't find it.
Okay. I could get that for you.
Okay, I had a couple more questions then. The last time we were discussing Next Generation 911, the Fire Association was here and we talked about savings from the fire department of $200,000. What savings have been brought forward from that commitment?
Through you, Your Worship, to the councillor, if my memory serves me correctly, it was actually $240,000. I think it was a little higher, but nonetheless. One thing that I will say is we have implemented a couple policies that, without the association's involvement, would not have been possible to find some savings. Well, it would have been, I believe, more difficult if they didn't come to the table willingly. I'm going to take you back, if you recall, in 2022, when our overtime budget, and that was post-pandemic, was like $2.2 million. There was an array of reasons why that number went up, and it was spoke about in depth at council. We proposed a policy in terms of, and the reason why I say the 2.2, which was overtime for the suppression division, the reason why I bring this up is because one of the adverse effects of that overtime budget line item was the communication center when we have to backfill, which we utilized firefighters. And the overtime budget is detailed in the suppression budget. We implemented a policy in on our hiring practices and that was with the association in order for us to get that through. And as a result of that policy, in 2023, that overtime budget line item went down to 1.6. So that was about $500,000. Now, there were other variables that contributed to that too as well. We did do a pilot project, and we hired a couple firefighters because of absenteeism and long-term absences from staff. But then in 2024, we implemented another policy with regards to absenteeism. In 2024, our actuals were $1.1 million, which again brought that down another $500,000. So that number continues to trend downwards. And the reason why I bring this up is because that was as a result of work that we did together. And if they weren't willing, it would have been a lot more difficult to implement these things. But they understood that there was direction from council to find savings. And as a result of that, it was, in my view, it was a success story because we were able to bring our overtime budget, which is still high, but it continues to trend in a downward position.
Okay, thank you. I did think that the savings were above in addition to the normal savings that we would have looked at. My final question, the report talks about having one seat in Niagara Falls, and in St. Catharines they have 2 seats, but St. Catharines has 27 municipalities. I'm trying to understand how 1 seat can service Niagara Falls and then 2 seats service 27 municipalities, especially if St. Catharines is the backup for Hamilton. So if Hamilton goes down, St. Catharines has to be their backup. Is 2 seats enough for St. Catharines to service those municipalities?
Again, through you, Your Worship, not quite 27 municipalities in St. Catharines, but what I can tell you that many of the fire departments that St. Catharines is dispatching, and I don't know all of them, they're very small communities. They're very small rural communities in their call volume. And what the seats adequate to is a few things in terms of call volume and processing times. And the more departments that come on board, those numbers are looked at, they're dissected, and that would equate to the number of seats. So we've been successful in operating our dispatch center with 1 seat for many years based on our call volume and our call handling times. And there are many other PSAPs, including our Niagara Parks Police, that have a 1-seat call center. Brantford has a 1-call seat center. There are many departments that operate a 1-call seat center. And, looking into the future, if further investments have to be made with regards to another seat, well, that will be indicative of call volume. That will be indicative of call handling times, which, as I said earlier, the next generation 911 is already showing signs of efficiencies with regards to that. But there are a series of influences that dictate the number of seats. To say that we will never have a second seat in our call center, dispatch center, I won't say that. But there are a series of benchmarks that we have to look at, dissect, and call handling and processing times is one of those things. It's not to say that we don't have 2 people in the alarm room for events like New Year's Eve, where we can anticipate a high number of visitors. The solar eclipse is the most recent example where we anticipated a high number of people. So we do have times when we can anticipate a higher call volume, we will have a second seat, but I believe that a single call seat center for us is appropriate at this time.
Thank you. I'll just make a final comment. I was more asking about if 2 seats for St. Catharines is going to be able to handle their existing calls, and if we move our dispatch there. If we have 1 for us, and then St. Catharines has 2, that's where I was trying to go.
Again, through you, Your Worship, I can't comment on whether St. Catharines can do it with 2 or 3 or 5. I really don't know enough about their dispatch center. What I would say is that with our call volume, if St. Catharines was to take our call volume, I don't have that answer for you on whether they could do it with the current staffing that they have in the call center.
Okay, those are all the questions that I have for the chief's report.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Newstag.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple questions. Thank you for your report. Actually, I want to go back to this one because it's come up a few times and I've been meaning to ask it. So when we had the $2.2 million of overtime back in 2022 and it got reduced to 1.6 in 2023, you mentioned that we had hired people. So what is the net result? So after hiring people, like, because how many, you hired 7, wasn't it? 6 or 7 new fire people?
So through you, Your Worship, as I mentioned earlier, that was a result of we did not have adequate staffing to fill the number of people that we had off on long term, so which was contributing to the overtime budget. So we did a pilot project where we hired 2. Previous to that, we hired some firefighters for every firefighter that was off on long term and that were returning. We hired a firefighter in their absence in terms of making sure that numbers were equal. And then we continued with a pilot project where we had 2 additional firefighters on top of that. But since then, we've had retirements as well. The most recent hire that we just did, the graduation was just a week ago, we just hired 5 more recruits. Those were as a result of also retirements. The buffer that we had put into place is not there now because it's almost 1-for-1. We've had staff that have returned from long-term, which has also benefited us. Originally, the request to hire this most recent class was actually more than the 5 that we hired. But when we went back with HR, because of the pre-hires that we had done the previous 2 years, that's where the number 5 came from. So we're at an equal level playing field as we were before.
Okay, I'm still not getting it. So the net result, so the 2.2 down to 1.6, so there was a $600,000 saving, but how much did we actually spend in new hires to
to augment that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's more of a finance question. That would be more of a finance question. The reason why I brought up that overtime budget was to identify that we had worked with the association to find savings.
Yeah.
That was directed from council.
No, and it's just, it keeps coming up over time. So I've always wondered how much did we actually spend to reduce it? So was it really that $600,000 saving? Or if we spent $500,000 with new hires, it really is only $100,000. I've always, just curiosity, want to know that.
Well, I believe the philosophy in that is that, you know, when you hire, you're paying a firefighter at a much lesser rate than you are at an overtime rate.
That's true, but you're still putting more money out. So it just, anyway, maybe we can find that. I wouldn't mind finding that answer out because through Ms. Clark. Secondly, I keep reading about this master plan. I've never seen a master. Do we have that master plan, and is it available to council? Because I've never seen the master plan yet. It referenced
again through you, Your Worship. An interesting point that you bring up. The fire master plan is in draft. And I literally spoke with the consultant yesterday and sent a feedback on our fire master plan because there were some errors and edits that required to be made in that fire master plan. And I just literally sent it to them this morning with an anticipated presentation to council at the August council meeting.
So it'll be coming to us next month?
Including not only the fire master plan, but including the community risk assessment that is a provincial regulation. So both documents will be presented by the consultant, assuming he gets the edits completed at the next council meeting in August.
Okay, the last time this issue came up, 17 months ago, I know there were 2 recommendations. One was, I think Councillor Patel had asked about savings, which we've just addressed, and the other part, and we were asking for a concrete business plan to come back to council. But there was a piece in there that's, because you were saying we can bring other municipalities into ours and reduce our overall cost. We haven't heard anything, so where are we with that?
If I may, through you, Your Worship, we have spoken to a few fire departments with regards to that. But how do you gain fire departments if you have nothing to show them in terms of service delivery? We didn't have a product to show them that this is how we're going to dispatch you. It isn't up until now, with this report coming to you, that we actually have a proposal from Motorola to say this is going to be our state. This is what we're moving forward. We will have, with council's will, a next generation M1 dispatch. But until you have something to show them, it's very difficult for any chief to come to you if you have nothing to show them. Now, what we did say is that we are moving forward. Council has given us direction to move forward with it. But until we had a proposal from Motorola and a clear plan to tell you that we have, and the true costs, right, in this report, the true costs of implementing NG911, if council is willing and we move forward, then we will start to go to these departments that said that they would be interested in coming to Niagara Falls, but we will have something to show them.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, that's where I'm kind of confused, because my decision to support it last time was based very much on you saying that we'd have a concrete business plan and that you would be looking at cost savings by attracting other municipalities. You didn't tell us at that point that that was impossible if we didn't have the product to deal with. So I'm kind of a little confused as to, like, I voted that way because of that. But anyway, next thing is second seat. So you're saying there's probably, through Councillor Lococo's question, very strong likelihood we would have to have a second seat. And even based on the consultants' reports, it looks like that's something that we would have to do. What kind of costs would we be looking at if we went to that?
Well, again, through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor, I don't believe today, with the response times that we have today, now there are reasons why some of our response times are somewhat delayed, and we can go through that if you wish. But in today's call volume that we are doing, I believe we are fully able to do it with a single seat. As our call volume goes up, as I said earlier, could there be a potential of a second seat? There are many PSAPs that are continuing with a single seat, especially now that we know, because NG911 is so new, and we're learning from York Region Police, who they were the first in the province to implement. The call handling times and the benefits of having next generation 911 in terms of the software that they have, as I said earlier, there's 80% efficiencies specifically with call handling and processing times that they're finding. So if that's going to help us at the same level as helping the York Region and some of the other PSAPs, then that means that will help our single seat call center in maintaining it to one and not having to move to two.
What kind of makes me nervous is because the consultants have highlighted it, and just and I don't know how it works, but in case of liability, will they reference back that we should have had the second seat, and then it holds the city responsible for whatever disaster we'd be looking at that time if our response time wasn't where it should be?
Well, what I can tell you with next generation M1, that the capabilities of, and you'll notice in the report, in both reports, what more specifically in the CAO's report, when you're talking about KPIs, that's why we want to invest in this next generation M1. The ability that it will have to address KPIs and address gaps in our service delivery is exactly what we want. That's why we want to invest in this technology, because it'll be able to show us gaps, where we can improve, what we need to do, and we'll be able to report on a regular basis. The current system that we're doing now has very, very limited capabilities. And it's no different than when we were using VATM to the software that we're using today. It's leaps and bounds ahead of what it can do. And the technology is at its greatest. And that's why with next generation M11, we're already seeing, a year ago, 18 months, we had no idea. It was so new. We are learning so much from these only seven out of the 108 across the province that have implemented it. And Motorola is also enlightening us with some of because they do many other departments across the province, on some of the findings that they're noticing with this latest technology.
And part of your presentation, you're relying on that provincial grant. What happens if we don't get that provincial grant?
Well, it's interesting you say that. I've spoke with the Solicitor General's office in great detail. They're very interested on what's happening, and probably not surprised that they're actually streaming this council meeting right now. The reason why we lost the funding is because of their fiscal year of March, of this year. And that's when the announcement came that the extension of the 4th year grant will be coming out shortly. When they say shortly, I don't have an exact time. It could be 3rd quarter, it could be 4th quarter. But I know it'll be sooner than later in terms of the first 3 previous grants, the timelines where they came out for applications. That's why in this report, and because of the delays that we've had throughout the year, exploring what options we were doing, whether we could go in the region or whether we could not, that further delayed us to move forward. Hence, March showed up, and then us losing the grant. I made a call to the Solicitor General because when the CRTC extended the timelines to implement NG-911, to a certain degree, one was to assume that the funding would also be extended to the same deadline. But it doesn't work that way, of course, as anyone knows that have received provincial grants. They end in March of every year, hence the 4th one being announced, but it won't be announced until, I'm assuming, 3rd quarter of this year.
I have a question for you now, a personal question for you to answer. So 18 or 17 months ago when we had this, the same issue that we dealt with back then and has come forward is the issue of cost versus safety. And that seems to be the essence of what we're talking about here. So last time was this $240,000, and council struggled with that amount, but we were given hope that we would find cost savings, we would be able to amalgamate. Now going forward, it seems like we're looking at potentially a $2 million a year extra cost to run this new program. So that's huge cost. You've been listening to all the arguments all night, whether or not we can afford the Willoughby Center. We're seeing the amount of arrears that we have. We hear that the taxpayers are struggling all over. We have budgets tonight so this $2 million isn't even part of this budget that we're talking about. It's going to be over and above, which basically works out to maybe 2.5% of the tax levy. I don't do your job, so I'm asking you because you need to help us. We're back to this safety versus cost. This cost is exorbitant, but yet you're telling us safety. And I really would like to hear you tell us one way or the other, can we find an alternative, a suitable alternative, going to St. Catharines perhaps, that will still meet the safety of our residents and your firefighters and the visitors, which is what the association presented to us last time, without us spending this ongoing $2 million? Are you saying that $2 million trumps every other safety method that we can do? I even saw where we could even put that $2 million into preventative fire things. So whether that's it or not, it's just at the end of the day more cost to our taxpayer who's already struggling. So again, we come back to cost versus safety. We struggled with $240,000. Now we've got this $2 million. I am really very confused with this whole thing, so I'm opening it up to you.
Yep. Through you, Your Worship, and perhaps I have a biased decision in terms of, and it's a very difficult decision. This decision that and this report that I present to you has not come lightly. I'm not here to tell you the next generation 911 is cheap. No technology is cheap. The amount of that we've invested in the city in terms of technology to get to where we are today has not been cheap. And so I'm not here to say that it is. What I'm here to say to you, and as an individual who has been dispatched by a different department for many, many years, 20 years, is what I'm saying is that, and I don't mean to discredit any dispatch service, and they do great work. What I'm telling you is, and what I will say from an internal perspective, when we dispatch, we do it differently because we're doing it for our own. We understand our operational guidelines better. We are familiar with our city. So when it comes down to safety and health and safety, I don't believe, and it's my opinion, that no dispatch center will do it as good as we do it for ourselves. For the reasons that I had stated earlier. Does that come to a cost? Yes. So the point I'm trying to make to you is that it all depends on the level of service that we want to provide to our staff and to our community. Do we want to invest with resources to be able to do the highest level of service that we can do, not just for our community, but for everybody that comes to the city of Niagara Falls? Or do we want to outsource it to somebody else, to another department, who may not do it as good as we? Will they do the job? Yes. But will they do it at the same level and the same high level of service as the way we do it for ourselves? And that's a very difficult decision, because I understand that it comes at a significant cost, and one that I understand, and I lost sleep over in terms of coming to this council meeting today. And also I went on to say that the costs today, which we know far better than we did 18 months ago, is the burden that it does to our IS department in our city. They have a lot on their plate today that they did not have 18 months ago. They are implementing many systems across the city, to ensure a high level of service, and this being one of them. 18 months ago, they weren't involved as they are today. So part of the costing of NG911, as you see in the companion document here that's provided by IS, is in order for them to be able to meet the objectives that the NG911, because they're stretched thin and because they don't have enough resources, is the additional cost of that weren't there 17 months ago.
And this is, again, a very difficult decision when we see people losing their homes because they can't afford to pay their tax bill.
Sorry, that's a call. Sorry.
So it's just a very difficult decision when we're at the same report seeing people potentially losing their home because of tax arrears. So this balancing act of safety, to what level of safety do we need to the point where somebody has to lose their home because they can't pay taxes, is very difficult. 240,000 to 2 million, it's a big difference. Thank you for your answers.
Thank you, Councillor. I've got Councillor Strange and then Councillor Dabrowski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Chief. So I remember when we were talking about this last year, and we know Niagara Falls is in such a unique position with the fire department, because they not only have sky rises and we have Niagara Falls and possibly people jumping in the falls, but also gorge rescues. And you said back then, because I knew Niagara helicopters help you guys out, and it was kind of a unique position where you kind of almost didn't even use dispatch. It was kind of like a cell phone type, called them. It was very unique that they don't have that anywhere else in the region. I guess not too many places in Canada would have that relationship with their helicopter operators. Going forward, how would St. Catharines have that? Like if you possibly went to St. Catharines, or if we went with this new 911 Motorola, what would the relationship, would that still be like a cell phone call? We need you at the gorge right now. How many rescues do you do a year at the gorge, and how many lives have you saved? And I actually think, and Councillor Baldinelli always says that we need some money from the province for that, because it's all the parks, or they should have their own little fire department there. But how many calls a year do you deal with where you have to deal with the helicopters and dispatch that way as well, or whether it's your cell phone, or how does that happen?
Through you, Your Worship. So the partnership that we have with Niagara Helicopters is a notification, very similar to how I just received one, a notification to the pilot at Niagara Helicopters, who would let us know if the helicopter is available in the event that we need to utilize the helicopter. So it's just more of a notification system. In some cases, the helicopter could be out of service, it could be out for maintenance, and we have to go to Plan B, Plan C, or whatever the case may be. We have contingency plans in terms of how we can go get someone down into the gorge. So he's definitely a resource. How that would work with St. Catharines or any other dispatch service is that, well, first and foremost, I'm not quite sure at this point. We would have to look into that. We would have to see if that's something that they would be able to do and offer that service, because it's a private company here. And the relationship that we have with Niagara Helicopters, it's no cost to us. Niagara Helicopter doesn't charge us for fuel, doesn't charge us for man hours, doesn't charge us for maintenance of the helicopters. It's all based on the relationship that we have, and they're a good community partner. And so I'm not sure if that would be extended to another service, or how that link would, from a communications perspective, how that would look like. But we would obviously have to look at that, because it's a very valuable added service to us.
Okay, thank you. And just to Councillor Newstake's point, maybe this through you, Mayor, to our finance director, Ms. Clark. And you said it would be an added $2 million cost every year. What would that be on our tax levy as a percentage to residents added on to?
Approximately 2%.
An extra, so it would be an extra, it would be 2.1% on top of the tax levy that we currently have. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dabrowski.
Just to get clarification on, through you to the chief, to Councillor Strange's question about dispatch. So, Chief, can you just explain one more time? So the heliport gets notified by dispatch?
Through you, Your Worship, the helicopter pilot gets notified by our dispatch when there's a rope rescue, and whether the helicopter is available. That is linked directly to our incident commander, and so that way, in terms of what is the tactical procedure in order to get into the gorge, is it easier to rappel down, is it easier to walk down, or is it easier to fly down, depending on the mechanism of injury, the pilot will tell us immediately whether the helicopter is available or not. And then the tactical procedure is enacted.
Okay, fair enough. And then across the province, just in terms of trends, or in your expert opinion, are more municipalities sticking with their own in-house dispatch, or are they outsourcing? Do we have any stats on current trends across the province?
We do. We don't know all the stats, unfortunately. As I said, there was only 7 out of the 108 that have migrated, but there has been amalgamation of many services, smaller departments that have amalgamated, and there are also those that are a single seat similar to ours, including police and fire. So it's both. It's a combination of both.
Is that it? Okay. And yes, Councillor Patel.
Through Mr. Mayor to Chief. Mr. CEO pointed out in his report that if we can take the money that are asked to invest in the Motorola 911 and we can use that strategy and use it differently, do a proactive approach. For example, give grants to 500 houses to put the water sprinklers in the houses, or fire education, fire prevention education. Do you not think that that money would be spent better by being proactive than having a Motorola 911 dispatch center? What is your take on it?
Through you, Your Worship, the Sprinkler Coalition has been around for almost 30 years. We actually fundraise for the Sprinkler Coalition. And the industry, the building industry, actually is one of those who have confronted the Sprinkler Coalition because of the additional cost in installing residential sprinklers in homes, stating that cost is now going to be transferred to the homeowner. It's no secret, and it's been around for quite some time, an initiative that we're continuing trying to push, very similar to over 30 years, actually closer to 40 now, we've been still trying to preach to install smoke alarms and now carbon monoxide in homes. Fire prevention measures have always been, and it's actually one of the 3 lines of defense. We've never stopped. We continuously try to impose sprinklers, smoke alarms, and we still have over 100 deaths, fire deaths in province of Ontario on an annual basis. So as much as I fully agree with investing in sprinkler coalitions and fire prevention measure, one of my other hats was being a fire prevention officer. You know, I've been on provincial, regional, and also federal lobbying at Queen's Park with regards to fire prevention initiatives. So in terms of fire prevention, we're a huge advocate here in terms of continuing. And I'm always asking for investing in fire prevention. I just don't know that if fire prevention measures is going to help people into the gorge. Fire prevention isn't going to help people that come from other countries that don't live similar to the way that we live in some of the areas that we are responding to. All walks of life, all different kinds of demographics. Cultures are different. They're here for a short time and then they leave. So with regards to fire prevention measures and sprinkler coalitions, I'm a strong advocate to do that. But there's a proven track record, and the stats come out on an annual basis from the Office of the Fire Marshal at many of our symposiums that, you know, they're not working as well as we would like them to do. And sprinklers, residential sprinklers, as I said, been around for a long time, and some of the pushback has been from the building industry because of the cost in putting them in homes.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, to Chief. Earlier you said that having dispatch center and having an in-house dispatch center helps our firefighters better because they understand each other better. I know that Fort Erie uses dispatch center service from Tillsonburg. Have you heard of any examples when service is being provided from far away? Has there ever been a case where the call has been dropped and firefighters didn't get the instruction they were supposed to get? Has there ever been any conflict, or has there ever been any example that has ended up being a casualty or maybe great disaster? Thank you.
Yeah, Chief.
Again, through you, Your Worship, I can't comment on any other dispatch. Unfortunately, I'm not privy to that information. It's actually confidentiality to release that information. I could get that for you, but it would have to go through some sort of a freedom of information in order for me to gather that. But I can tell you that we have not had that in our city.
Okay, thank you.
Done? Okay. Any other questions of council? Okay, seeing none. So I'm going to go to the clerk. Clerk, so our next, we've got a opposing report. So what's the order of operations? Go right to the CAO?
I would recommend.
Okay. Clerk's recommending, so we're going to go right to the CAO. He's going to go through his report. Then you'll have a chance to ask him questions, and in the end, I'm going to come to council and ask what the direction or the will of council is going to be. Okay, so CAO, you've got the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council, this is a tough situation and a tough report, and it's unique that you have two kind of opposing reports. What I just do want to take a personal liberty and express, this isn't about, you know, the CAO versus the fire department. You know, quite frankly, every employee is, I oversee every employee, and I have to also burden the same risk that the chief does with fire employees if there, you know, is a risk issue. But I have to represent every department also. And that includes the guy who at 2 o'clock in the morning on a January is going to deal with a water main break, you know, 4 feet under, and there's health and safety risks there and that. So I have to look at the departments as a whole and the corporation as a whole. I also have to represent all the taxpayers here. And, you know, and council does that also. And so I have to take a global perspective on this because there's many choices that can be made. In the last arena debate, you know, we have to make choices. And that's really what it's about. Unfortunately, you know, I do have a concern that the debate has left the realm of facts and rational debate, and that's why there is that unusual piece in my report, which is made public, which normally I would never make public, to address an issue with regards to the CAO trying to frustrate this process. So I wanted to be very clear on that fact that, you know, I took council's direction seriously. I personally went and got federal engineering to support this, and I think those emails speak for itself. I did want to address the fact that that's unusual, but because of the information that was circulating in the public, that got brought out. I wanted to address a couple of questions that were raised here. So why were we not included in the RFP? I wanted to choose my words carefully. You know, at the end of the day, we opted out of the joint procurement and the joint move to that. That was a decision that was made previously, and because of that, the region and EMS, they moved on from that, and that's why we weren't included into that. With regards to the fire master plan, I received the early draft in February of 2025, and then the second draft just recently in June of 2025. So that, you know, that's where I was basing my information on, as the two earlier drafts. Sorry.
Yep. Councillor Peter Angelo.
Can I ask a question just on the point that Mr. Burgess made about opting out? That's different than what we were told, obviously.
You guys speak into the mic, sorry, Councillor.
I just said that's different than what we were told. Do you have any details?
I think council was made aware, this is going back a while, and I believe council was made aware that we chose not to. At the time, the feeling was that we had a compliant NG 911 system, and we did not need to participate in the region's procurement. And I think subsequently the information came out differently. I will get information from the region. The person who led that project was at the time Deputy Chief 40. He's now Chief 40. I can get, you know, some of that information to council. The third point I wanted to address in the questions was overtime cost. We hired two additional firefighters on the first round, and then 6 additional on the second round. The cost for a fourth-class firefight, for those 8 fourth-class firefighters, are about $740,000. Now, I will say that's on the low side. That includes fourth-class rate plus benefits. But then you have, on top of that, you have the continuation of those benefits, and then those fourth-class firefighters will eventually move up. And then, so we saved about $1 million in overtime, so the net cost differential is about $250,000, which is not an insignificant savings, but that, you know, that is the savings. That savings gap will erode as they move from fourth class to third class, and that. But that's a decision I backed, you know, quite frankly, because that was the smart decision. I also want to stress, this isn't about cutting costs. This is about trying to control costs. This council has been very supportive. Before I arrived here, we added Station 7. Adding the capital cost for both the building and the equipment and the employees to go into that was a significant investment. I added an incremental piece of fire equipment. It was a truck to pull the inflatable raft that we have. That was not an insignificant investment, and that's a net new piece of vehicle. Then we hired 8 additional firefighters. We have invested heavily in the fire department. There are no two questions about it, and as I've said, on a per capita basis, on a per call basis, we are not a cheap fire department currently. But the trend is not getting better. Fire, a pumper truck a number of years ago, did not cost, it's closing in on, it's getting close to $1 million now, or $800,000. Truck costs are going up 40, 50%. Employment costs, continue to increase. WSIB costs continue to increase. All those trend lines are growing at a multiple rate above what a family's income is increasing. And as my whole organization gets preached at all the time, and this is not just for fire, but the whole organization, I cannot continue to raise taxes at 3, 4, 5, 6% when the person at home is getting an increase of 2%. That math will not work. You will fall off a cliff. So we need to take a look at what we can control and what are the changes. You know, and when you go back to the first debate, I said the same thing. I love my kids. Everyone loves their kids. When you buy a car for your kid, the obvious choice is to buy the Mercedes. It's one of the safest vehicles known to man, or the Volvo. It's one of the safest vehicles known. They get all the safety patents for that. But because you can't afford it, it doesn't mean you love your kid less because you bought them, you know, another vehicle, and you make a choice. You say, you know what, I'll get this vehicle, but I'll make sure it has collision backup, or I'll make sure it has this. You make those compromises. And, you know, and that's what we have to look at. I don't see any trend line or savings that are material enough to offset this. And as we grow, we will be looking at an additional fire station, which is another capital cost, which then is another employment expense. And, you know, we're sitting at over 30% of our budget to fire. And if we continue on this trend, we're going to get to 40% pretty quick. And when fire goes up by 1 or 2%, it is by far our largest budget. Like, it dwarfs every other budget in the city. So if fire goes up by an extra percent, you know, I need to save $1 million from somewhere else, but $1 million in other departments isn't a 2% cut. It's 15, 20% of a cut to a department. So you're gutting other departments to control that. The province struggles with the same similar thing as healthcare and education control so much of our budget. So we need to look for different ways. What I've presented to you, I think it's a self-evident budget. What I presented to you is there's an option, and every day I have to assume risks. Every day this organization assumes risks. And it's which risks do we want to assume? Is there a different way we can deal with those risks? You can never get risk down to zero. If you don't want vehicle deaths, ban cars. But you're not going to do that. You have to assume a level of risk. And it's how much of that level of risk and how much are you willing to spend to reduce that level of risk, and you know, how much is that investment? Or could I take that same amount of money and reduce risk a different way? So everything cannot be a priority. And every department struggles with that. If I asked any of my GMs here or directors, they will give you a laundry list of things they could do to improve service. They would give you a laundry list of things that they would do to make their workers, you know, a work-life balance better. But we have to make choices. And what my report says is, I don't know, quite frankly, because I've not entered in discussions with St. Catharines, because that is not what council's direction was last time. So I can't give you the full details, because the deal that we structured last time was back 14 months ago, or almost 18 months ago, and I don't know if the same circumstances exist. So I may come back in 30 days or 60 days and say, that deal might not work, and we're going to be locked in on an investment. But I want this council to understand that you're locking into a multi-year increase in taxes. So when budget time comes around and we say, oh, I want an inflationary increase, well, that's not going to cover it. So I can't go and have those discussions with St. Catharines, because that would be working against council's direction. I've gotten some preliminary information and I've done some of that, but I'm not going to go in, and why would they discuss it when what's on the motion record is not. So for me to enter in fulsome discussion, we need to send a message to St. Catharines that, yes, we are open to that option, and they will invest the time to make that go forward. But I don't want to minimize this decision. I don't want to I don't want it to come across as this is an easy way to save a buck. That's not, that's not what it. I lose sleep over these decisions, like I lose sleep over a lot of decisions, because there is a risk factor, and that's why I gave the ability to have a difference of opinion. On a pool situation, Kathy Ms. Moldenhauer may have a different opinion than me, but we'll take one corporate opinion to council. But this is a rare situation, where you can have that difference of opinion. And I think it's good for this organization. I think it's good for council that we, have these intellectual debates and have a good debate on solid facts so that you guys can make a good decision. And that the public understands that this wasn't just a, cheap thing to go save $5, and that the employees understand that this was taking in a very serious context. And we always have choices. So I think my report is pretty straightforward. It was deliberately weighed to council. And there are risks going both ways. There are risks, and I will, even though the chief may say I'm okay with a one-seat call center, I have to weigh that organizational risk, because quite frankly, if we do have a situation where and not only that, we also have a situation with our call handle time, which is not meeting to the standard. I think we would have I would not make a good witness, because the first thing they're going to say is, you had two expert opinions and why didn't you respond to it? So, we have to weigh that. And I may bring that back saying, well, we may need to move to 2 seats, even though we don't want to, but that's a risk factor that we also have to, we have to assess, because if having a call center is important, making sure it operates at optimal best practice should also be important. It shouldn't be a pick, seize, and choosy type of thing on how you're going to operate that way. So, I'm more than willing to take questions on the report, but I wanted to stress the council, this is not a decision not to move forward with NG 911. It's a decision to explore another option, because it has materially changed since council's first decision on the matter.
Done? Okay. All right. Thank you, Councillor. So I'm going to look to the left first, and I'm going to go right to Councillor Lococo. Oh, now I didn't even pick the right person. I picked the right side. I didn't pick the right person. I can't win. Okay, Councillor Patel, would you go first? Then Councillor Lococo, then Councillor Newestag. Did I leave anyone else out yet? I don't want anyone to be... Okay. Okay.
Before I start saying anything, I would like to acknowledge all the firefighters, fire chief, everybody in this council chambers, temporary council chambers, that by asking questions, making comments, and no, we do not know what the outcome of this report's going to be. I just want to make sure that there is no way we are undermining dedication and hard work you put into keep our community safe. We are thankful for your service. You run into building when people are running out of the building. So we really thank you every day for your service. So we are not undermining your dedication by discussing and asking questions. I just want to clarify that first thing.
No, and I'd like to reiterate, and this is not anything against anybody. The chief's doing his job, the CAO's doing his job, and then council's going to have to, in the end, make the decision. We always say staff make recommendations, the council makes the decisions, but we've got to look at the big picture, and you're right. So obviously we love our fire department very much, but at the end of the day, too, we answer to all the residents, so we've got to look at everything. Yep, go ahead, floor is yours.
Talking about safety, I just want to get away from the report and ask Chief one question. Our firefighters keep our community safe. I just want to make sure that is council doing everything we can to keep our firefighters safe when they're out protecting our community?
Is that a question, Councillor?
Yes, it's for the chief.
Is that for the chief? Okay,
Yes.
Chief, did you hear that question? She's asking, are we doing all we can do as a council to make sure the fire department, all the firefighters are safe?
Through you, Your Worship, we've had amazing support from council. The equipment that we have in terms of apparatus and protective equipment, our training ground, which I've said numerous times, we have a state-of-the-art training ground, one that gets utilized by many fire departments in the region. The building of Station 7, definitely warranted for that side of the city as we continue to grow, and the city is continuing to grow. And as the CAO mentioned in the fire master plan, the draft, it does speak to, additional investments in the next 10 years as the city grows. And there's no doubt about it. When you build a $1 billion hospital, other things will come. So since I've been here in 2016, and I can say even previous to that, council has been always very, very supportive of our fire department, which includes all the divisions, both career and also our volunteers.
Thank you very much. My next question is through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. CEO. I remember a couple years ago when we were working on our budget, I did ask Mr. CEO to find $1 million savings and $250,000 that of the moving the dispatch center was part of the $1 million savings. And 14 or 16 months ago, when Mr. CEO came to the council with the CEO's report to save $250,000 and move the dispatch center, that was $250,000 16 months ago. So Mr. CEO, fast forward to 16 months now, what cost are we looking at besides just including the capital investment per year?
Thank you. Through the chair, I would stress that when I gave the $250,000 number, two things. One, I had a better sense on what the cost of St. Catharines was going to be, and two, I said it was a conservative number, which means I lowballed that number because I did not believe we were capturing the full cost of the system. So what I would say is that if we continued on with a one-seat call center, your incremental cost would be the companion report says 400 and some odd thousand, but that does not include what we'll have to pay NRP because NRP will require it. So I would say it's easily $500,000 a year in incremental spend, plus your capital cost, and then these systems would be renewed. So that's why that memo showed both a 5-year average and a 10-year average, because you would be renewing it over that time period. The NRP system and the St. Catharines system has mandatory renewals of equipment, so mandatory capital spend. So I would say that even that memo that has been provided by Information Services, that those costs will likely be on the low side because the inflationary increases will be higher, but that is a good estimate for it. If you move to 2 seats, you need to hire 6 more communicators, and you're probably looking at close to $800,000 per year for those additional wage costs.
Thank you. And in your report, Mr. CEO, you are asked, through you, Mr. Mayor, you're asking for 60-day deferral to see if we can come up with a deal or maybe look at the dispatch center in St. Catharines to see if they can take on our department. What happens if that doesn't work out? Do you have backup plan from that?
Through the mayor to council, no. I do not want to recommend moving the call center out of the region for a variety of reasons. So I think St. Catharines is consolidated. Essentially, the region is dispatched. Niagara Falls dispatches themselves for fire. Welland and Fort Erie are dispatched out at Tillsonburg. Every place else in the region is dispatched by St. Catharines. And then St. Catharines on top of that has a number of other clients across Ontario. I don't see it being plausible to go to a Burlington or something like that for a variety of reasons. So I think it's likely going to be, we're either going to go ahead and eat the cost and continue on, or if I come back and present a different cost structure, that will be for council to make the decision on.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. CEO said a while ago in St. Catharines that they did make a little higher in wages compared to what our dispatch center makes in Niagara Falls. Is that still the same case? Are they still a little higher paid than we are in Niagara Falls?
That's correct, but I disclosed in my report we are in arbitration over the collective agreement with our fire association, and they have requested a change in their grid scale to move up, which would make the communicators, I think, either the same or very close to the St. Catharines rate.
Thank you. One more thing is, last year you said that by moving dispatch center to St. Catharines, we will not be losing any jobs, no layoffs will happen. Would that be the same case if we decide to go with this recommendation?
Thank you. Through the mayor to council, that would be something that would be part of those discussions with St. Catharines. I do not know at this point in time.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to Councillor Lococo, then Newstag, then Dabrowski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the mayor to the CAO. In the report, it talks about that our call handling doesn't meet the call handle time. The regulation is 60 seconds, but we're 93. We've received a letter from the Niagara Falls Professional Fire Association, and they noted that not all calls are emergency calls, and that they do not need, those calls don't need to meet the standard. How does that work in the statistics, and can we get an accurate amount of seconds that it takes to handle the calls if they're not all emergency calls?
Thank you. That statistic is the 90th percentile of calls. So, and the purpose, and then so there's also the average time and the mean time. So the average time, not to give a math lesson, but the mean time is the mean time of a call is, you know, if you had 100 calls, is what is that time of the 50th call when you rank them in order. The average time is when you take them all and divide it by 100. And then on the 90th percentile call is of the 100 calls, what is the 90th call, 90 to 100, what is their time call? And usually, you know, a non-emergency call would be dispatched quickly, or a non-emergency call, you know, if they are not busy, would, you know, they could spend more time on it, and that's, you know, and that is accurate. However, it is a stress point, it is a stress issue, where when you are busy and you have multiple incidences and you have a one-seat call center, that is the challenge with a one-seat call center, is if you are in an emergency situation and you do need to handle, the call does need to take longer. If the second emergency call happens, what is that? There's other stats too, pickup time and that. So, you know, in the fire master plan, communications was reviewed, all departments of fire were reviewed, and that was some of the findings in that plan. Like I said, I wish, you know, I wish that plan could have been delivered to council so that you'd had the fulsome plan in front of you.
Okay, thank you. Do we know what St. Catharines call handle time is?
I've asked for that. I can't disclose that information, but they meet all the standards outlined.
Okay, thank you. The report mentions the use of, in Niagara Falls, use of suppression staff as communicators. Does St. Catharines use suppression staff for communicators?
That's been represented by some fire staff. I would have to confirm that. I've not confirmed that from St. Catharines at this point in time. Again, I didn't want to get into those detailed questions if council is not, and that would be one of the questions we would ask, and what would be their structure going forward if they added on. You know, we're around 5,000 calls currently per year. So, what does that mean for their call volume and how many communicators they would need?
Okay, thank you. And my last question, there's a comparison of Niagara Falls and Barrie. Barrie has $29.7 million for a budget, and the amount here total calls is 10,798. But when I add them up, there's 1,721 difference missing. Is there another type of call that we don't know about?
Yeah, there's a variety of other calls. I just included kind of the higher risk calls. And I think if you do our numbers also, which I compared, it doesn't add because I didn't include each call type.
Yes, and I added them for Niagara Falls and for Barrie, and they didn't add up.
Yeah.
But what was very apparent, Barrie's 29.7 million, and we're similar for 30 million, but yet Barrie is handling double the calls.
Yeah, and that's the challenge with any piece of technology. It becomes expensive. And that's why and call centers are expensive. And generally that's why you need scale. In the private sector, you would never see a call center with 1 or 2 people in it. They just don't work. That's why you need scale. When you look at provincial call centers, so, the OPP dispatches across the province, I think they have 4 call centers. And I said this at the last debate. If Doug Ford came down and said we're one city, or if we were never created this way and Niagara Region was just plopped on the map and it was day one, you'd have 1 call center. There would be no, Niagara Falls gets a special call center. That is not how you would design the region. Niagara Regional Police has 1 call center, EMS has 1 call center, like I said, OPP for the province. If you go look at the Coast Guard, they deal with 3 oceans, and they only have a couple of operational centers, and they're running rescues, that are dealt with in nautical miles. And as the technology gets better, that's where the investment is. Now you can pinpoint through GPS, and so like you can triangulate the where the phone call is coming from and send that immediately to the person on site. That's where the investments need to be made. And as technology advances, you can gain more. But if you can't make those incremental investments, when the next best feature of NG 911 comes out, and it's another $3 million, I'm paying $3 million on 5,000 calls, where another call center is paying $3 million for 50,000 calls. And that's the challenge that you have with technology. It requires scale. Also, to develop best practices in training, if you're, and it doesn't matter what profession you're in, if you're a surgeon in a hospital that does 100 heart surgeries, or you're a surgeon in a hospital that does 1,000 heart surgeries, I'd want to go to the heart surgeon that does the 1,000, not the 100. And this is no different. It's a skill-based system. And you can invest more in training. You can invest more in best practices. And that's a challenge, that's there.
Okay, thank you. To follow up to what you just said, is Barrie, do they do their own dispatch?
No, they also dispatch other services.
They also dispatch others. So their $30 million is less because they're pooling all of their resources?
No, the $30 million is their net.
For
their
those
net
calls.
After the other fees that they've obtained.
So why is Barrie able to handle 10,000 calls for $30 million and we handle 4,900 for $30 million? Why are we so expensive? I've heard that before.
Fire is a fixed cost structure. During COVID, when we had 2,000 calls, it's not like our budget went down. It's a fixed cost structure. I have to have so many people on staff 24 hours a day. So whether they answer 1 call or 20 calls, besides a little bit of fuel that's spent, there is no real cost difference. And and when you have a call center, our call center will cost the same as St. Catharines call center, as Hamilton's call center. You know, the differential will be the additional computer or laptop for the second seat, you know, and the mouse or whatever. So, you know, our challenge is we have, you know, we have a very good fire service department that we've invested into, but at the end of the day, there's only so many calls. And so when you look at it on a per call basis, like, I don't want to do the math rate, but you know, there's 24 hours in a day and there's 365 days in a year. So you got 8,000 some odd hours, right? And so, and if you're getting 5,000 calls, you're getting less than a call an hour. But you can't, that person, you know, like, that person has to stay there. So the cost is the same. And you know, so you're not going to get out of the fixed cost structure. And that's why it says, that's why I say it's what is the best area to put your bang for your buck into it? Is it that? Is it reallocating to prevention? Is it reallocating to some other type of investment? And where do you get the benefit from?
Okay, thank you. How many firefighters are in Barrie?
I don't have that number. It is in their annual report.
Okay, and then my last one was, you talked about if the province amalgamated the region, that there would be one dispatch. Would that also be a regional fire department? Is there talk about a regional fire department now without amalgamation?
Yeah, I just meant if you were to redesign the region, or if you had a fresh start at it, you would not contemplate having two call centers. You know, I don't want to say that that's on the table, but what I can say is on the table with CAO discussions is cost of fire, and it's not just in Niagara Falls. We happen to be very expensive on a per capita basis, but it's an expensive service, period, across the province. You know, cities are struggling with that cost, and they are looking for different ways, and that's why you see amalgamations in comms departments on that. I think you may see more joint, you know, service agreements, because I think that is the trend. I think the biggest challenge is, to speak bluntly, is the cost of professional firefighters is significantly more than a full volunteer service. So there's always a concern with the municipality on merging with a professional fire department, because their cost would increase. And that is, you know, that's a challenge people are, you know, cities are struggling with.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
All right, thank you. Councillor, excuse me, Newestag, and then Dabrowski.
So listening to everything this evening, this is a very, probably one of the more serious decisions we've had to make, because it deals with such a high cost and safety. And I think we need to do our homework before anybody's in a position to make a decision. So I'd like to move the motion that we direct the CAO to go and explore the St. Catharines and see what can have, and then report back to us so we can make a more informed decision.
Okay, we've got a motion. Councillor Dabrowski?
I'll second that, but I'm hoping we can add, because we are a unique city, if we could maybe contact or engage in discussions with Niagara Region EMS, Niagara Helicopters, the Niagara Parks Commission as well, just to see if we were to move to this model eventually down the road. Those are relationships we've held for a long time within the city, and of course we're unique, and Councillor Strange had brought up earlier tonight the amount of gorge rescues that we do have and how unique of a city we are. So if we can maybe just make a minor amendment to the motion, I'd be happy to second that.
Absolutely. And in that, I see that St. Catharines has 28 municipalities that report to it. Maybe we can even do some homework as well to see how theirs, how they rate St. Catharines before we do anything. I think this is serious, and we need as much information as we can. So I definitely agree with Councillor Dabrowski's amendment as well.
Okay, so we've got a motion, seconded. We're ready to go. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. All right, thank you. Thank you for all the work. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Fire Department, CAO. Yes, Mr. CAO?
We have to technically accept the chief's report also for information.
Okay, and also, can I get a motion to accept the chief's report? Okay, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Strange. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous as well. Madam Clerk? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, next on the agenda is item 9. What's next? 9.3? Where's 9.3?
Preliminary budget.
Yeah, 9.3, preliminary budget projection. So there's a number of recommendations. Is Ms. Clark going to address this? No? Yes? No? I think you're the treasurer. I think we're going to go to you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Did you want me to walk through the report?
No,
or
I just
take
want you to
questions?
introduce it and give us the high-level summary. I see there's 3 recommendations.
Sure. So this is our preliminary budget projection. Throughout the report, you'll see some statistical analysis on what we expect inflation to be, which we said would be around 3.2% based on our weighted budget. So because of that, recommendation 2, I'm asking for direction to have a range of 2.5% to 3.5% for the operating levy increase. And then recommendation number 3, that actually feeds off of Mr. Nichols and Ms. Gudgeon's report from the levels of service you heard on June 17th for the asset management. So in the report a couple times, I think, somewhere, some page, I referenced Eric's report and mentioned that the ask was to have a 2.75% increase to cover the funding gap for the state of good repair to meet our proposed levels of service. But if council wished to fund the 10-year funding gap for both proposed levels of service and strategic initiatives, you'd be looking at having to do about a 4.5% capital levy increase over 10 years. You have asked for a range of 1% to 4.5% on the capital levy increase. Further down in the report on page 5, right under table 2 with the average household impact, which is, I guess, a bit of an a la carte option, if you will. You get to see the options at various increases. I have indicated the ideal recommendation from staff would be a 3% operating levy increase and a 3% capital levy increase. And I know you guys are probably really excited to read that.
All right. So, yes, I've got Councillor Carrio, then Councillor Pietrangelo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd be happy to move the recommendation if we made 2 minor changes. Number 2, that we made it from 0 to 3.5. I know that it's a stretch, but could we at least let the taxpayers think that we're thinking about no increase rather than saying we're going to start at 2.5? And on the other one, 0 to 4.5, regardless of where we end up, I'd like to be able to say we're not starting with an increase. And
Okay.
then move it.
Okay. A motion by Councillor Carrio. I saw Councillor Dabrowski had his hand up. You're seconding that, Councillor Dabrowski? Yeah? Okay. So any discussion to the motion? Councillor Pietrangelo, you had your hand up as well, and then Councillor Lococo.
Yeah, the only thing I was going to mention, Your Worship, and I know I've already mentioned it to Ms. Clark, is just simply, I can imagine that council is going to wait on the capital levy until we actually see the operating levy budget. I mean, only at the time that we see what staff are proposing for the operating levy increase is council probably going to get its head around what the percentage will be for a capital levy increase. So I just put that in staff's ear, Your Worship.
Yes, any comment, Ms. Clark?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I have several comments. In terms of the 0% increase, I do want to draw your attention to Table 6 on page 8, which does indicate what our wage increases would be projected to be. So just being mindful that a 0% increase is actually cuts, right? So we can't not pay our contractual increases on our labor. So you would have to find that savings elsewhere. That's about $2 million. In terms of Councillor Pietrangelo, I understand that we want to see the operating increase with the capital levy. I guess I just caution you on tying those two together all the time. And I know Mr. Nickel can likely expand on this conversation, but
And I heard Mayor Diodati mention this several times, actually. Our roads are in terrible, terrible shape, and we really need to have some stimulus funding to get those in a better state. And I don't know, Eric, if you want to expand on that, but at some point we have to stop tying how much we'll give to capital at the expense of what we're doing in operating. We almost need to look at them separately to solve both problems. But I don't know, Mr. Nicol, did you want to add anything?
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity through the chair. We are coming back with a 5-year road plan with some recommendations on funding, increased funding for our roads program to try to bring the whole road network to a better state. So that will be coming around September, but we'd like to leave some opportunities open for that additional funding source from the tax levy.
Okay, I've got Councillor Lococo and then Councillor Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before Councillor Carrio made that amendment, we were looking at a combined 3.5 to a maximum of 8%, and that really concerns me. I think we need to be more fiscally responsible. I brought up this before, and I believe it more than ever before. We need to look at a zero-based budget, and I don't mean start at 0%. I mean start from scratch and go through all of the departments and everything that we have to figure out what do we need, what do we want, and start from scratch, because what we're doing now is we're looking at last year's budget and adding a percentage on top of that, and then we keep adding more. We can't just keep adding more. It's not sustainable. We've added so many new positions in 2024 and 2025. Our tax receivables are $34 million. That shows that people can't afford what they have. In my house, if my expenses go up, I either decrease other things, or I look for more revenue. I know that staff is working hard, but I think we have another option. I'm not saying that what is on the table is right or wrong. What I'm saying is the process. I think we can look at a different process and start at a zero-based budget, so I will not approve this report right now. Thank you.
Okay, the CAO is going to address your comments.
If council directs us to do a zero-based budget, I'm okay with that. The challenge with a zero-based budget is you do start from nothing, and you have to take a wholesome look at items. The real challenge here is council has to set what are the service level standards. Because if staff goes and says, listen, I can say I have very few mandatory services. Under the Municipal Act, I don't even have to provide water. So I can go with a zero-based budget and say, zero on aquatics. We don't need aquatics as a service delivery model. I don't need to do soccer fields and baseball fields. The challenge of doing a zero-based budget in a municipal environment, in a private organization, I can do it because I know what my end goal is going to be from what I want to take to the market or what I want to take to the customer. The challenge for staff with a zero-based budget is I would need 650 different zero-based budgets, and it would all be dependent on what council wants to not cut or cut. So what we're trying to do more and more with our budgets is saying, this is our service level, right? This is what we benchmark against other communities. And do you want to lower or like rise or lower your service levels? And, you know, I will say that we're not the worst for budget information. I don't want to be negative. We have come a long way. We're not at that point in time because of data and a whole bunch of other stuff to give you more information, but each year we're trying to give you more information. And so I'll pick on aquatics because Ms. Moldenhauer is here and she's a former lifeguard. Again, it's not a mandatory service. I could have zero aquatic service, you know, and I can provide that as an option. But what we need to get better at is saying, okay, my aquatic service costs you X. I get X number of hours or kids in swimming lessons, and your cost per unit of service delivery is Y. Are we there yet? No. Are we getting better each year at it? Yes. And I think those are the questions. But it all comes down to service levels, and council needs to direct us. And you know, and I'm going to speak freely here, which is always dangerous for a CAO. I think we struggle with the city of Niagara Falls. We deliver exceptional service. My some of my rec facilities are, you know, best in class, and people expect that at the city of Niagara Falls because, frankly, you've all grown up with it. And you know, having 5 outdoor pools, that is not normal. Having, you know, staff at a baseball field lining and make sure it's maintained, you know, correctly. We have more splash pads per capita than anywhere in Ontario. We have some of the best parks, and, you know, and we need to be proud of that, to be quite frank. So, you know, I think we get caught in this, you know, champagne taste and beer budget dilemma. So we have to have a clear sense from council on, you know, what is the expectation? You know, this council, and we backed it. I don't want to put this on council, but I have a rapid response crew going out, eliminating graffiti, getting weeds out, you know, dealing with you know, other communities just let that go because of the cost. So, you know, and that's the challenge. And it's not easy. Like, don't get me wrong, it's not easy. But I think to do a zero-based budget, it can't start with staff, to be quite frank. It has to be council saying, okay, tell me, you know, you have to tell staff which service levels, because we can recommend, and I don't want to say I told you so, but when the $1 million recommendation from Councillor Patel, my exact words were, I'll bring you back $1 million in cuts, but you ain't going to accept them. And I just don't want to do a zero-based budget because it's a very timely, costly thing to do, and it won't get you the result you want. I think what we need to do in this budget is highlight the service levels. I think we can do a much better job at benchmarking to other communities, and have council start to say, okay, you know what, we're gonna downgrade our service level. And I'm just picking it out of, you know, we're gonna downgrade our service level on baseball. We're gonna downgrade our service level. You know what, Eric? Yeah, the roads might not be great. We might get some complaints, but I'm okay with the level of roads. And we have to give you that information. With all due respect, not if you direct me to do it, yes. To do true zero-based budgeting, it is an extremely time-consuming exercise. But it's not that process that's important. It's really, you should be looking at service delivery review. What services do you want to deliver, and at what level do you want to deliver those services? That is really what will drive budget decisions. So I just want to be respectful of that, but I just want to be honest with you. I don't think it will come that way.
Just to that point, you know, if you did a 0% budget, can you give us an example of where you think, you know, recreation would be, where you think the library would be? Yeah. Can you give me some examples of just those two?
We'd have to cut about like off the top of my head, and Ms. Clark can, like, we'd be cutting $3 million, you know, and if you look at the departmental budgets, it would, like, because I always say this, and this council's heard the story, so I don't want to repeat it, but this is more for the public. You know, we spend, we have a pool of money. Of that pool of money, a lot of it is outside your control. We are not going to cut fire. So of the $88 million we tax, $30 million of it is fire. So $30 million is because we're not touching fire. And then you have so much for debt payments. Again, we have to honor our debt obligations. So now that pool gets shrunk, and now you're dealing with, it's rec and culture, right? And then it's like, what is the condition of your, like, we have to maintain our minimum standards, but it's how much above minimum standards are we doing with roads and that kind of stuff. Your actual controllable budget is only about, 40% of the budget. And so those cuts would be, so to take $3 million out when you're not taking it out of fire and you're not taking it out of debt, it is Ms. Moldenhauer's department, and I'll put it, so you would have to close the Gale Center, close Chippewa Arena, and cut McBain down to a few days a week. So you wouldn't have hockey, you wouldn't have.
And the library?
And the library is, Ms. Clark, $6 million? $6 million in library, cut that in half. That would be your other option.
That was a half.
Yeah,
So would you lose employees?
You'd lose libraries. So we'll bring that back. So that's a good question, Councillor Strange. And I don't mind doing the zero as requested. I think it's a good exercise for people to understand that, you want a zero, no problem, but you may not want the city, So I don't mind doing, here's some examples. If you wanted to get to 0%, here's some examples to get to it, which is different than a zero-based budget. It's just a different scenario. But I don't mind doing that from staff, and I take that as a thing, and I think it's good ammunition for the public to understand that.
Councillor Lococo still has the floor. Sorry, we got off on a tangent. Yeah.
I agree, and I appreciate everything what the CAO said. I think from a educational component with council, going through a zero-based budget, and yes, I agree that staff can't do it all. It has to come from council. I don't know about the other councillors, but I can't tell you what our hours are at the swimming pool or how much our fees are for this off the top of my head. I think it would be a very good educational process, and then we start seeing what levels of service we want to move forward with. So to Councillor Strange's point, you go through all of that and you figure out where can we cut things, what are our levels of service. You mentioned coming to Niagara Falls, we have all of these Cadillac services and great buildings and services. Do we want to continue that? This is I think in the next 2 years with the way the economy is, our residents are really going to be suffering, and if we don't do something now, all we're doing is take this year, add a certain amount. And I understand about the contractual basis, we're going to have that. But for the things that we do have the ability to manipulate or cut or change, and maybe we have to change the expectations of our residents. Maybe we have to change the expectations of council. We can't be everything to everybody. And I think that zero-based process gives us that education, and maybe we'll go through with it and we'll find out that we can't do much, but at least we've done it, and I think that process is very valuable. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dabrowski. Oh, I'm sorry. Councillor Patel. I can never get it right.
Through Mr. Mayor, to Mr. CEO or Ms. Clark, it is more of a statement that I see it in the last 3 years, we have raised our taxes average of 5.57%. I remember first year when we were doing budget, we were very new councillors, we were told we are coming out of the budget, inflation was so high, we were about 7.9%. Second year was inflation was high. Third year we did the IT, we had to invest in IT, we had to do our customer service center, so we actually supported the budget. But we got to remember that in the last 3 years, I'm not speaking for 10 years, but the last 3 years, since I became a councillor, people are in worse position when they were 3 years ago. And I do understand we're talking about 0% tax budget. But during the last 3 years' budget, every budget deliberation, I asked for efficiency. I would like to see efficiency on every department's budget. See how they try to save money and how they save certain amount of money. Maybe we should develop our own department of Doge. I'm not sure.
Wow.
Maybe we'll accomplish something, I'm sure. So efficiency, that's what we're looking for. We are talking about cutting 40% of the services in fire, but I want to see 60%. I understand it's all wage. We are paying wages for 59%, I think. But still, departments are running their department. I want to see efficiency, how they save money. Municipal work, they can save money somewhere. They can cut corners somewhere. I'm not putting you on the spot. Sorry, Eric. Your department's the first one on my mind, so I'm not putting you on the spot. But every department should come up with some kind of saving. I would love to see efficiency in our budget. And there's another question I have been over and over asked is about the OLG funds. So in our budget, can we have a section where we can actually explain how OLG funds are spent and where they go? Because residents are having a hard time understanding that we are getting $20 million a year, and our taxes still go up. So I would like to see a whole separate section in the budget to explain how the OLG funds are spent and where we allocate them. And efficiency I would love to see that on on a line of efficiency in every department's budget. I would love to see that.
Were there any other
Thank you.
departments you wanted to go after? I see, I don't think you got legal,
Exactly.
planning, as any other.
There you go.
Now, Ms. Clerk had her hand up when you talked about the OLG. Did you want to address that, Ms. Clerk?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, you're breaking my heart a little bit. We do have a whole webpage on our website that does actually outline all the OLG money we've received and the commitments to date. I will admit we are behind on the annual update, so it is only as up to date as September 2023 at this point in time, but it is outlined for every year since 2013 on there, which does also show the property tax relief. So since 2013, the property tax relief's been $58 million.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Clerk. But what I'm saying is like because lots of people print the budget and they read the budget. So I think it's easier for them if you just have on a budget. You know what I'm saying?
Yep, she made a note.
Yeah, okay.
I saw her writing away.
I know. Another thing I want to say, earlier we were talking about 250,000 savings we asked from fire department, and our chief said they worked hard and they tried to bring the cost down, and whichever way they could bring the cost down, they brought it down. The overtime they brought down. So I think our staff always says that, yeah, they are working on it and they're bringing it down in their vision. They are doing the best they can, but with our residents, it's just not enough. That's what I'm trying to say. People are losing their homes. People are scared for their jobs because these trade wars. We know that some people will be losing jobs. So we are in a worse position now than we were in 3 years ago. So I just want everybody to keep that in mind when they start working on the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dabrowski.
To that point, through you, maybe to the CAO or to Ms. Clark, where does the MAT tax proposed revenue and the OLG proposed revenue fit in to this increase?
So the MAT tax revenue has to be spent on tourism initiatives, and really the intent of MAT tax is to increase tourism so that another hotel gets built and we get the revenue from that hotel, or the hotels do better and their tax assessment increase. But this council, we did allocate some of the MAT tax revenue to offset some of the increase in public works, because that was a tourism related thing with the rapid response team to make sure it's make sure the tourist areas look attractive, because that was a concern that council had. But we can, during the budget deliberation, we can put that information as part of the budget going forward. What's been committed to MAT? The challenge with MAT right now is it's a bit of a guess on what it's going to come in at. So I don't want to over to commit that, and it is a restricted fund, so you cannot use MAT tax to offset city operational issues. That has to be levy based. So I just want to be clear on that. Yes, we can offset some capital because if it's related to a tourism activity or that, but it's not. Those visitors are paying a tax to increase the destination, and therefore it has to be dedicated to that purpose. Ms. Clark wants that.
Yes.
Oh, just the OLG piece of the question, the budget projection just includes the $5 million subsidy that's currently in it. It's not proposing a decrease or increase at this time.
Okay. I guess I'm just not clear from our previous discussions when we had the meeting and the vote on the MAT tax. We went around the horseshoe and talked about how are we going to improve roads, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And now we're seeing another tax increase, to Councillor Lococo's point and Councillor Patel's point. I'd like to see how far we can push that envelope with the MAT tax legally, how much we're allowed to allocate towards capital projects. If it's not operating costs, maybe capital projects, the 420 coming into the city is obviously used by tourists and locals alike. But yeah, I'd like to see us sharpen our pencil. To Councillor Carrio's point, it might not go as far as a labor-intensive process like a 0% based budget, but at least if we could have the departments, again to Councillor Patel's point, come back to us with what 0% would look like, at least it's something we can mull over, and the residents can have a clear indication of why there was a potential tax increase down the road. So the more transparent we could be for residents, I think the better, and the more information we could provide, the better as well. Thank you.
Okay, great. So we've got a motion that's been seconded, asking staff to, first of all, to receive the preliminary budget and we're looking at operating levy from a range of 0 to 3.5 and capital levy from 0 to 4.5. We'll call the motion. All those in favor? Okay. Opposed? Okay, with one opposed. And we will now move to, where are we? 9.4. Tax arrear registration changes. Okay, and we do have one person. So just before we have our guests speak, maybe, staff can introduce this. So is this going to be Ms. Clark? Maybe you can introduce it, and then we'll have our guests come up to the podium and speak.
Thank you. So through you, Mr. Mayor, this report's for the information of council. Recently, well, I guess not recently, back in 2017, the Municipal Act was amended that you could provide a tax arrears certificate after 2 years overdue property, whereas in the past it was 3 years overdue. We're just suggesting to council that we're going to be changing to that process. We think that's a better process both for the municipality and the taxpayer. Waiting for 3 years, the taxpayer, the amount only increases as the penalty and interest adds up. So once the property is finally registered, it's a much larger payment to get your property back from us. Once we register your property, we will no longer accept a payment plan. We are required to accept the full sum amount. So switching to 2 years, we think, is in the best interest of all parties involved.
Okay, so, but this report, it's not to receive, it's to receive and switch. So there's an action in it, is that right? To 2 year?
That's correct.
That's correct,
Yeah,
okay.
we wanted to notify council that we were making that change.
Yeah.
And if council objected to it, then they can direct staff forward.
Understood. I just wanted to be clear, because usually we separate it out. So one's to receive, then one is to, and that's fine. Just to be clear to everyone, it is a change to 3 year to 2 years. So I'm going to go to Councillor Lococo, then Councillor Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess through you to Ms. Clark. If someone was near the 2 year mark or just over the 2 year mark, when we switch over, I guess my question is, how much information have they been given ahead of time to say you'll have 3 years? Because in someone's mind, they might say, oh, I have 3 years and I'm going to do this, this, and this. But now if we change it to 2 years, it said that we were going to switch as of beginning of 2026. But for that specific person, how is it going to affect them if they thought they had 3 years?
Ms. Clark?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So we do send, it is in the report a little bit of it, so we do send the reminder notices 3 times a year, and then we do escalate that with our collection staff, so they will get in contact with the homeowners. We do send personal warning letters in the year the properties are eligible for tax arrears, and we strongly, strongly discuss payment plan options with them. So we're always working to get them onto payment plans, and we are successful in many cases. It's those properties that kind of slip through the cracks that we want to make the situation better for all parties.
Thank you. I did understand our process, but what is in those letters? Are we telling somebody they have 3 years from this date? So in my mind, if I got a letter and it said I had 3 years, I might be making arrangements or doing some changing in my finances thinking it's 3 years, and now all of a sudden we go and tell them it's 2 years. That's my question.
Yeah,
Our CEO is going to jump in.
Yeah, the challenge, you have to remember, we're the worst, we're not a bank, and we're the worst person to borrow money from. So you're getting charged 1.25% per month, 15% a year. That is notified. So people are not sitting there going, oh, I'm just, like, this is a low interest loan from the city. It's 15%. What happens in many times, it's either a financial institution or someone else needs to take action. And in most cases, when we register a property, that's when action actually happens. And that's when either a mortgage company or someone else takes action to get rid of that debt. So the 2 year switchover, and we'll provide some provisional changes for those people caught in that area. But no one should be sitting there saying, oh, I'll postpone on a 15, on a 1.25%. It's 1.25 per month, right? Yeah. No one should be sitting there saying, I'll just postpone that, because it's like credit card debt. And that's why it is better for the taxpayer to address it earlier. Some here might say, well, geez, Burgess, isn't that going to reduce your interest revenue? Yes, it would likely reduce our interest revenue. But, I don't think that's good for the taxpayer that we're doing that. And Also, I don't think it's good that we have to wait that long for the money. It's great to have that interest, but we're also borrowing more money at 4 or 5%. We're still making a spread, but it's not the right thing to do.
Okay, thank you.
I think I might have missed something because Ms. Clark is concerned that I missed something. So.
No, sorry, I just wanted to add, I just want to be clear, we don't send them a letter saying like you have 3 years to pay. It's we don't send you a letter until you're 3 years overdue. I mean, we're in contact before that with many reminder notices, but we register your property once you're 3 years overdue.
Okay, thank you. And again, most people, if they're all 2 years over or close to 3, they don't have other options. And we go back to, you know, a lot of people are losing their houses. People don't have options. Yes, they're paying a high interest rate with us, but if in their mind they think that they have 3 years and maybe something in their life is going to change, I just don't want us to jump up and say, oh, it's 2 years now.
No, I think
that's my concern.
99.9% of the population would not know what the vesting rights is under the Municipal Act.
That's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
You know, so it's a collection issue, and they are being challenged. And like I said, in most of the cases and the stats were provided in the report, once they get vested, that's when things start to happen. So it's, you know, they're pushing off that thing they don't want to deal with for 3 years, not because it's in their best interest, but it's because they're. So I think moving it up will have the same result, but we will take a look at transitional issues.
Yes, go ahead. Well, hold on. Is that to the, yeah, you're next. Councillor Patel, then you, Esteg.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. CEO. So after 2 years, do we provide payment plans for residents if they are back, if they have to pay taxes?
No, if we vest the property, that the time for the payment plan is before that step. So we have multiple discussions, multiple notices, and a lot of times it's failed things too. We get NSF checks, they tell us they're going to come in and pay, they don't, all that stuff, or they're on a payment plan and they continually fail on the payment plan. It's too, like, our collection staff, you know, work those accounts, you know, significantly on that. And if there is a receivership or a bank, like, you got to remember, 2-3 years not paying your property taxes is a long period of time. So if there's a receiver or bankruptcy, then, you know, we deal with that. So, but no, we do work on payment plans and that with them. This is really about what we've been finding is until you vest the property, people don't take it seriously. Or I shouldn't say that. A number of accounts don't take it seriously. But when you vest the property, then all of a sudden things start to happen. And, you know, we'll go out and advertise, oh, we're going to sell 30 properties on a property tax sale, and then we come down to 1 because, you know, and so it's just a tool to force them to that, to deal with their situation.
Okay. Perfect, thank you. I would like to move the recommendation.
Okay. Okay. You're moving it? Okay. Second by Councillor Lococo. We've got Councillor Newestag.
Yes. A question. This seems like a very high interest rate, 15% per annum. What's the justification? And part 2 is, are all the other municipalities at this level too? Like, these people are down on their luck, and yet we don't, is that, I can see penalizing them, but to that extent, is that?
Yeah, it's allowed under the Municipal Act. That's what we traditionally charge. That's what almost every other municipality charges, is that amount. You also have to remember, we also collect on behalf of other parties, the region in particular. You know, municipalities are not financial institutions. Yeah, municipalities are not financial institutions.
I understand that.
And so we cannot take on those risks, and that's not the intent. The intent of the property tax is to, you know, is to pay your bill in a timely fashion. And the other thing you have to remember is they receive services throughout the year. You know, we bill 4 times a year, and a lot of it is back-ended. So council can choose to reduce interest rates, but again, then the other thing you have to remember too is, as a municipality, we have what's in a bankruptcy or other proceedings, we have priority over other creditors. it's actually to some extent unfair that we jump ahead of those other creditors, but we do, because that's the power vested to us, and that's just the way it works. So if you're not paying your property taxes, or you're not paying these other creditors, we will, when a bankruptcy or whatever, we always get our money, and they end up, the unsecureds get a bigger hit for it. And so if you could clear up the property taxes, frankly, it clears up room for other creditors in a situation also.
One last question. When we send out these arrears, do we note it? This is what you're paying in interest. This is compounded. If you don't pay it, if it's not paid, this is what it's going to be like. And do we have any vehicle for a property owner to say, to negotiate coming back, saying, is there any way if I pay it, I go to the bank, get a loan, that they would reduce, or this is it, it's hard and fast?
It is hard and fast. As staff, we're not obligated to or have the authority actually to waive, because that's a bonusing issue. Sure. I can't do that. If council as a whole says waive interest, we do assist on certain things, and we make accommodations on certain items. But no, the intent is to, yes, go to your financial institution, make those arrangements. I always say it's a matter of fairness. The person who's paying their property taxes shouldn't have to pay more because someone else decides not to pay. That's okay. Right? So we have to treat everyone fairly, and staff can't be doing pixies and choosies of whose story is the saddest to get the relief.
True.
So we treat everyone fairly and in a consistent manner. And like I said, the intent is to the person who pays their property taxes on time and lives up to their obligation shouldn't have to pay more for somebody who's not living up to their obligation.
Fair.
Okay, I've got Councillor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I think when I first read the report, I thought to myself, I'd like to stick with the 3 years, but I had other thoughts as I was reading the report. I mean, for starters, we charge 15% interest a year plus penalties. So part of what was going through my mind is, are we really helping people by just simply allowing them to spiral for longer? And I get Mr. Burgess's point when he talks about being ahead of other people, because the longer that you simply allow it to go on, the more that you actually eat into the equity of the property. So whoever the lender is actually going to be the one that ends up taking the hit, as opposed to the city. So I'm really torn as to whether or not we're actually doing anyone a service by continuing to charge them an exorbitant interest rate and then adding penalties on top of that. I don't believe that we're actually doing them a service, so I will vote for the report.
Okay. Any other discussions of council? Okay, so we have a motion. Remind me, Madam Clerk. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, hold on a sec. Yeah, made by Councillor Patel. We just have to take just a moment here just before we call the vote. We're getting legal advice, so we're going to have to figure out the best way to do this. We're going to maintain decorum. Okay. We're going to take a 5-minute recess. Folks, if you want to go to the bathroom, stretch your legs. These chairs are not the most comfortable.
They're so comfortable.
Okay, everyone, welcome back. We just had a brief recess. We are on 9.4 of the agenda, tax arrears registration change. We have a motion by Councillor Patel, seconded by Councillor Lococo, or do I get that wrong? Yep. No, that's right. Did I get it right? Okay, you were giving me a funny look. I thought I got it wrong. Okay, motion by Councillor Patel, second by Councillor Lococo, that we approve the recommendation. We've had our discussion. We're going to call the vote now. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you very much for that. And motion by Councillor Pietrangelo to move 9.5 seasonal business licenses. There are 3 recommendations. Seconded by Councillor Newestag. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you for that. 9.6, Queen Street staff parking lot. I know we do have a requested speaker, but before we do, I'll go to staff to give us a quick overview. Mr. Nickel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, we're here tonight to ask for a budget amendment in the amount of $350,000 to create a new parking lot adjacent to City Hall. This parking lot is meant for a short-term purpose while the property in question is still going to be owned by the current owners. We're negotiating a lease presently, and the intention is to construct a new paved parking lot for the purpose of staff parking. And this is due to the pending sale and the redevelopment of the current parking, which we refer to as the King Eddie parking lot, for the University of Niagara Falls expansion. So we need to find a suitable home for our staff until such time that we build a new and larger parking lot at the former transit garage location at Erie and Bridge Street. And our budget has been estimated at $350,000 to include excavation, new solar lighting, storm drainage systems, and a paved surface. Without this parking lot, we would have some significant challenges of finding places for people to park downtown. And as you can see, mostly during school year and school times, with the university in full swing, we are struggling to have longer-term parking locations in the downtown. There's plenty of short-term parking locations, like on street, but long-term parking locations is challenging.
Okay, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Dabrowski. But before we call the vote, we do have a request to speak. Did you want to speak to it as well, Councillor Lococo? Oh, there we go. Yep.
I had a couple questions. It talked about that we're leasing the property, uncertainty of future conditions. If we invest all of this money into this parking lot and all of a sudden the owner wants to develop it, sell it, or whatever, that's a risk to us. We put the money in and then we have no guarantee. Can someone speak to that risk, please?
Yep, Mr. Nickel.
Speak to that. Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So we are aware of the potential development proposal by one of the 2 owners of the property. The other owner is CP Rail, I believe. And so we expect that there's at least a 3 to 5 year timeline before anyone's interested in doing any type of development. Plus the timeline for those types of approvals would be reasonable for us to expect that there's at least that 3 to 5 year timeline. So for example, if someone came and said, I have this new proposal, I want to build this thing, there is still some time for them to do their due diligence and build this on site. We also think by nature of the lease, we can include language that gives us some certainty about this parking lot so that we're not being abruptly kicked off the site. And we would want to make sure that language is strong enough to ensure that we have a suitable alternative location if we were to require that for staff.
Okay, thank you. How many spots do we have now in the King Eddie and how many in the potential one that we want to build?
Yeah, through the mayor, don't have those numbers offhand, quite frankly. I believe, if I'm going to use some ballpark numbers, there are about 100 spaces in the King Eddie parking lot. We have moved some staff to the Wayne Thompson building after the departure of the NRBN from occupying that building. So we're using some of the peripheral parking lots to a larger degree. The new parking lot has an approximate of, I think, 75 spaces. We're seeking around 75 spaces. And that is less than the number of people who could be at City Hall all at once. But we know with some working from home opportunities and vacations and other schedules that that should be an adequate number to ensure that there's sufficient space for everybody who to be attending City Hall.
Okay, thank you. And that 350,000, is that to build the property and the lease, or is the lease on top of it?
Yeah, through the mayor, that would we're looking at this point at a no-cost lease or very low-cost lease. So the cost of the lease has not been factored into it, but we don't expect it to be very material cost to this project.
Thank you. Just a couple more questions. The city owns other property around there on Park Street, Erie, and Ontario. Could we not utilize those? I know we wouldn't get the revenue from it, but weighing it against the 350,000, did we look at those other options?
Yeah, through the mayor, we do own some parking lots on Erie Avenue. Those are permit parking locations, and Ms. Dolch could also speak to this, but it's still fresh from my experience managing parking. We actually have almost full subscription of parking permits for those lots. None of those lots have the full capacity that we're looking at. So, we could displace all those permit holders, but now we're actually creating a negative impact to the businesses who rely on those lots for their staff and their potential customers.
Okay, and when are we looking at building this? When is the university starting their development that we have to be out of there?
Yeah, through the mayor, it's a good question, and that's not something in our control. We have agreements for the sale that are linked to the site plan agreement. So when they are at a point where site plan agreements are executed, we have to relinquish the property to some degree. I think we've been working with cooperative partners from the university. With that in mind, we are anticipating design's already underway, and we're anticipating construction later this year. And the worst case is that we permit this parking lot for others to park in. So if we have the King Eddie available to us, we can always sell short-term permits for some of the tenants who are parking illegally on the grass today.
Okay, and last question, would we look at permeable surfaces so there's no flooding?
Yeah, through the mayor, I wouldn't recommend permeable surfaces in this case because it's not meant to be a long-term investment. Permeable surfaces are great in areas where, one, there's a long-term investment, and two, where it's advantageous to have groundwater recharge. In the downtown, we really aren't interested in groundwater recharge. All the water that is collected in the storm system makes its way to the river, which is quite deep compared to the road surface, so we have a free outlet, and we aren't using the aquifer to supply drinking water, so we're not as interested in groundwater recharge as other areas. So it's less important for us than it might be somewhere like Guelph.
Great, those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I remember, did we make the motion? Yeah, we did, right? Yes. Oh, we had a speaker. That's right. Yes, we've got a speaker to address this, Mr. Burdett. If you'd like to step to the microphone and again, introduce yourself and your address, and then you'll have 5 minutes to address council.
My name is Jody Burdett. I live at 4480 Bridge Street. Good evening, council, and good evening to members of the public who may be watching or reviewing these proceedings. The city has disclosed relevant information to my business. I am acting in kind. As many of you are aware, through both public comments and private conversations, I've been actively vetting and pursuing third-party property assessment appeals for a number of sites throughout Niagara Falls. My goal is to identify properties that appear to be underassessed and not contributing their fair share in property taxes. This initiative is rooted in a simple principle, ensuring fairness in taxation system so that the burden on residents, including myself, can be reduced. Several of these appeals are already underway, and others have been vetted and pre-selected for submission as part of the 2026 taxation cycle. One such property is the subject of tonight's agenda, 4638 Erie Avenue. I want to formally notify Council and inform the public that a third-party appeal for this property will be moving forward. It's important that Council be aware of the implications that this may have, particularly when considering decisions related to the property's lease or future use. While I cannot predict the outcome of the appeal, I will be submitting evidence supporting a revised assessment based upon the principle of highest and best use. The proposed revised value is expected to fall within the multi-million-dollar range. For context, a similar redevelopment property adjacent to City Hall carries an assessment value of over $13 million. Council should be aware that its actions, particularly the proposed leasing arrangement, could materially affect the property's classification and its assessed value. These changes may also shift the valuation methodology used in reassessment. These are material changes with fiscal consequences. I am not currently privy to the lease terms on this property, but I expect those will become available through the appeal process. In the meantime, I respectfully urge Council to consider the likelihood of a substantial assessment as part of your decision-making on lease conditions. I believe it is also fair to advise the property owners that they should do the same. In that regard, may I ask, is Council aware whether the current or proposed lease agreement for 4638 Erie Avenue is structured as a net lease, under which the municipality would be contractually responsible for property taxes? This information is highly relevant in understanding who bears fiscal responsibility should a reassessment occur. It's important to remember that assessment appeals can take time, sometimes several years, but their outcomes are retroactive, which means any increase in assessed value and the associated tax liability can apply to previous tax years once finalized. Thank you for your time. I remain available to answer any questions from Council or the public as this process continues.
Thank you. Any questions of Council? Okay, I think we're good to go. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, so there's motion seconded. We're going to call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you for that. Excuse me. 9.7, Deatonbeck Road Bridge Replacement Budget Contract Award. Yes, Councillor Dabrowski?
Make a motion to approve, but I had a couple of questions through you, maybe to Mr. Nickel or the CEO.
So let me get a first motion by Councillor, seconded by Councillor Newesteg. Okay, go ahead.
I had a resident ask two questions. The first was, right now it's a single lane bridge. Will it be dual? I didn't see that in the report. And the second one was, their home is on the south end of Deatonbeck. During construction, reconstruction, replacement, how will they access their homes?
Mr. Nickel?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. First question to be answered is the width of the bridge. So the new bridge will be wide enough to support a full 2-lane road platform. I believe the rest of Deatonbeck Road is 2 lanes, except at the bridge where the road has started to erode into the creek. So it will be full 2 lanes with protective guardrails. With respect to the access points, we will be communicating the temporary detour routes. I don't have that with me today, so I apologize I wasn't prepared for that question, but I know that we're dealing with about a half a dozen residents on the east side of Deatonbeck Road. There is no way to build the bridge without taking that road out of service for a period of time. We have to keep the water flowing, but we can't keep the traffic flowing. So we'll be looking at a temporary realignment along Willoughby Drive likely, and then some temporary improvements to ensure that it's passable for the residents who will be inconvenienced for that 40-day working period.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, Councillor Patel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Nickel, do we have practice of periodically doing safety or quality check for our bridges and all the other assets?
Yeah, thank you. And through the mayor, in fact, bridges are one of the most prescribed assets that require regular maintenance. So the province requires a maintenance check every 2 years, and they even prescribe the method in which the inspections are to be done. So we actually have a very comprehensive maintenance plan and capital replacement plan for all of our bridges and culverts. And just because it's a concrete type of culvert, it doesn't make it less important. It's still a structure. So anything 3 meters and over is part of this inventory, and we have 150 plus structures that are inspected on that regular cycle every 2 years. The rest of our assets, like our pavement and our sewers, they have a little bit of a longer lifespan for our timeline between their interval between their inspections. Generally around 5 years, we want to get back and get more condition data for the rest of our assets.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? No? We'll call the vote. All those in favor? That's unanimous. I do need a motion to go beyond 10 o'clock. A motion by Councillor Dabrowski, second by Councillor Strange. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you for that. We move on to 9.8. I saw hands moving all over the place. Okay, one opposed.
Mr. Mayor, may I clarify? We will leave one lane open on Deatonbeck Road for the public who's following. So we'll do half of it and then switch traffic over and do the other half.
So there'll always be a lane?
There will always be one lane of traffic open. Thank you.
Great. Okay, anything? We're clear? Okay, good. 9.8, 2025 Arts and Culture Wall of Fame inductees. Councillor Lococo.
I'd like to move the report.
Motion by Councillor Lococo, seconded by Councillor Newestag. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved unanimously. Thank you. 9.9, Aerial 1 replacement capital budget amendment. There are two recommendations. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Newestag, that we approve and award the RFP. All those in favor? That's unanimous. Consent agenda. Well, does anyone want anything lifted? I guess that's the first question. There's only two items. So, Councillor Lococo.
10.1, the budget timetable.
Okay.
Just a comment, I really like that they added the postal code within the survey because I think that will help us figure out where people are living in the city and their comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If there's no other, there's a motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Newestag, that we approve 10.1 and 10.2. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Communications and comments of the city clerk. There's a recommendation that we approve support 11.1 through 11.9. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Strange. All those in favor? That's approved. And real quickly, we just approved flag raising request for Ukrainian Independence Day on August 22nd. We approved the flag raising Big Brothers Big Sisters for September 2025. Flag raising for Childhood Cancer Awareness Month for September, and we'll do it the ceremony September the 2nd. The proclamation requests Child Care Worker and Early Childhood Educator Appreciation Day on October the 21st. Noise bylaw exemption for the Niagara Gujarati Samaj event, which will take place September the 26th and the 27th. We approved noise bylaw exemption for St. George and St. Archangel Michael Serbian Church on September the 30th. Proclamation request for Rail Safety Week, September 15th through 21st. Noise bylaw exemption for Taps Brewhouse for a number of different events. And flag raising request for polycystic kidney disease for September the 4th. Now it's communications and comments to the city clerk. There's a recommendation that we receive for information, 12.1. Motion to receive for information. Councillor Carrio, seconded by Councillor Newestag.
Question?
Yes, Councillor Carrio.
Is that the total cost of that investigation? Does anybody know?
So who could answer that question? This is for the Integrity Commissioner report. The bill was, I believe it was 5,000, was it, or something?
10,000.
Or 10.
10,294.
Wow. So who could answer the okay. Okay, but who knows that can answer?
Mr. Mattson.
Mr. Mattson, who isn't here right now.
But I believe it is the full bill.
Or Madam Clerk, can you,
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, the cost directly relates, so at the bottom of the report, it says, report totaled $10,294.30. So that was the accumulative total of the cost.
Of the integrity commissioners.
That's correct.
But that wouldn't be the defendant's lawyer.
No, I am under the impression that that's the cost to the city.
Right, so there's still probably the other lawyer's number to come in as well.
Potentially, we can always get back to you with clarification on that at the next council meeting.
Okay. No,
okay.
no problem.
So we can get some clarification for the next meeting? Okay. Good question. Yes, Councillor Newestag?
Actually, so who's lawyers? So this is just the integrity commissioner. Now we have lawyer costs? Is that what?
I'm not sure. I think the clerk, deputy clerk has asked that she come back at the next meeting with more of the details, because this was handled by the clerk.
So this complaint, the person who launched the complaint, legal bill is our responsibility? Is that what we're talking about, or Victor's?
Yes.
Yes.
That's what that is.
Hers?
The integrity commissioner cost is borne by the city of Niagara Falls.
No, okay, yes. But so, who's lawyer then? Is that?
If the counselor had legal cost to deal with the complaint, then those are eligible for expense reimbursement.
Because if the counselor is found not to be at fault,
That's
then
correct.
the city picks that up as well.
That's correct.
Okay, so what can we do? I understand the process and we need to have that, but for someone just to make up, or just to do this, the cost of the city, there's something not just on the other hand here, that the residents of Niagara Falls have to pay and bear costs just because somebody makes a complaint. Like, is there not a process that it has to be vetted at first to see at what, maybe a different level, a leveling of it, that, no, this is just a frivolous complaint, or maybe it has to go to certain levels, because this is exorbitant amount of money that the city has to pay because one person said something that wasn't true.
The integrity commissioner does do that. There's still a cost to do that, even if they want to deem it to be frivolous or vexatious or without merit or anything like that. They still have to review the file, conduct interviews, and then we'll make a preliminary, like they can make a quick ruling, but that doesn't, if they believe there are some grounds, they can then choose to have a more fulsome examination or investigation and then issue a formal report.
And what happens to the person who launched the complaint? They don't have to bear any cost.
The filing fee is $500. And if it's frivolous and vexatious or without merit and rejected early, they do not get refunded. If it is investigated, then they will be refunded.
Half
the cost. Councillor, we are at the high end of fees for that, and though I may agree with you that there should be more controls in that, I don't think that's the way the legislation is going. So the onus falls to the taxpayer. Yet another uncontrolled cost in the budget that we don't have control over, that we have to pay for.
This could potentially be a runaway train. If we had a group of residents who just wanted to go and make all kinds of complaints, this fee could be astronomical for the city.
It's not just this thing. We have extensive cost on FOI requests where there's almost no reimbursement for. That is though I agree with you, that is the law of the land that we have to deal with.
A final question. So for the councillor who's been accused, does that councillor have a right to go back after, like in the legal system you do, you can always go back the other way. Is a councillor able to go back to the complaint? So if it was not just? Like
that's a legal issue outside the control of the city, but there has not been a case of that, and because the quote-unquote damages are not really reviewed by the court as being something that would be reimbursed. So, but that would be a separate matter for that individual to address himself. It'd be outside the city's role.
Okay. Thanks.
So we're going to get follow-up information from the clerk's office. So hopefully for our next council meeting, we'll get a little more details. We can ask a few more questions. Yeah. So did we call the vote?
It's ridiculous.
I didn't. Okay. It's to receive. Yeah. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. We've got communications comments of the city clerk regarding a memo from planning. City of Niagara Falls Site Plan Control Bylaw. There's a recommendation that we pass the bylaw. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Dabrowski. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you. And now we go to ratification of in camera. Madam Chair? Or Madam Clerk, sorry. Madam Chair.
It's okay.
I don't know who anybody is. I don't know where I am. Chair's uncomfortable. Okay, keep going. I'll be okay. I'm hungry. I'm cranky. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, the council met earlier in camera regarding an education item, and direction was provided to staff regarding another subsequent item.
So that's it?
That's it. There's no motion.
Okay, good.
There's no.
So we don't need to move ratification then. Okay. All right, we're good. No, motion. So we've got a transit motion. That's Councillor Newestag. Did you want to address that, Councillor Newestag? Can't hear you. I don't know if your mic's on.
Okay, transit motion regarding free rides for seniors. Whereas Niagara Transit Board of Directors stated purpose is helping every person in Niagara experience independence, freedom, and sense of discovery. And whereas Ontario Gas Tax Fund for transit is based on population, 30%, and ridership 70% figures. And whereas seniors aged 65 years and over represent a large proportion, 23.3% of the region's population, but only 6% of transit riders. And whereas fares may be charged for the Ontario Transit Investment Fund projects, however, to meet community need and deliver more equitable transit services, eligible projects may change, reduce, or waive fares to support the affordability of the proposed service for users, example, seniors, low-income individuals. And whereas many seniors have diminishing cognitive abilities and therefore are not able to maintain their driver's license, and which may then negatively impact their mobility, and that their incohabitant or spouse. And whereas senior typically requires transportation during what are considered off-peak periods, whether for shopping, medical appointments, or personal matters, and whereas many of these same seniors have limited options for travel, as well as affordability issues, many even seeking the use of various dubious mobility devices and traveling a long distance in what can be considered precarious or, if not, unsafe conditions. And whereas it intuitively makes sense to maximize use of available capacity in the transit system without the attendant cost of capital investment in conventional transit, while at the same time increasing overall ridership and gas tax funding. And whereas Niagara Transit Board of Directors have recently passed a motion to investigate the implications of providing free bus rides for teenagers. Now therefore the Council of the City of Niagara Falls requests that the Niagara Transit Board of Directors investigate the feasibility of providing free transit for seniors as well as teenagers, and respectively submitted by the Niagara Falls Senior Advisory Committee. I sit on the Seniors Advisory Committee. This was a motion that they felt very strongly and asked for me to present it to Council. As you can see, there's only 6% of the transit riders, so it's not a huge proportion of our population, but definitely a vulnerable sector. And I also want to state that a lot of seniors have retired when things looked very different. And in the last number of years, what they had retired on and thought that their life savings would see them through, it's not quite the case. So this is one way that the city can look at helping the most vulnerable part of our community.
Okay, thank you. I got Councillor Dabrowski. I'm sorry? You're seconding it? Okay, so we've got the motion on the floor. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Morocco was here and had to leave, but Jordan from Niagara Regional Transit is still here, and he would like to speak to it.
Okay, all right, fine. If you'd like to step up, Jordan, that'd be great.
Good evening, Council. I suppose we're at night now. I didn't prepare anything, lengthy to say. Just that we proactively monitor agendas. So we already have a report on this slated to come to the August meeting. But if Council has any questions specifically about the motion or about how it relates to transit, I'm happy to answer those. So, but there will be a report on the August board agenda that will speak to this request.
Okay. Are there any questions for Jordan? Yes, Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think some of Councillor Morocco's comments, she sent them to me, and she said that Niagara Regional Transit just did a review and are giving discounts to seniors and youth, also on-demand services and free passes to Project Share. Those were her comments, and she also wanted me to let everyone know that Sandy Bird from the Accessibility Committee was here, and she wanted to speak to it too, but she had to leave, and she said she's very much against it because the more free or discounted rides there are, the less gas tax we get, and that's something to consider. So those were two comments I wanted to bring forward.
Okay. Yes, Councillor Newestake. Your microphone, Councillor.
So where is the region with regards to the youth? Is that something that has passed, or it's just before the committee?
So through the mayor to the councillor, that will be coming forward as a report the same way the seniors report will. So nothing has been passed regarding that yet. It's in the same stage as this will be at the board meeting.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, in your opinion, are they going to be treated the same, or is there, if one's denied, both groups are denied?
I would say there's some similar considerations to both groups. One consideration for students would be that when you're encouraging students to use transit, you're sort of building a habit or exposing them to transit when they might not otherwise have done so. So the idea would be to build ridership for the future. That would be really the only difference. Other than that, they're generally the same idea. So. And that's just, whatever the board's opinion is, I can't speak to that, but that would be something if they asked what the difference would be that we would speak to.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think the youth I'm not sure they have to have free ridership so that they can learn to ride the bus, whereas the seniors, and they have been contributing members of our society, the ones that are the most vulnerable at this stage, they've been contributing members of our society and got caught into these different times that they can't go back and get a job, where the youth, on the other hand, are quite capable for the most part. I'm going to stereotype there, that they have the ability to go back and their youth on their side. So I hope if you're going back to the committee, that you would voice that concern on my behalf, that we do need to look after a vulnerable sector. And also, if we're going to favor one, not the other, there's a question about diversity as well. And equality, because that's what we hear about all the time.
Certainly, and through the mayor, I think we would only be talking about that argument in terms of revenue, not in terms of right and wrong or one group versus another. That would just speak to that. Also, one point that, if you would indulge me, I would just love to clarify is that provincial gas tax is always based on paid ridership. So if you give a free ride to someone, that ride does not count, and you lose the provincial gas tax that you would have gotten based on a paid fare. Just to clarify that. And that would go for any group, whether that was seniors or students or anything, but I just thought that was worth clarifying. Sorry.
Okay, and through you, Mr. Mayor, what about a discounted fare? If we can discount a senior's rate.
Yes, and discounted rates do still apply with PGT, so that wouldn't take away from that. And right now we have like a 31-day pass for seniors is priced at $55, whereas that's $100 for a regular adult. And if a senior qualifies for the low income or the transit benefit pass, then it's $50. So there are discounts available now for seniors and low income individuals.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so we identified there's 23% of the population that fits in the senior market, and only 6% of those that group are riders. What's the youth? Because I think there'd be a lot more youth in our area, and a greater percentage riding the bus that would eventually cost us a lot more, especially with this gas tax.
I wasn't looking as much at that today, but I think it's within the same range. It's the adult and the student fares that are sort of neck and neck for the bulk there in the 40% range, and then
Adult or senior?
so just regular adult, not including seniors. Yeah.
So there would definitely be a big disparity there, because if you're putting the adult population equal to the youth, and we only have 6% seniors, that would be telling us right there that the youth have a greater ridership.
Yeah, I would say I think it's a few percentage points higher than seniors. It's not much. It's like maybe 6 or 7%, but I don't recall it off the top of my head. I apologize. But it's in that range, certainly.
All right. Well, thank you.
Councillor Lococo and then Patel.
Just a thought here. Niagara Regional Transit bills each municipality for the number of hours for the buses, and we pay that to Niagara Regional Transit. Sometimes free isn't free, so if we ask for free rides for seniors or teenagers, will Niagara Regional Transit, and maybe through the mayor to Jordan, will Niagara Regional Transit put that cost on our city's bill that we'll have to pay you?
Why?
Through the mayor to the councillors, certainly that cost would be borne out through the special levy, the majority of it anyway. So yes, there is a cost associated with that, and that'll be borne out in the report, but it is, I can just, I guess, a preview of the report, but it's $650,000 is roughly the cost. There are some other potential costs that would go on top of that, but that would be sort of your base cost of that program.
So through the mayor to Jordan, if it's 650 base costs and now we ask for free rides that they're going to charge the municipality for instead of charging the user for, will that be on top of the 650,000?
No, the 650,000 is what it would cost Niagara Transit to run that program, but because we don't do individual municipalities, we're a regional service, that would be borne out across the region.
Okay, thank you.
Was that to that point? To that
Absolutely.
point? Yeah,
to
go ahead,
that point.
Councillor.
So what I'm understanding is that if we ask for free rides for seniors, your question is that you're suggesting that it be charged back to the municipality.
No, through the mayor, that wasn't my suggestion, it was my question if it was going to happen.
Okay, so if that were to happen, then we never voted for the youth. Is that going to come back to us as well?
Through the mayor, any program that Niagara Transit does is borne out through service hours and is paid for through the special levy for the most part, yes.
Even though we don't vote on it, it comes back to the city.
Through the mayor, correct. That's the way the governance was structured, and through the amalgamation of Niagara Transit is that, yes, it is through a special levy to the municipalities, and it's calculated based on service hours.
Through one more question then, maybe we can amend the motion instead of saying free ridership, a discounted fare for seniors so that you don't lose your gas funding and that we can still help seniors at the end of the day.
Through the mayor, certainly, I think we would want to suggest a discount since there already is a discount. If there's a discount you had in mind, we can calculate that. I mean, the report's already ready, but we can certainly add to it if there's a discount you had in mind.
Well, as bottom line, you can discount it so that you still get the gas fund and the seniors get their free ride.
Yeah, I would have to check. I mean, I would assume that, I guess if you charge 1 cent per ride,
sure,
that would still count. I don't think that would change the cost too much, but I suppose we could look into that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think you understand the intent of the Seniors Committee, so I'll leave it with you to represent the seniors as best as you can.
Certainly.
So where are we at now? So
retracting the motion because I don't want to lose the seniors, so whatever we can do that we can have it discounted, but
you're withdrawing your motion then? I just want to make sure.
Can I amend it?
You can do, yeah, okay. You can amend it. Yes, Councillor?
Mr. Mayor, may I make a suggestion? And why don't we wait for the report to come in August and see what's in there and then form a motion based on what's in the report?
No, because what if they just say no to seniors altogether? I'd rather pass this where it's, at least we're going to get the gas fund that you're speaking of, but we're still helping seniors. So we can amend it that it's a very strong, deep discount fare for the senior.
Okay, so Ms. Clerk, Madam Clerk, did you hear this amended language? Okay. Is the seconder still, yes, the seconder is still good with it? Yes, Councillor Strange.
Just ask a question, sorry. So right now, where you're going to give teenagers are allowed to ride for free? Is that what I'm getting straight or no?
Through the mayor to the councillor, no. There is a report that was asked for by a member of the board as to what it would cost and what the implications would be of giving students free transit, and there's a co-op student portion to it as well. So it is just something that is being provided for information to the board. It would be dealt with through the budget process. Yeah. And so in the same way, this the report for seniors is the same, provided for information, and then if board members.
So it's paid through this co-op program.
It would be, right now the report is it being paid for essentially by Niagara Transit through the free rides.
Okay, I just know there's a couple people that are on the DEI committee, so they're, yeah, just to let them know.
So you're done, Councillor? Okay. Councillor Patel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, what are the discounts for seniors right now? What is the price for seniors ticket right now?
Through the mayor to the councillor. So a 31-day pass is $55 for adults. That would be $100 for that pass. A 10-ride pass is $20. The equivalent adult fare is $31. If a senior is a low-income individual, though, and qualifies for the transit benefit pass, the region administers that through, they handle the administration of it, but that 31-day pass would be $50. So it's a 50% discount for the transit benefit pass.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So 31-day pass is unlimited, 10-ride pass. So that's each way, one pass each way. That's how it goes. And I think a while ago, I think I did introduce motion for free tickets to Project Share. I'm so glad to hear that actually went ahead and they sent free tickets to Project Share. But I did ask for expanding the what do you call the time? The transfer time from 2 hours to 3 hours. Has that anything talked about it, or is there a report coming on it? Thank you.
Through the mayor, I do recall that ask. I think it was being looked into, but I don't know offhand where that landed. So I can certainly find out and bring that information back. I just don't have that with me at the moment.
Okay, thank you. And one more question from you, Mr. Mayor, to Jordan. If the free rides for teenagers or even seniors goes through, how would they implement that? Would they check IDs? How would that work?
Through the mayor, so yes, you would look at ID when we're selling a pass, right? Same way if someone says that they're a senior, generally they would provide ID that would show how old they are. That's just a simple thing we do at our fare locations and terminals and things like that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Well, yeah, the motion is the amended one, with the deep discount instead of free. Okay, so we have a motion by go ahead, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk.
Sorry, I just thought I would clarify. So just to confirm, with Councillor Newestag's motion, now therefore, the Council of the City of Niagara Falls requests that the Niagara Regional Transit Board of Directors investigate the feasibility of providing significantly discounted transit for seniors as well as teenagers. Example, 1 cent.
Well, she'll reread the video and she'll nail it down. Okay. So you understand the intent? The intent? Councillors, I'm trying to get a vote here, so I just want to understand. You understand the intent of the motion? is asking, and at the end of the day, it's going to be up to the transit anyway. It's not up to us. So we're sending through a request. Yes? Can you use your microphone so everybody can participate?
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Since Region is already looking for free rides for teenagers, do you want to take teenagers out of your motion or still keep it in there? Yeah, because in your motion you have seniors and teenagers. Do you want to keep them both in there or just keep seniors for deep discounts? Just the seniors, right? So did she get it, what she's saying? Yeah? Okay, perfect, thank you.
Yes, Councillor.
I just wanted to make a comment. The Niagara Regional Transit did a significant review not too long ago, and I don't know by putting this motion what impact it's going to have because they just did a whole overhaul of their fees.
Deep discount? It's more than a shallow one. Okay, so we've got the motion. We're going to call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, one opposed. Okay, notices of motion. Are there any notices of motion? Okay, is there any? Thank you, Jordan. Is there any new business? Councillor Patel, Pietrangelo, Lococo.
Mr. Mayor, over the weekend I was at the Niagara Military Heritage Center, the property the city purchased on Southern Road. They have the military museum there. It's a home of Lincoln and Welland Regiment Museum. And when I was there, it's a beautiful place actually. They gather every Wednesday. Anybody has time, stop by. There's so much to see, and they're so amazing members who are willing to talk to you and teach you about the history piece by piece. So while I was there, I was asked by them that they're looking for a sign or maybe request MTO sign on the QEW, a sign that says there's a military heritage museum there. Can we do that for them? Mr. Nickel.
Your mic's not on.
Through the mayor. Okay, it's working. Through the mayor, the MTO has what's called the TODS program, so that's some acronym relating to advertising signs for types of events, and they have some prescribed criteria. What we can do is take away this request, and we can try to link the requester to the MTO's program manager, but maybe, Councillor, after this meeting, we can connect on whom I can connect with, and then we'll try to connect the dots there.
Thank you, Mr. Nickel. And one more thing, Mr. Mayor. I know we spoke about this a year ago, about panhandlers in the city. And it is getting worse. Almost every intersection has a panhandlers right in that middle median. I'm sure our staff is aware of that. Is there anything we can do? I know we spoke about that in length last time, but what are our options? How can we deal with it?
So, Mr. Sayo, did you want to let Councillor Patel and the council know we had a meeting this week about the illegal panhandling and what we're looking at?
I wasn't in that meeting, though.
What's that?
I was not in that meeting. You had that meeting with the police.
No, the one we just had. Oh. So what we're doing, we had a meeting with the police and with our bylaw and with our municipal work staff, and we're going to be doing a pilot at one of the intersections, and we're going to try out a number of things because our bylaw and the police keep going, and it's kind of whack-a-mole, and then they just go to another intersection, even though they're clearly breaking the law, and they're endangering themselves, they're endangering the drivers. They continue to do it. So we are looking at some ideas to try to address this when we're not there. So we're going to come back. We had this meeting. We're going to come back and do a pilot at one of the problematic intersections. And we're hoping that this is going to give us a little bit more of a permanent solution. So staff are working on that right now, and we're hoping to have something implemented this fall.
Thank you, because that was brought up to me by a few visitors, such a tourist. I was at an event on Oaks Garden Theater, and people did bring that concern. They're like, what is going on with the Niagara Falls? We are seeing panhandlers everywhere. People can't afford. These were Americans. They were saying, they're thinking the economy in Canada is so bad that people are panhandling to survive. And
Well,
that's not the case, as we all know it.
No, and unfortunately, there's also a lot of professional panhandlers, and they're playing the role, and it's really unfortunate, because it hurts, I think, the people who are hurting. They're out there as a business, but it's not illegal to panhandle. It is illegal to do it out in the middle of traffic, and that's what we're trying to address. So that's what we're working on right now.
Thank you, because it's not just the panhandlers, it's their safety, driver safety, and also we are the major tourism destination, and we do not want people to see this in our city. It's just not a good look for our city or our country, because we are the gateway to Canada, right? People are coming from Niagara Falls and going to other part of Canada. So I think we really need to take a serious look into this.
You're right. So, Councillor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. Just two quick items. The first one is street sweeping, and I guess through yourself over to Mr. Nickel. I know we have our spring program, and it helps now that the city has acquired, I believe, 2 street sweepers that we now own, so we don't rent them anymore. I know Mr. Burgess told me today that we're also going to be adding a fall sweep, which is very good. My question is more pertaining to main roads and cyclists. And is there any chance of just doing maintenance during the warmer months on the major roads? I know I don't cycle a lot, but I do run. And anytime I'm on the major roads, I always see stones. And whenever I talk to cyclists as well, that's the biggest complaint that they have is just, getting the stones and the debris off of the roads that they cycle on. So in terms of neighborhood roads, they're not going to cycle on those. It's all your major roads. And Your Worship, just another 2 cents on this before Mr. Nickel answers. I know we're going to be naming Whirlpool Road after Gord Singleton, and I don't know whether or not there's a ceremony coming up, but if there is, we're definitely going to want to get street sweepers on that street, because right now, if you're on a road bike, there's a lot of stones, and that really is part and parcel from some of the driveways that are stone. So whenever vehicles pull out of those driveways, they just carry stones onto the road, and then more vehicles just spread them all around. So I'd like to show a good impression and make sure that road is cleaned whenever you're planning on having the unveiling.
Yeah, I think they're working on that date like right now. I think they have a date actually.
Okay, well, just food for thought.
Yeah, Mr. Nickel.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, August 9th is
There
our
you
draft
go.
date,
August 9th, yeah.
11:30 in the morning. I do notice that it's my route into work every day too. There's good news and bad news, Councillor. The good news is we have 5 sweepers, 2 are extended use, so we've already paid to replace them, but they're working and they're going to be part of our spring sweep. But we have the new sweepers that can be deployed more regularly because they're more reliable. They are out right now. We're doing a second pass of everything that was done in the first round. We had a lot of material that was put on the ground this year, so we're going back now, which is quicker, which is the good news. It's quicker for us to get back out, and we're extracting less debris that we have to pay to dispose of to landfill and things. I think that the gap in service right now relates to roads that don't have curbs. We don't generally sweep those because the intent of sweeping traditionally has been to prevent the grit from getting into driveways and storm system. But I see the grit and the stones that are tracked in from gravel driveways, such as the new hydrogen plant under construction. So I'm going to make that a takeaway for our service to take a look at that. Generally, we would do a street sweep on a complaint basis only for that type of rural area. But I do believe that our service levels include a summer sweep of roads with bike lanes, at least once, and often it's multiple times per year. We have a mainline sweeping schedule, and then I'll call it a commercial district sweeping schedule that happens every 3 weeks. Those streets get swept. but I want to see the bike lanes done at a higher level of service now that we have that equipment. That does meet our requirements under the minimum maintenance standards as well, right? If there is an incident, we are liable for someone who's, had the unfortunate circumstance of slipping on gravel on a road bike on the road. So the commitment I have is to take that back, and we'll be ensuring that the bike lanes are done on a more regular basis, including those that are not curbed. I think it's the appropriate thing to do.
Okay, and through you, Your Worship, to Mr. Nicol, I really do appreciate that, and I think that there is some progress that can be made. Would you be as well able to carry that message over to the region? Because I know a lot of the east-west corridors, especially Mountain Road is probably the most heavily traveled road that I see with bikers on it. So in some of the north-south roads as well are commonly used, such as Stanley Avenue. Those are all regional roads that could use extra sweeps as well.
Yeah, and through the mayor, I was emailing them about Lundy's Lane on the exact same issue just this week, so I will also include some of the other higher profile streets as well.
Okay, thanks Mr. Nicol. Your Worship, my second item, I've asked for a report before just in regards to whether or not the hotel that's being proposed at the Toronto Power Plant is going to be paying property tax, development charge, and permit fees. I'm hoping to get a report back to council just to see. Ever since I brought it up, Your Worship, I've had a lot of people mention it to me. One of the most common themes that I hear is that because the city gets a pill or a payment in lieu from the Parks Commission, anything that the Parks Commission operates themselves, it seems that people are fine that falls under the pill. But anything that is privately operated or leased out, people honestly believe that those businesses are receiving an unfair treatment by not having to pay any property taxes, permit fees, or development charges. So, I mean, I pass that over to you. I know that our CIO has been having some discussions with the minister to see where we head in the future. Those are just my thoughts, but if we could have a report back to council on what the current status of the new hotel that's proposed at the Toronto Power Plant is, that would be appreciated.
Mr. CAO, did you want to weigh
Yeah,
in?
we'll deliver a report. I would just have the caveat that I would, just so it's council's aware, because we are in discussions with its multiple ministries on this issue, that we'll provide you what our current understanding of it is, but leave the caveat there that we are in discussions with the province on those issues. So we'll give an overview of what the pill is currently, what is our understanding, and what the latest issue on that is to council. We may have to deliver part of that report though in camera.
Okay, and I think the sooner that we get that out there, Your Worship, so that people can actually understand what the current situation is, perhaps the better.
And just to be clear, just for clarification, so my staff are taking notes, it's property taxes, development charge, and permit fees, and other like fees?
Correct, and that would be for any of the operations that are not run by the Parks Commission.
Yep.
Okay, Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On our social media, the survey's going out about Mitchelson Park, and I've seen a lot of the comments, and I've had a lot of residents contact me. Most of the comments are that they want the pool back, and I do understand that, but when we were talking about closing the pool, we were talking about looking for another piece of property in the north end that could possibly hold the pool, because that piece of property couldn't hold the pool in today's standards. Do we have any more information about property in the north end that could possibly hold a pool?
I know Ms. Moldenhauer looks like, is she here or did she leave? She left. Oh, she's gone. Okay. I don't know, Mr. CAO, if you can answer that.
Yeah, back at the pool closure discussion, we were talking about, the long-term view of outdoor pools and being the cost to build a municipally acceptable outdoor pool and the length of season you get for it. So when we were talking about a north end pool location, it was, you know, should we be looking to have 2 indoor pools versus 1 indoor pool in the south end and 5 outdoor pools? So that would be part of the long-term capital plan for the Rec and Culture Department, but it was not to, at this point in time, we are not entertaining adding more outdoor pools, just maintaining it. I believe also at that point in time of the discussion, there was some sponsorship opportunities and that kind of stuff, which did not exactly work out.
To that point, can we maybe look at our zero-based budget on the rec for that then? For another pool?
Yep.
And again, those were questions from residents, that's why I'm asking. And I know that we were talking about looking for other pieces of property, and I thought something was coming back, but if we have no intentions of another outdoor pool, then that's the end of that discussion. Second thing was the Welland River. There's sludge leaking into the Welland River again, and I have talked with Eric Nickel. In the article that was posted, it said a new sewer use bylaw is being developed to enable enforcement and fines for illegal discharges once the responsible party is identified. My question is, when is the bylaw coming forward, and how good is the bylaw if we can't determine who's doing the dumping, because that's really where we are now. I feel like I'm going around in circles. The city's doing so much work trying to figure out where the dumping's coming from. The ministry gets involved. They say it's the city's responsibility, and we're just going round and round, and things are still getting dumped in the Welland River, and we're not any farther ahead than we were before. So I asked Mr. Nickel if he could maybe comment on it.
Mr. Nickel?
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. It's a great question, Councillor, and I'd say I'm equally as frustrated as you about the inability to try to find the source of this substance, because we've spent a considerable amount of municipal resources, financial resources, time and effort in investigations within our sewer system to try to track this. So I'll answer the first part of your question with respect to a sewer use bylaw. In my opinion, that's low-hanging fruit for us in order to be able to actually do enforcement. But it's no different than any other bylaw we have, where we need to be able to find the offender and provide some reasonable grounds to charge the offender. But without the bylaw, we can't even get that process started. So it's meant to be an enforcement tool. It's also meant to be a preventative tool where if we are able to pursue some fines for known situations, we can now communicate that to the public so that it's a deterrent for folks who are maybe inclined to go and dump something they shouldn't be dumping down in the sewer. So we hope to use the bylaw to push some communications out. It is unfortunately a corner of the desk project for our staff right now. It's not something that we've budgeted or planned for. We can beg, borrow, and steal other bylaws, which is generally a great way for us to get started on that. But we want to make sure it's Niagara Falls specific. What we do right now is rely on the Niagara Region's sewer bylaw for sanitary sewer. So they'll regulate what enters into the sanitary system, because ultimately it's treated at their treatment facilities. However, anything entering the storm system is unregulated, I'll say, except for the Ministry of Environment's requirements, which apply to industrial discharges per the permits they've approved. With respect to the Chippewa Parkway discharge, it's really a mystery, I'm going to be quite honest. We have been doing daily inspections, sometimes multiple inspections per day, and most of the time this year it's been clean, clear water. We've done sewer camera inspections, and our sewer is cleaner than it's ever been. It's, if you've ever watched a sewer video, which I don't expect anyone would have, you see interesting blockages and stuff. This is a pretty clear pipe. You see a lot of concrete surface, and we haven't had a lot of rain to flush that pipe out. So when something is coming out of the discharge in a dry weather condition, it makes us wonder what is happening, where is this coming from, and with no evidence of that discharge throughout the pipe, is really a mystery for us and for the ministry as well. Because if we knew where it was coming from, we'd have dealt with it already. So I guess all of that to say we're going to continue to put resources out there to try to find this and to use the process of elimination. And then the bylaw is going to help us at some point in time, maybe here, maybe other locations, when we have offenders that need to be dealt with. And we're going to continue to lean on the ministry, who has sampled material on several occasions and who are, I guess, somewhat reluctant to share with us those findings. But we need to rely on them to do the right thing when there are known offenses on private properties. I don't have authority with my staff right now to enter property to start poking around in their systems. The ministry does, so we need to rely on them to do that part, and we'll look after the rest of the part in the municipal storm sewer collection system.
Thank you. One more question. Has the environmental laws changed that people are allowed to dump into the river without any ramifications, or has it always been this way?
Yeah, thanks. And through the mayor, I don't believe that any laws have changed. There's an Environmental Protection Act that has sweeping powers that the province and the federal governments would use to their for enforcement. What I'm saying is the city of Niagara Falls does not have any of those enforcement tools. We're not the owner of the river. We're not the ultimate owner of the waterways. So we just have the fortunate circumstance of being the path between 2 points, between something that happened, at a property and the river on the outlet. And so the environmental laws have not changed, but it's just a matter of who's able to do the investigations and the level of municipal resources we're going to dedicate to something that we can't even enforce.
Thank you. Is there any way that we can write to the province and the ministry about changing? Because this is a huge cost, not only for the municipality for enforcement and for cleanup, but there's also an environmental cost. There's a cost to the ecosystem, the river, humans. At what point, we're just throwing our hands up because we can't do anything. Should the province have more strict laws and enforce them?
Yeah, through the mayor, I'm not sure I can answer that, council. Certainly it would, if that letter is the will of council, it would be through the motion and the regular business of council and in your procedural bylaws. So we would look to you for that direction.
And in your experience, what would the ask be? We can write a letter, but what is the ask? What is our expectations? If we can't do anything, what do we expect them to do?
Yeah, I think through the mayor, I find that we're getting more traction working with our local officials to try to impress upon them that our council's interested there. They want to see resolution. They have no more resources. They're like our bylaw department in the sense that they can't be everywhere all at once, preventing everything from happening, and they'll tell you that. So they need to be focusing their attention on the biggest and greatest needs, which may be this issue, but it may be somewhere else. I don't have that answer for you, and I can't speak for them. But we have found good success in working directly with their local officers to try to work on some collaboration. We can sit back and do nothing and wait for the order. That ties our hands and that assigns costs. So we've been trying to not do that. But in doing so, we have a small role to play. They have a role to play, and it is a little bit unclear. But we want to do the right thing. They want to do the right thing. But we're, without knowing what the source of this problem is, we really are, we're doing this through that process of elimination and collaboration.
Okay, thank you. And my last one, there was an email from MP Gates to all of council. It didn't make it to the agenda. MPP Gates was outlining all of the accolades of Rob Nicholson, and he would like council to consider how the city of Niagara Falls might formally honor.
Councillor, we already got the email. We all received the email. and he already has a write-up in the newspaper.
Oh, I haven't seen it in the
Yeah,
newspaper. Sorry.
yeah, it's unfortunate because he talked to me several weeks ago, and I informed him that we were already working on this. We were ahead of him. I've already talked with the family,
Okay.
and we've already discussed this. So I appreciate him asking the city to do something special. Maybe he could get the province to do something special, and the city can deal with this. Yes, Councillor Strange.
The Recreation Department's been working on, I don't know if you've talked to
I didn't talk to Ms.
Kathy,
Mo-
wasn't-
no.
Yeah, it's too bad she's not here, but I know they've been working on something
Yeah.
to honor him.
Yeah, so
Okay, great.
we have been working on it. I appreciate the sentiment, but I explained that to him. That's why I was quite surprised when we received that email.
Okay, thank you. Those are my new business items.
Is there any other new business? Okay.
No,
Well, no, bylaws. Of all people to ask for adjournment before bylaws. Wow, wow. Did you want to make that motion now? Councillor Pietrangelo, first and second, third reading motion, second by Councillor Strange. All those in favor? And that's approved. Now, did you want to go ahead and make that other motion, Councillor? Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Newsteg, that we are adjourned. All those in favor? Oh, no, Councillor Carrio, you didn't vote. Are you for it or against it? You want to stick around? I get it.